Oh yeah, Black Sun in the hizzle, all for shizzleism. Oh, we got an excellent one here today. We got oh shit. Did I do my setup? I didn't even do my setup. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I don't even think. Oh, yes, I did. Okay, okay, I did my setup. Okay, okay. Touch up. Mm-mm. Subtle, very subtle. Okay, so hmm. All right, y'all. I'm just messing with this camera. Man, damn all that shit. Okay. So we're gonna have a Trump rally. Trump is expected to speak around I want to say 6:30, but anyhow, I wanted to show y'all Deacon man. MD is on board. Damn, MD just man. And and MD referred me to some receipts last night. MD, I was tired. Sorry about that, man. Apologize to Kelly and MD. I streamed the show. They were like, "Oh, he probably playing video games." No, I was actually in the chair, listening, waiting on Trump. And when Trump got on, man, I was just like, I was out. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't even know. Shout out, yeah, man. I was, yeah. But MD, shout out to MD, dropped me some receipts. Let's take a look at these receipts, man. Shout out to MD. Oh, MD's on board. MD, I think MD. Hold on. Hold on. What the hell is this shit? I think MD is on the Trump train by looks of here. Look like MD on the Trump train. Let me damn see if I can blow this thing up. See if I could blow. No, it's not blowing up. Oh shit. Nope, it's not blowing up. It's blowing up, but it's not. No, it's not. Let's see. That's the biggest it's going to get. 75. No, it's not going to get no bigger. Yeah, I don't think it's going to get no bigger than this. But MD showed me. Oh, this fool, Nathan Wade. Yeah, as y'all know, damn, I can't. Oh, man, I'm sorry I can't blow this up, y'all. Damn, I'm trying to. I'm trying to blow this up as much as I can. Damn. Oh, gosh. Okay, well, this is sent by Rosin Wade, his ex-wife, and damn, I wish I could blow this up for y'all. Don't look like I can blow this up, man. This is the biggest it's gonna get, but um, this is why they're doing a hearing. So I'll read it to y'all. Damn, I wish I can get this to you guys, man. So here's what it reads: October 1st, Capital One online payment, electronic payments. Okay, so Nathan J. Wade transaction. So he did a transaction, Audi Atlanta. Uh, so it shows him. It says Bowman Clerk. Okay, so basically it's a ticket. American Airlines. Okay, American Airlines for $413 on October 5th, and then American Airlines, Nathan Wade. Okay, so one for $477.21. Okay. And the next one purchase is for Fannie Willis, $477.21. Look at that. Look at that. And then the next one says, oh, so that's just one receipt. That's just one receipt. MD. So all we need is one receipt. All we need is one receipt. But I mean, there's more, but it looked like MD done dropped a receipt. MD done dropped the receipt. So yeah, man, it's right there. Like I said, it's real small on my share screen. I do apologize for that, man. I want to thank MD for jumping aboard the. I might as well just go full screen because y'all can't read that. Jumping aboard the Oh yeah, the receipts are dropping. Yeah, the ex-wife. I don't know if she just doing a slow cut. You know, you got slow cuts. I think she just might be releasing one, then two, then three. I think it's maybe a tactic. I don't think she wants to just blow the whole load. I think it might be a slow cut. This thing might be a slow cut. So MD just having that one is damaging enough. It's one razor cut. So it's like one razor cut on your arm. So it might be another one coming and another one coming and another one coming. It might be a couple of razor, but that's one giant rate. That's one cut, but it's one giant razor cut. It's one slow razor cut. That's a slow razor cut, Deacon. The sooner she resigns, the better. I think they're going to give her rope to hang herself. I mean, yeah, Deacon. It would be the sooner she resigns, the better for her. But because they know she's a dumbass, they're going to just give her rope to hang herself. So again, just by this one receipt is damning. This one receipt is damning right here. It's basically Nathan um, buying Fannie a plane ticket. So if she doesn't resign with this one, they got more. In fact, not only do they got Rosalind Wade put top-notch detectives or private investigators, private dicks. You know what I call them, private dicks, because they go a private detective, a private investigator. It's the warning signal, right? This is a warning sign. This right here. This statement is a warning to Fannie Willis. You need to go ahead and step down. But you think she's gonna step down, Deacon? Do you think she's gonna step down, Twin? Do you think she's gonna step down, Avery Curry? Shout out to Avery Curry. I can tell you're not from Atlanta, and I can produce the same documents from Photoshop. Avery, oh poor Avery. See, Avery don't know. It's not being from Atlanta. And by the way, this is for you, Avery. So you get let me go full screen because Avery, hey, I can tell you're not from Atlanta. Guess what, Avery? I can tell you're not from Anonymous. Let me say that again. I can tell that you're not from Anonymous. Tell I'm not from Atlanta. Fool, you're not from Anonymous. If you don't know who Anonymous is, look it up. Top hackers in the world. Look it up. I can tell you're from Anonymous. Boy, you can tell this Avery Cooper's an amateur. You're a real amateur. I can tell you're not from Atlanta, and I can tell you're not from Anonymous. Again, no, it's very authentic. It's authentic. They already had the evidence, my friend. They already had the evidence. They're just allowing Fannie Willis and Wade to gracefully step down. They just, in fact, they want the Negroes to make a spectacle of themselves. And by the way, Avery Cooper, Fannie's not from Atlanta. You do know this, right? I just want to know, do you know Avery Cooper? So you got a public officer private information hack. I didn't say I hacked it. I just say I know people. We all, we just know people. What I'm saying, first of all, Avery Cooper, let's get something straight. Avery Cooper, you do know she's not from Atlanta, right? You know Fannie Willis is not from Atlanta. You do know this, right? I want to see how smart you are. I want to see if you need help. No, I don't need help, but I think you need help because I don't think you understand. So you got a public officer private information hack. No, it's not a hack. No. Actually, no. It's not a hack. It's I don't ever heard of Jocelyn Wade. Jocelyn Wade is the ex-wife of Nathan Wade. Nathan Wade is the prosecutor that's prosecuting Trump, the head guy, hired by Fannie Willis. Well, his ex-wife is voluntarily giving this information out because they did have a divorce, and basically, what is that old saying? Hell will have no fury like a woman scorned. Mr. Wade scorned his wife, Jocelyn. Fannie Willis spread eagles and took her husband. Let's see, you Trump supporters. Oh, Avery. Okay, I can tell you're not on my level. You Trump supporters is crazy. You Trump supporter is. Who taught you? Who taught you to? Wait, Avery. You Trump supporters is crazy. You Trump supporters is crazy. Is. It's sad to see black men going out. Is crazy. No, what's sad is your grammar. That's what's sad is your grammar. You Trump supporter is crazy. Oh yeah, we got a real nigger. We got a nigga. We got a real nigga with the nigga babble. Is Avery, where did you go to school at? Did you go to school in Atlanta? Did you fail? Did you only make it to like 9th grade? Because they teach you your proper grammar. They don't teach you in school. You Trump supporters is crazy. That's not proper grammar. So I advise you, because you're hanging yourself right now with your damn grammar. You Trump supporters is crazy. Is. You Trump supporters is crazy. You Trump supporters is crazy. Who talks like that? Uneducated niggas talk like that. Is. When we come to the arena where we're in the chat, Mr. Cooper, I would appreciate if you type some proper grammar. Okay? You comprehend that, Mr. Cooper? Okay, bye-bye, Cooper. Because yeah, he's from apparently, yeah, like who is? You Trump supporters is crazy. Like who? Damn, that is like the worst grammar. That's that Ebonics shit. Like Ebonics died out in the 1980s. Like we outlawed that shit. You only 2 viewers. Who are you talking to? I'm talking to you. I'm talking about you is. I'm talking to you. You is. Yeah, I've been shadow banned. And this is not, first of all, Mr. Cooper, you might want to take that views argument to somebody who is depending on YouTube for an income. I don't depend on YouTube for an income. I own my own business. I do this for fun. I do YouTube for fun. Whether it's 2 viewers, 3 viewers, 4 viewers, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to speak my piece, and this is where people can come get the information on Fannie Willis, who has used taxpayer funds to go on a romantic rendezvous, a rumpa stumpo, go on a rumpa stumpo. Now he's a 3rd viewer, right? Exactly. You're a 3rd viewer now. Well, apparently he must have liked it, because now I just got 5 viewers. I just got 5 viewers now. Ain't that something? But anywho, Mr. Cooper, Mr. Avery Cooper, do we need to start a GoFundMe so we can get you private tutors so you can stop saying words like you Trump supporters is crazy? Can we fix the grammar in 2024? Can we stop the you is? Yeah, is. Can we stop that? Can we stop that? Can we stop that? As a black man, since you want to pull the race card, I want black people to speak proper English, proper grammar. I want to stop with the you is. You Trump supporters is crazy. You is, and then look how you try to clean it up right here. You only got 2 viewers who are you talking to. So he corrected. He didn't say, who is you talking to? Who is you talking to? You have to correct it there, Cooper. You have to correct it there. But yeah, I know some people on YouTube that be saying you is. Yeah, you is. Oh, I got a long list of them. They be saying you is. Yeah, you is. You Trump supporters is crazy. You Trump supporters is crazy. Yeah, good job, Avery. Oh, Ebonics ass. Yeah, he said country ass. Man, Ebonics. Ebonics died in 1984. They tried to pass that in the curriculum and they shut that shit down. They shut that shit right down, Avery. I'm gonna need you. We are laughing at you now. But what's more funny than this though, Avery? What's more funny than you supporters is crazy? It don't get no more funny than that. You mean you can match? There's nothing I can say that can match you Trump supporters is crazy. You Trump supporters is crazy. Like there's no, you can't, there's no beating that. Your grammar is like the funniest thing. I can't out funny your grammar. I can't out funny your wannabe English diction right now. You supporters is crazy. You supporters is crazy. You get your grammar in order, Mr. Avery Cooper. Come on now. We never have spoken proper grammar in the South. That doesn't make us no. There's people in the South that speak very good grammar. There's people that stop that. Only the ignorant, uneducated people in the South say you is. Don't put all people in the South like that. No, because there's some very intelligent people in the South. In fact, hey, what's up, Kelly Ray and Chad? If I have time, I can just jump with you. Okay, yes, please. Let me send you an invite, Kelly. Kelly, we got a receipt, but I don't know if you'll be able to see it. But guess who sent it? MD sent us a receipt. Yes, he did. So let me get you up on the panel, sis. Boom. Okay, so Kelly, I don't know if you can see this, but MD, he shot us this. Hold on. I do apologize if you can't see it, but this right here is Nathan Wade's. I don't know if you can see that, Kelly. Kelly, I'm gonna just send it to you. I'll send this to you and Maurice, or I can send it on the back chat. I'll just send this, but you can read it for yourself. Let me see if I can put it in the back chat because I don't know if you're going to be able to read this, but I wish you could blow it up. Copy, boom. And when you get up here, I'll just put it on the private chat for you, sis. Paste. Let me see if I can get that. I don't know if I can do. Okay, so yeah, that if like I said, I wish I could blow this up, but this is Nate. I don't know if you can see that part where it says Nathan J. Wade. 2144 transactions. So this is, Capital One. Man, this dude using Capital One of all. What's in your wallet? What's in your wallet, Mr. Nathan? Well, Jocelyn Wade is showing us what's in your wallet there. And yeah, it shows, if you can see where it says October 4th and 5th, well, it'll say Nathan Wade, American Airlines, Nathan Wade for $477.21. And the next one for the same date says American Fannie Willis. Fannie Willis. So what I think's going on, Kelly, is that the ex-wife is slowly releasing it, just slow drips. I think they just want to do slow cuts. Just slow cuts. I don't think they want to just blow the wad all of a sudden. They just want to do slow cuts. They want to allow Fannie to step down. They want to allow Fannie Willis to gracefully, ain't no grace, hell, you busted. Like, Fannie, use a hoe. Use a hoe. Use a home wrecker. They want to allow her to step down. Step down from the case. And I say step down from the case because it will utterly destroy the. Now, this is just my opinion, Kelly. Let's see. I have a few more things to do. My aunt will be stopping by soon for a minute. I'll get on after that, Black Sun. I'll copy the link just in case. Yeah, the ex-wife is gonna slaughter Fanny. Kelly already see it coming, boy. Kelly already sees it coming. Kelly already sees it coming. Like Kelly knows the fury that's about to come from the ex-wife. Kelly knows it. Like Kelly, Kelly, Deacon. Kelly already knows. Yeah, that see this is a woman thing. See, women all see, yeah. We laughing, Deacon, twin, we laughing, but we know as men, Kelly knows. Kelly knows the fury that's about to become on Fannie Willis from Jocelyn Wade. Oh, she knows the fury. She's like, oh, the ball's in my court, and this bitch took my husband, wrecked my home. Miss Fannie Spread Eagle Willis, who, it's on. Oh, it's on and popping. Oh, Jocelyn Wade is doing this. She's doing this. Oh yeah, she's doing this. Oh yeah, Jocelyn Wade is on it. Jocelyn Wade. Shout out to Jocelyn Wade. Everybody give Jocelyn Wade a hand. Or y'all can just press a 1 in the chat or just give her a hand clap. Jocelyn Wade, we at the arena, uncensored, we salute you. Black Sun salute you, sis. Put your foot all the way up in Fanny and your ex-husband's ass. Put your foot all the way up in their ass. Put your foot all the way up in their goddamn ass. Shit. So let's get back to this troll here. Because he said something that was very, you know what, I need to definitely address this, what the troll said. He said, hold on, what Avery say? Avery tried to do the black card. So I want to address, did Avery do the black card? Tell I'm not from Atlanta. Need help. No, I'm about to help you right now. Trump supporters is crazy. You only got 2 viewers. Let's keep going. We laughing at you now. We never spoken grammar in the South. Didn't speak proper English. No, my grandparents spoke perfect English. In fact, my great, you must not know the lineage I come from. Look up Mary Ball Washington. Everybody on that plantation had top-notch education, top-notch speech. Yes, we did. We spoke the Queen's English. So, yeah. You might want to do your research on that. Any of the Balls, Thompsons, the Washington, all those people got top-notch education from lineage, from generations. Black people I'm talking about. So, yeah. So you talking you is no excuse. Like I said, there's people in the South that talk proper English. So fuck out of here with that shit. Tyler Perry is all over this too. What? Tyler Perry's over this? Deacon, put the link in. What? Deacon, put the link in. What the hell going on with Tyler Perry? What? Okay. All right. Let's see. That's pure embarrassment. I want her fired for real. But I guarantee the ex-wife got some of that money and won't have to pay back a dime. Rightfully so. Oh, you're talking about the divorce is still going on, Kelly. Like the divorce, I think it just started, and they're actually trying to subpoena. No, they subpoena. I'm sorry. Let me say this the correct way, Kelly. They subpoena Fannie Willis. Fannie Willis is trying to avoid the subpoena. And they're looking at opening up the whole case, the whole divorce case was sealed. They're going to unseal it on the 30th. So Fannie Willis got some decisions to make. I forgot to mention, Kelly, that they're having a hearing in Fulton County regarding this situation on a hearing. And Kelly, lawyers, judges, they take an ethics oath, and ethics violation can get her disbarred. Let me say that again. Ethics violation can get Fannie Willis and Nathan Wade disbarred for their improprieties. They can be disbarred. So yeah, she's in trouble. She's in trouble. Now, this is my opinion. The White House, the Biden administration specifically picked Fannie Willis, put her on this case. So the PAC, they talking about, oh, well, if Fannie Willis sets down, somebody else can take the case. Somebody else takes the case, Kelly is going to weaken it because there are special perks that the Biden administration gave Fannie Willis and Nathan Wade to pursue Donald Trump that the other people are not going to get. So that's why they were so gung-ho on it. So once they take away from Nathan Wade and Fannie Willis, I'm not saying that it'll be dropped, but it's going to become very weak. It's going to become a very weak case because the drive is not there. The corruption is not there. If they do shit by the book, they're pretty much going to, in my opinion, they're going to drop the case. It's going to destroy the case. It's already destroyed the case. It's not a good look. Let's see. Where do you come from again, Black Sun? Didn't hear the name. I like to look into it. I love history. Oh, I'm sorry. Marie Ball Washington. Let me type it in for you. Marie Ball Washington. Marie Ball Washington. That's where my lineage comes from. Marie Ball Washington. Marie Ball Washington. I looked up in the lineage of balls. So yeah, Marie Ball Washington is basically George Washington's mama. So when people always think, man, you look familiar. I'm being silly, but yeah, Marie Ball Washington, yes. Marie Ball Washington is George Washington's mama. And she was in charge of the Ball plantation. Marie Ball Washington. Now, people always talk about slavery and plantations, but a lot of what people don't talk about are the plantation owners that educated their servants. They don't talk about that, but we'll do that a whole nother show. See, I wish MD would start doing his historical stuff again because, do you have anything to do with the Ball canning jars or no? I'm not sure about the Ball canning jars, Kelly. But if you know, I don't know if you're into basketball, but if you've heard of, he's been on damn WWE. My cousin. In fact, I always like to tell this story about Trump because they always say Trump is racist. My cousin got arrested for shoplifting in China. And guess who got him out? Donald Trump. So I don't know if you remember that story where I think it was Alonzo Ball. I forgot one of the balls. See, I know the dad, but I don't know his sons. I don't know them because they were born like after I had moved to Georgia. But hey, what's going on, Josh? What's going on? So one of the balls, one of his sons went to China and was shoplifting, and they caught him and locked him up, and Trump had to goddamn come to the rescue and goddamn get him out. So that's why I don't buy that whole Trump is racist thing, because Trump got out of one of my family members out of a Chinese prison. Yep. There you go. So that's always my ace in the hole when people always come with Trump is racist. But that's always my Trump card, him getting my cousin out of a Chinese prison. So yeah. Anywho. So yeah. But if you heard of Alonzo Ball, the Ball family that it's in the basketball, that whole Ball dynasty, yeah, those are my cousins. But yeah. Yeah. Good. Hey, Josh, what's going on? What's going on? Kelly in the house. Shout out to Josh, man. Shout out to Kelly, man. So yeah, y'all. So again, hey Josh, I know you're just coming in. MD sent us some receipts. He sent us a receipt. And I think, according to this receipt, I think what they're doing is they're slow walking this torture process. And Johnson Wade, who was um, 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 Nathan Wade's ex-wife, basically, some can say Johnson wants revenge for Fannie taking her husband. I can see that, and it's justifiable too. It's justifiable. So and it's funny because Fannie Willis had the nerve to say you're interfering with my Trump case. Like, no, bitch. She's doing what every woman has had their woman taken by another man. She's doing what she's supposed to be doing. You broke up her home. You broke up her marriage of 16 years. She's a mother. You broke up all that, Fannie Willis. No, she has every right to come after you. It's justified. Like, Fannie, you are, man, fuck out of here with that shit. So anywho, but yeah, Josh, real quick, this is what we see. I don't know. See, you can't, I don't know. It's too small. So I'm gonna have to, hey Josh, I'm gonna have to send this to you on Messenger. I'm gonna have to send this to you on Messenger, Josh. But yeah, where's my phone at? Oh, I'll send it to you when I get to my phone, Josh. But yeah, basically, this is Nathan Wade from Capital One. It's a receipt. It says he bought a ticket October 5th for American Airlines, and he purchased another ticket for a Fannie Willis. So yeah, the documentations are there, and like I said, more stuff is coming. More stuff is coming. They were going to unseal the divorce proceedings on the 30th of this month. Oh yeah, it's going to get good. It's going to get real good. Real good. Real good. So yeah, I'm sorry that y'all can't see that. So, but like I said, Josh, I'll send that to you in the messenger. I'll send this all to you too, Kelly, so y'all can see it. But we got more coming. Oh, there's more stuff coming. There's more receipts on Fannie Willis. And oh yeah, they are tracking it to the tax dollars, our tax dollars being Georgia state tax dollars. That goes to Fulton County, Cobb County, and all that. Yeah, they were using taxpayers' money to do their little rendezvous, to do their little hanky panky. They were using our tax dollars to do the hanky panky. So that's why I was telling you the other day, Josh. Like, it's one thing to do all that, do the hanky panky and mess around. And it's another thing to do the hanky panky and mess around on our tax dollars. Like, it's already like they've already violated the ethics. Like the ethics, the whole ethics thing, her violating her ethics oath is out the door. Like, they've already violated that. But to use the tax dollars, to use the Georgia state tax dollars on top of that is a slap in the face. And all the lawyers are not happy about this. Not only the lawyers are not happy about this, judges are not happy. Like, so we the common people are pissed, but the lawyers are really pissed. Oh, y'all should see Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly is pissed. Y'all think I'm talking shit. Y'all go subscribe to Megyn Kelly's channel and see what she has to say. She is like, she is thoroughly pissed. I didn't know Megyn Kelly was a former lawyer. I didn't know she was. I thought she was just, TV personality. No, Megyn Kelly is a former lawyer, former prosecutor. So yeah, she's upset about this, highly upset. And she's saying that Fannie Willis is toast. She said Fannie Willis is toast just based on her oath. Let's see. Mr. Mas. Hey, what's going on? Shout out. Yep. It's all about getting juicy. Oh, this thing is very juicy, Deacon. It's very juicy. It don't get, that's why I said, and I was telling MD, but MD, he threw up his hands. MD's like, man, you're right. Nothing that they charge Trump with is as juicy as a sex scandal, especially when that sex scandal involves taxpayers' money. There's nothing like If Trump is right here with all indictments, let's say Trump is right here, that sex scandals is up here. In comparison, Trump's charges, all of Trump's charges are here. Fani Willis sex scandal is way up there. This sex scandal blows anything they got Trump charged with. Oh, Trump, oh, he took documents to Mar-a-Lago. But Fani Willis sex scandal, what? What? What sex scandal? Using tax dollars going on Norwegian cruise lines and Carnival Royal, what? 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 But let me talk about them. You know how I could put everybody to sleep? Oh, you know, Trump, you know, he had documents and he forgot to turn them back in. That's putting us all to sleep. When I say sex scandal, oh, everybody's ears perk up. When you say sex scandal, beep, 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 beep. When you say sex scandal, people's ears perk up. They're at attention. They wake up out of their slumber. Like I said, this thing and YouTube took down my damn video with the spider. This thing is growing legs. This thing is growing big, 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 big legs. And it's not going nowhere, no time soon. This is the biggest. This is the biggest story. This is the biggest story in 2024, without a doubt, the biggest story in 2024. So I want to thank MD for giving me this information on this documentation on Mr. Wade on October. Wow. Post date Central. Oh yeah. No, this Capital One is authentic because I used to have a Capital One card, and oh yeah, this is authentic. You know, you want to talk about this? Let's see, boom, boom, boom. Let's see. But y'all stop sharing it because it's kind of small, man. I wanted y'all to like read everything without squinting y'all eyes, man. So without squinting the eyes. Squinting y'all, you guys, without squinting your eyes. So I'm hold on here, y'all. Okay, I am going to be playing the Trump rally. Trump is expected to speak around 6:30, 7:30. Y'all know Trump, man. Sometimes he be on time, sometimes he be running a little late, you know, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, y'all. So I'm trying to find some more information. I think MD sent me some more. Hold on. X. Okay, hold on. I think he sent me some more. Oh, damn. Okay. Ah, MD's on this. MD's on it. God damn it. MD's on it. Let me do another share screen for y'all. Damn, MD was saying, hey man, MD's not sleeping. He's sending me all kind of stuff, man. Hey, shout out to MD, man. God damn, MD. MD sent this all yesterday. Yeah, MD, he was like, man, you slipping. Okay, so do your share screen. MD sent this yesterday, y'all. So let me play this for y'all. This is my first time, so this is gonna be my first reaction to this. I have not seen this. I am just now seeing this. So shout out to everybody. Let's see what Fani Willis has to say.
It is saddening to me if young women felt like they came to work and they were, one, even judged for being a woman, but two, if certainly they felt uncomfortable within the workplace. That will not be something that is allowed on my watch. Supervisors under my leadership that are not encouraging and building up my staff will not be supervisors long in my administration. And I certainly will not be choosing people to date that work under me. Let me just say that. We are at a place in society where things happen in people's relationships, husband and wife. Sometimes there are outside relationships. I don't think that that's what the community is concerned about, although there might be a moral breaking in that. I think that what citizens are really, really concerned about is if you chose to have inappropriate contact with employees. I mean, there's nothing that I can say on it other than it is distracting. It is certainly inappropriate for the number one law enforcement officer in the state. And it really, really saddens me. And it will be very unfortunate if the taxpayers of this community have to pay for any of those lawsuits.
Exactly. That's the way I feel about it also.
Did y'all just hear that? Shout out to MD. Shout out to MD. Fannie Willis said, if anybody in her administration, oh, the irony, right, that be dating, she's going to fire them. If anybody in her administration is dating, let me play this again. This is my first time seeing this, y'all. Let me play it again so I'm not misquoting Miss Fannie here. Oh, right, great job, MD. MD. MD is aboard hold on, let me get a wide screen read it. MD is aboard the Trump train. Let's get back to it. Let's hear Fannie one more time saying Fannie Willis is putting the hammer down. Let's hear this again. Let's hear this again, Fannie. Tell it, Fannie. Tell it.
It is saddening to me if young women felt like they came to work and they were, one, even judged for being a woman, but two, if certainly they felt uncomfortable within the workplace. That will not be something that is allowed on my watch. Supervisors under my leadership that are not encouraging and building up my staff will not be supervisors long in my administration. And I certainly will not be choosing people to date that work under me. Let me just say that. We are at a place in society where things happen in people's relationships, husband and wife. Sometimes there are outside relationships. I don't think that that's what the community is concerned about, although there might be a moral breaking in that. I think that what citizens are really, really concerned about is if you chose to have inappropriate contact with employees. I mean, there's nothing that I can say on it other than it is distracting. It is certainly inappropriate for the number one law enforcement officer in the state. And it really, really saddens me. And it will be very unfortunate if the taxpayers of this community have to pay for any of those lawsuits.
Exactly. That's the way I feel about it also.
So, as a woman, Kelly, do you agree with that? You agree with that, Kelly? You're hearing it. I want to get a woman's take on this, Kelly. You're a woman. I want to hear your take on this, Kelly. I want to hear your take. Fellas, step back. We want to get a woman's perspective, Kelly. Kelly, she should have stuck to her rules. Shout out to Kelly. Do as I say, not as I do. Do as I say, not as I do. Is it one of those situations, Kelly? Do as I say, not as I do. Just do what I say, not as I do. That's what it sounds like. Kelly, do as I say, but not as I do. I can do it. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm damn truly. I can do it, but you can't do it. That's what it sounds like to me. It's called screwing to the top like Kamala, not the other way around. Damn. Damn, Kelly. Damn. Screwing to the top like Kamala Harris. Oh, not only like Kamala Harris. I'm glad you brought up Kamala Harris. Kelly, did you because we're sitting up here talking about Fannie. We already know Kamala Harris, but did you know Kelly, did you know that because we're coming down hard on Miss Fannie Willis here. Fannie Willis, you just stepped down. We already know Kamala Harris. We know she done. We already know. But did you know Nikki Haley? Did you know about Nikki Haley, Kelly Ray? Because Kamala's out there, and Fanny is definitely out there. But did you hear about Nikki Haley? Did you hear about Nikki Haley, Kelly Ray? Oh, Nikki Haley, we didn't forget about you, sister. We didn't forget about you. We forgot about you, Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley, we have not forgot about you, Haley. We ain't forgot about you, Nikki Haley. You thought we were just gonna goddamn jump down on Fannie Willis and Kamala Harris. We ain't forgot about you, Nikki Haley. We ain't forgot about you. Oh yeah, Nikki Haley, we got you in the crosshairs too here. Well, let's share this thing. This is from the Daily Mail. Oh, it's all out now. Nikki Haley. Hold on. I heard a little something about her cheating. Oh, did you? Did you, Kelly Ray? Did you hear about Nikki Haley cheating? This is just one of many articles. I just pulled the first one. Kelly. I don't know who it was with. It was with two guys. Oh, you know what? Let me read the article so you can read so you can see for yourself. You've heard it right here first, Kelly. Nikki Haley did cheat on husband Michael, had affairs with her comms consultant and a married South Carolina lobbyist before she became governor. Swore affidavits and new witness claims. So she not only cheated with one guy, she cheated with two men. Kelly Ray. And this is from the Daily Mail. Like I said, there's more. Hold on, there's more articles because they're popping up. So you got the Daily Mail, you got Twitchy.com, you got MSN, you got Post Millennial, you got Newsweek, you got Political Wire, you got Tag 24, you got the Express, you got the Daily Beast. Which source would you like, Kelly? Which one would you like? Pick one. Pick anyone. But yes, it's all there. Kelly said these women are too old to be topping off. Damn. Wait a minute, Kelly. Hold on. Wait a minute. These women are too old to be topping off the help. Wait a minute. Hold on, Kelly. You know what, Kelly? Damn. Yeah. Hey. Like I said, Nikki Haley, you're not off the hook here. You're not off the hook. Yeah, I got sources like for days, and then they got like 4 or 5. Next page they got even more sources. Yeah, this shit is all over the place, just popping out like popcorn. The Huffington Post, Mediate, Business Insider. Damn, even Business Insider. Snopes, Red State, MSN, The List, MSN again. You got Page 3. Oh yeah, we got plenty of sources here. We got plenty of sources. I mean, pages and pages. Black Sun, that's breaking street code. Oh, I mean, I'm sorry. I'm just well, Fanny said it herself. Hell, Fanny said, look, hold on. Fanny said it herself. So you're right. I mean, Fanny said it herself. But again, just not to confuse people, I think Fanny meant do as I say, but not as I do. I think, is that a code too, Kelly? Do as I say, but not as I do. Is that a code? Is that a street code? Do as I say, not as I do. Kelly, educate me, Kelly. Remember, I'm the square. Remember, I'm the one who's listening to heavy metal. I'm the square. Let me know. If I'm the boss, wait, that's That's a code too. Oh, okay. So, okay. As long as I'm the boss, I can screw around. I can date employees, but as long as you're under me, you're not to do that. If I hire you, you can't do that, but I can do that. So that's the perk of being the boss. Is that what you're saying, Kelly? Is that the code? The bosses can do what they want. They can date. They can screw around. They can travel on. I don't know where in the code it says you can travel on taxpayers' dollars. Is that a code, Kelly? Traveling on the state taxes of the citizens, going to Norwegian cruise lines and goddamn Caribbean cruise. Is that in the code too? Just let me know, Kelly. I want to know what I'm paying for. Like, if I'm paying for a vacation, I like to be the one going on the vacation. Thank you very much. Two things I do not pay for. Even for my own kids, I don't pay for their habits, meaning if they drink and smoke, I don't pay for those things. So if I don't do it for my kids, I'm not going to do it for a grown person, not for my woman either. I'm not going to pay for nobody's habits, and I'm not going to pay for anybody's good times. I'm not going to do that. Yes, because look what they're worth when they come in. Look at what they're worth when they come in. Yeah. Look at what they're worth when they come in. Let's see if MD got some more goodies for us. Because MD, like Kelly said, within 5 years, they're multimillionaires. Multimillionaires. Okay, I guess that's a good way to look at it. But let's look at Kelly. Would you say that Bill Clinton and Hillary, they're multimillionaires? I guess it did work out for them because they're allowed to leave the country after that goddamn Epstein. See, that's a whole nother show. See, Kelly, look what you done did. You done made me go over to the Epstein Island. Because we know Bill and Hillary. Hey, everybody give MD. Woo! Everybody puts a 1 for MD or just give a clap emoji. Damn, MD, you got the receipts. Thank me later. Well, I will, MD. MD, I didn't even realize how much stuff you were sending me in the damn messenger, man. You went ape shit. MD went ape shit with the goddamn receipts, man. And goddamn, MD, you know it's more coming. I think MD knows it's more coming from Jocelyn Wade. Oh, wait until the 30th when they unseal that. This is just an appetizer. MD went ape shit with the receipts. Damn, MD. See, MD is by the book. He's by the book. He's by the Constitution. And once those receipts come out, and then once they, wait until the 15th. Oh, MD gonna be all over this thing. Oh, MD gonna be all over it. Oh, MD's gonna be on it. Shout out to MD, man. Shout out to MD, brother. You're on it. You're on it, doggone it. You went ape shit with the goddamn receipts. You went ape shit with the goddamn receipts, MD. So, okay, y'all. Trump is expected to speak we got 2 hours. So, what I'm going to do, yeah, MD went crazy with this. Goddamn, MD, you went crazy with this right here. Do as I say, not as I do. And she was down there at, that's Yanga's thing, People's TV. She was down at People's TV. Look at damn Fannie Willis down at People's TV. She said, Black Son, if you look up the net worth of those governors, senators, etc., they have long money. Most of them are connected to big names. I should have said lots of generational wealth. Right. And I'm glad you said that because, well, let's just say they have enough money to get redacted off of Epstein's list. So yeah, that's big money. When you have money to get your name redacted out of Epstein's flight list, yeah, that's a lot of money. I agree, Kelly. I totally agree. I totally agree with that. I absolutely 100% agree. You got to have long money to get your name. First of all, send FBI down to Epstein Island to get those flight logs and then to redact that shit. Oh, you had to get money. They called and said, yeah, your name's on that list. But if you cash at me, we could have you redacted. But I'm going to need some of that long money. So, oh yeah, trust me, everybody that was redacted off that list got long money, Kelly. They got long money. Oh yeah. They got long money, Kelly. So, man, I hope everybody is having a good evening. MD said thank him later. I will thank you later, MD. I know you want to put your 2 cents in here, man. What we need is does this require a thought box from MD? Well, of course, you're going to decide whether you want to do a thought box on that. It sounds like a thought box, MD, but but MD wants to wait till more shit comes out because he don't want to do a thought box until he is flooded with receipts. When he's doing this with the receipts, then he's going to do a thought box. When he's doing this, see, he just here you go, Black Son. Here's a receipt for you. That's what he did. Oh, and here's the video from Fannie Willis. There you go. But no, when MD's doing this, then he's going to do a thought box. When he got the receipts on his back, oh god damn, this shit is heavy. Then he's going to do a thought box. But this was just like a mail call. Yeah, Black Son, we got Fannie Willis video, and yeah, we got some receipts. There you go, Black Son. He just did a quick mail call. Right. That's what MD did. Oh man, Kelly said, I had to argue with someone this morning who was saying that Trump was hanging out at the island multiple times. People just say anything. No, Trump is the one that snitched on him because they tried. Man, oh gosh. With Trump beating the hell out of Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, and Joe Biden, don't you think they would have? They were waiting. They were salivating. Oh, we know Trump is on that list. And when Trump wasn't on that list, they were like, damn, they were mad Trump wasn't on that list. They were mad as hell, Kelly. Oh, gosh. Yeah, they reaching, Kelly. That's all I can say. I'm not going to even entertain that because trust me, if Trump was on that list, if Trump was on that goddamn Epstein list, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. I wouldn't be doing the show right now. I wouldn't be having that flag, that receipt right now. No, man, Trump, no. But yeah, let's get back to MD, man. So yeah, MD, man, when he gets then he's going to do a thought box. He ain't, no, this was just a mail call. Yeah, mail call, Black Son. Yeah, we got Fannie Willis. And we got Mr. Wade's receipts. That's it. So that's nothing. That's nothing to MD. That's nothing. That's nothing to MD. MD's like, man, here you go, Black Son. That's a little something for you. That's nothing. See, what's going on, Darkness? What's going on? Hey, Darkness, man, you need to subscribe to Reality Temple on Earth. Reality's Temple on Earth. I got your stuff. You need to subscribe to Reality's Temple on Earth, and you need to be a guest on Reality's Temple on Earth. You need to go there. So next time, reach out to Angels Up 7. You and Angel need to have a discussion. Y'all need to have a discussion. And trust me, just tell him Black Son sent you. He'll get you on there, bro. Because he watches the show. He watches the show. So Underrated Darkness. Make sure you reach out to Angels Up 7, Reality's Temple on Earth. Brother, you have to go on that show. Just trust me. Trust me. You got to go on the show. Kelly Ray's in the house. Underrated's in the house. Facts. Yeah, Deacon said facts. Yeah, if Deacon be over there, man, Deacon will tell you, man. you need to go on Reality's Temple on Earth. And let me know when you go over there, because I'm gonna be there front and center, man. You and Angel need to have a discussion. Y'all need to have a discussion. I want to see you and Angel have a discussion. You need to go over there, Deacon, my brother. So yeah, man, you definitely need to go over to Reality's Temple on Earth. Deacon will tell you, Twin will tell you, yeah, you need to go over there. You need to subscribe. You need to go over there, set up a show where you guys can do a sit down. And I would like to come up, man. I'll just mute Mike and I'll just sit back and let y'all, man, chat it up, man. So yeah, shout out to Angels Number 7. Shout out to Unrated Darkness. You need to go on that show. You need to go on that show ASAP. Let's see. I'll be back in a few. I'm good. Underrated. I hope you're doing okay. All right, Kelly. We'll be here. Like I said, if I'm not doing the show, I'm gonna stream the show. Like I said, they're doing the rally now, but they're waiting on Trump. Trump ain't gonna speak until about 6:30, so we still got like an hour and a half, 2 hours. So I will be here, but I'll be streaming. But you know, I saw you and them MD yesterday. Oh, Black Sun probably playing video games. Damn, I can't play video games no more when I come on here, man. I got to come in this room so y'all know there ain't no video games in this room, man. There's no video games in here, so I can't do shows from the damn bedroom no more because they get on me, man. They get on me. Deacon, my brother, 100%. Yeah, twins agreeing, man. Darkness, you need to go on Reality's Temple on Earth. In fact, go pull it up right now. Pull up Reality's Temple on Earth right now and subscribe. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the subscribe button and send him a little message saying, Black Sun suggested that I come up on your panel. Do that. Okay, so MD said, when the judges rules, I respond. Oh, whoo. Y'all see that? Y'all see that, right? MD said, when the judges, because not only will the judge respond on the 15th, but the judges are going to respond on the 30th. MD, does that count with unsealments too? Oh yeah, of course. It's because the judge is going to say we're going to unseal this case. So yeah, judge. So we expect MD to respond on the 30th when they unseal the divorce case in Cobb County Superior Court, and also when they decide we're going to proceed with this hearing on the 15th. But MD's not going to speak into it until the judge in Cobb County and Fulton County make it official. So we're going to get 2 responses. In fact, I'm thinking, you know what? We're going to get MD's thought box. I'm calling it MD. We're going to get MD's thought box when they unseal it on the 30th, and we're going to get MD's thought box on February 15th when they proceed with the hearings, when they start to bring the evidence forward. Oh, because they got a mountain of evidence. They got a mountain of evidence. Thanks to Jocelyn Wade. Thank you, Jocelyn Wade. Thanks to the scorned wife. The one, Fannie Willis, broke the home, wrecked the home of Miss Jocelyn Wade. Oh, yeah. She got mountains of receipts. That one receipt that MD sent, he's like, oh, here you go, Black Sun. That was just an appetizer. So, yeah, MD, get ready. Get ready to do 2 thought boxes. One on the 30th when they unseal it in Cobb County, and in Fulton County when they proceed forward with the hearing. But again, like I said, I know MD, you're not into ethics violation, but in the world of lawyers and attorneys and judges, this is a very big deal. It's a very, 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 very big deal. It is a very big deal. Let's see. Jocelyn, who colluding with Trump? That's what Fannie said. That's what that in the article, I believe, what article was it? It was the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Fannie said that Jocelyn is colluding with Trump and she's interfering with the case. Case interference, just like she's trying to charge Donald Trump with election interference. She's putting it out there that Jocelyn Wade is interfering with the Trump case. No, Fanny. We want you to respond to the subpoena. We want you to respond to the subpoena in Cobb County on an ongoing divorce case. You know that your boyfriend, yeah, your boyfriend's ex-wife want you to come to court. What's going on, Tequila? No, Tequila, Annette. Tequila, Annette. Okay. So yeah, man. Reality's Temple. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Here you go, Deacon. Darkness. Hit that link. Hit that link. Darkness, you hit that link. Reach out to Angel and let us know when you're going to be on the panel. Angel Stepping Up 7. When you see this video, let us know when you're going to get Darkness on there. I want to be front and center. She said yes. That's correct. Hello. Hey, how you doing, sis? How you doing, sis? Uh-oh.
Peace. What's going on? What's happening? Coming to you live from Kroger. What's going on?
What's going on, MD? Damn, boy.
I can't call it. Hey, again, man. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm not going, even with the breadcrumbs I dropped you yesterday.
Right.
To me, until the judge ruled, who am I to say anything about anything? All I did was drop the bank statement.
Yep.
And the hypocritical video. That's all I did.
Do as I say, not as I do.
That's all I said. She said any supervisors under her will be fired for having a relationship in the DA's office. I said, well, damn, like what?
Well,
so,
she just
the only person that can have that cake and eat it too is you, huh?
Do as I say, not as I do.
Damn. Well, just like Kanye said, man, no one man should have all that power. In this case, woman, I guess.
What? Yep.
Hey, what's going on, man?
MD, how hard is it get? Well, because you got news medias, you got lawyers in the back that we don't know about trying to open up an unsealment. How hard it is to open up an unsealed case or sealed case?
Well, I mean, it's not. The judge got complete total control of that, so
okay,
the judge can do it at any point in time, as long as it's not affecting any other open cases that it might be. But
it's a
the
divorce
judge can do that at any time. But again, like I said to you, I believe this was yesterday. Like as far as like the sealing of any documents or anything that was used in the divorce case, I mean, if that's the whole point of the judge saying that Fannie Willis had 2 weeks. I don't necessarily look at it as an unsealment. I look at it as what evidence was filed during the divorce hearing. But give me 1 second.
Okay. We won't wait till MD comes back because I think MD is addressing Fulton County, but he's not addressing Cobb County. We're talking about I'll wait until he gets back. I don't want to speak for MD, but I just want to make sure he understands that there are two different cases in the divorce, in the whole, okay. So there's a divorce case in Cobb County that they're pushing to unseal. And then there's a case in Fulton County Superior Court that they want to do the hearing as far as the ethics violation. So we got a divorce case that's sealed that they want to unseal, and we got an ethics violation. They both relate, but they're both two different courts. So we got one in Fulton County Superior Court, and we got one in Cobb County Superior Court. So I want to just make sure MD, I want to make sure we on the same page with that. Cause I mean, yeah. Okay. So Underrated said, thanks. I got it. Plus I left a message on his last live. Okay, good. Underrated. Make sure I don't miss that. Angels Nothing Up 7. Make sure I don't miss that. Y'all don't do a show without letting Black Sun know, because I want to be there front and center, man. I want to see the meeting of the minds. Brother Black Sun, I got it. Okay, good, good, good. I want to see the meeting of the minds there. And I want to be present. I want to be present. And I want to be present when Darkness and Angels Stepping Up 7 have a discussion. We're going to get a lot of wisdom out of that. It's going to be fire. That's right, Deacon. It is going to be fire. It is going to be fire. So I can't wait. I hope Angel sets that up real soon and give me the date, and I will simulcast, stream that. Shout out to Angels Stepping Up 7. Shout out to Underrated.
It's not all gonna fit back here.
Okay, so he's still at Kroger. MD's still at
Hey,
Kroger.
hey, Underrated Darkness and Angel Snuffing Up, man. That's gonna be an explosion, man.
That's gonna be fire, right? That's why I said, okay, I'm assuming MD want to be there too. So y'all make sure not only do I get the goddamn invite, make sure MD get the invite, because neither one of us want to miss that. We want to goddamn see that show. Meeting of the minds right there. That's gonna be fire. That is gonna be fire. Shout out to Angels Up No 7. Shout out to Darkness. Me. Yeah, you Underrated. Yeah, let us know. Let us know when you get on that show. Let us know when you get on that show. So, MD, are you able to talk? Because I wanted to ask you real quick if you knew that there were two different cases. Okay.
Yeah, my fault, man. I'm picking up my groceries from Kroger, man. I did online pickup, man.
Oh, okay, no problem. Okay, so you're getting his groceries in the car. Okay, no problem, MD. No problem. Because I wanted to get your take on the two cases. Because and I think MD understands there's two cases. They're two separate cases. I think he understands that. So the more cases, the more delay. This is gonna shout out to Angels Stepping Up 7. He said, yeah, this is a delay tactic. And I agree with it. But it's a juicy delay tactic. And based on what Fannie Willis said in the video, it's a distraction, but it's a good distraction. When a distraction is good and juicy and entertaining. Oh yeah, nothing beats what better distraction. What's going on, Yessie? What's going on?
Hey, speaking of juicy, I don't know if you gave your take on this yet or not.
Okay.
And speaking of juicy and collusion, why is everybody colluding against my candidate Nikki Haley? And now they've exposed the cheating scandal.
Oh shit!
Like what's going on here?
Oh well, let me bring up an article. Glad you brought. You know what?
Oh shit! All shit.
Let me bring up an article. In fact, I'll let you choose which resource you want to use, because everybody's all over this one. Husband, I'm gonna let you choose, because I know you're very fickle about resources. So I'm gonna let you choose, MD. You're gonna have the honor of choosing which source you want to use. So here we go. Do you want to use? I typed in Nikki Haley cheats on husband. Would you like to use? I don't know. You want to use a Daily Mail? Is that okay?
Daily Mail is fine. I ain't got no issue with the Daily Mail. I mean.
Okay, I just, because, but everybody's on it. Because, some tabloids on this, but it's some news. I just want to make sure I get your approval. Okay, so this is by the Daily Mail. We're doing a share screen. Okay, y'all. Let me blow this up. Okay, so let me blow this up. Let me blow this thing up. Boom. Uh-oh, hold on. Hit the wrong button. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. The Daily Mail. I got to do another share screen, man. My dang computer's tripping. Okay, we got to go to Nikki Haley. Boom. Okay, so this is for MD, everybody. Let me close this. What, a paywall? No, we're not doing no paywall. Okay. Shout out to MD. So this is what we're doing. So let me do a share screen. Can everybody see that right there? Okay, so let's get to it. It says here, Nikki Haley did cheat on husband Michael, had affairs with an S with her comms consultant and a married South Carolina lobbyist before she became governor, sworn affidavits and new witnesses claim. Whew. Presidential candidate Nikki Haley falsely denied cheating on her husband when she was accused of engaging in 2 extramarital affairs during her gubernatorial campaign. Multiple sources who worked with her claim new witnesses have found foretelling DailyMail.com that Haley denials of 2 alleged 2008 affairs are false and that the supposedly trials were brazen and widely known among South Carolina politicals. So she's saying that these dudes are gigolos and she didn't go nowhere near them. But everybody known they were gigolos, even though one was married. You know a lot of information there, Nikki. Will Folks, 49, and Larry Merchant, 61, both signed affidavits in 2010. What the hell? Oh, shit. Hold on, y'all. This paywall shit. I'm sorry. Okay. Will Folks, 49, and Larry Merchant both signed affidavits in 2010. Allegedly, they had a sexual relationship with the then South Carolina lawmaker before she went into becoming governor. While the consent of the affidavits were described only major news outlets at the time, this is the first time they have been published outside of Folks' own document, which he published on his blog. Haley, 51, denied both at the time, saying she was 100% faithful to her father of her 2 children and husband of 28 years. Michael Haley, who was deployed in Afghanistan with the National Guard in 2012, Haley now frequently cites him as a reason for her presidential candidacy. I thought it was damn. Wait, I thought damn it was goddamn Hillary Clinton. But let's keep moving. That's a whole nother topic. So this is the guy here. I don't know if you can see this, MB. I know you're on the road. This guy here on the left, who is a lobbyist, and this guy on the right, who is a consultant. So these are the 2 guys that signed affidavits. They signed affidavits, and I'm guessing neither one of these guys know each other, but they know Nikki Haley allegedly. They know some Nikki Haley. Black Son, I need your email. Let me give you my email. Arena ATL at gmail.com. There you go, darkness. Boom. There you go. There go my email, brother. Here you go, brother. I think my computer going slow. Sorry about that. So yeah, these 2 gentlemen right here signed affidavits saying, yeah, they. So let's keep it moving. So, and they said, signed affidavits obtained by Daily Mail and now multiple witnesses. This sounds like a damn Fannie Willis case. Multiple witnesses have claimed Haley had sexual relationships with Colombian lobbyist Larry Merchant Jr., 61. This is Larry on the left. That's Larry on the left. And her communications consultants, Will Folks, she was elected governor in 2010. So this is okay. So the consultant on so this is a lobbyist on the left and the consultant on the right. Most of them wearing them nice suits there. They got both of them wearing them nice suits and ties. Yeah. Okay, so let's scroll down here. Let's see. It says multiple GOP insiders told DailyMail.com that they were intimately aware of Haley's infidelity as South Carolina lawmaker, including tales of steamy liaisons in the back of her Cadillac SUV. Wait a minute. Hold on. Because these guys got not. Wait a minute. Hold up, MD. Hold up. Men of this caliber are not supposed to be having sex in back of a Cadillac. You're supposed to goddamn get a room. You're supposed to get a room, people. Only goddamn high school kids have sex in back of cars. Like, what kind of, come on now. Talk to me, MD.
what you want me to say, man? I'm listening to the report like you is. I don't know what's going on.
But if
I
you
don't know
gonna
what's going on.
only high school kids have sex in back of cars, man. Grown people don't do that shit. Not grown people with money. We get hotel rooms.
All right, Black Star, let's keep it real. Let's keep it real in this answering of this question, right?
Okay.
First and foremost, I find it ironic that all of this is happening in parallel with what's going on with Fannie Willis. But also,
I'm glad you said that.
do you think, huh?
I'm glad you said that. Yes, I'm glad you said that.
So the question would be, who put the hit out on Nikki Haley? Who put the hit out? Who put the hit out and serendipitously put this out when New Hampshire is only a few days away? Who did it?
You sound like goddamn you sound like Fannie Willis now. Trump is in cahoots with goddamn Jocelyn Wade. You sound like
I didn't name him, you did. So, you know, but I'm trying to figure out trying to figure out who put the hit out on Nikki Haley.
Well, put your tinfoil hat on, Alex Jones.
I guess that's what I got to put on. What was it? The ass eater Vivek. Do Vivek got anything to do with this?
Hey, you can say goddamn. Was it goddamn Ron DeSantis?
Was it Ron DeSantis? I don't know.
Ron DeSantis, he dropped out of New Hampshire and went straight to South Carolina.
He did.
Okay.
He just bypassed New Hampshire because he know he's not gonna do well in New Hampshire.
And went straight.
It's already a given.
And went straight.
So he just said, "Fuck it, I'm going straight to South Carolina."
Okay.
And now this comes out. Like, come on, man. I got to play X-Files just for a little bit. Just for a little bit, man. And as far as I know, no addressing of the allegations have come out in regards to Nikki Haley. I don't believe she said anything.
I think they said she denied it in the report, in the thing.
Well, she denied it when it was initially posed out. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's right.
I don't know if she made an official statement recently. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, man, we got to play who done it.
Oh shit.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, we know who released those guys. Well, yeah. I mean, damn, MD. All I can say is we know who goddamn released those goddamn plane ticket files on that Capital One card. We do know who did that, right? MD. Okay, I think he's doing his groceries again. Doing the groceries again. I think we do know who did that, right, MD? But yeah, man, yeah, you're right. MD he's making a good point. This is funny how this all comes up right before the New Hampshire primary. Because the New Hampshire primary is basically Nikki Haley's Hail Mary. That's her Hail Mary, man. Nikki Haley's Hail Mary is New Hampshire. That's her Hail Mary. That's her Hail Mary, you know. And what Nikki Haley is hoping is that she could win New Hampshire in order to get momentum. That's why I say it's a Hail Mary, because the rest of the states, if you look at the poll numbers, I mean, Trump is way ahead. And the closest state that she is to Trump is New Hampshire. So New Hampshire is the Hail Mary. New Hampshire is the last stand, is the last stance for Nikki Haley. That is her last hope. Her last hope. And now this comes out. Infidelity? Republicans ain't going for that. A wife cheating on a soldier, going to Afghanistan with not one but two men. See, a person, and let me just play devil's advocate. A person can say, well, you know, I stumbled, as I'm going to quote Fannie Willis, we should be allowed to stumble one time, but twice? Twice? Hold on here. Let me scroll this thing back up. Not once, Miss Haley, but twice. Not once, but twice. So you slipped on the banana, peel twice. It's like when you go down, you're walking down let's say a damn cafeteria and somebody mopped the floor and you slip. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna be cautious next time so I don't slip again. You slipped twice there, Nikki Haley. You slipped twice. Did you not learn the first time when it said, what was this little sign? Floor is a slippery, caution. Slippery when wet. Slippery when wet. And you slipped twice. Slippery when wet, and you slipped twice. You slipped twice, Mr. Nikki Haley. And these two men, like I said, these two men right here in these nice suits. One of them, goddamn, I don't know which one is the goddamn cheapskate, the goddamn take you in back of an Escalade, like goddamn get a hotel room. Shit. You got to damn, you're in a car and you got to, man, no, only high school kids do that. Then you got to take clothes and you got to, man, that shit is uncomfortable. Just get a room, got the bed laid out, and you just throw your clothes off and jump on the bed. But no, y'all damn doing the, get over here. Let me take my pen. Y'all doing the, what the hell? I'm sorry, but that's not enjoyable.
Hey, Black Son. Hey, I'm gonna go and drop down, man, because I'm about to get put these groceries up. Hey,
no problem.
If I catch you before the rally start, I'll be back up.
Okay, tempo.
All right, peace, y'all.
All right, peace. Okay, so that's okay. Speaking of rally, y'all, I think I'm gonna get to it because I think I said enough, man. We done showed goddamn Fanny. We went from Fanny to Nikki Haley. We did a little bit of, we don't even acknowledge Kamala over here. We don't acknowledge Kamala. Kamala Harris is totally irrelevant, so we're not going to even get into her. But shout out to goddamn Kelly Ray. Kelly Ray brought up Kamala Harris, but Kamala Harris is totally irrelevant. Totally irrelevant. Let's see here. Fixer decreases, aiming. Are they serious about this? Okay, AP costs. Yeah, I see. Okay, hold on. Let's see here. Okay, y'all, I'm trying to. Okay, y'all, I'm going to show this real quick, man. Rob Ryder. Happy birthday to Rob Ryder. Okay, man. Okay, we'll get a happy birthday to Rob Ryder here. I'm going to share this real quick. For y'all that fans of the Warriors, Rob Ryder's birthday today. Rob Ryder, happy birthday to Rob Ryder, who appears as the Purple Fury and as the Big Punk. Okay. All right, y'all. So we're going to get to this rally. Let me do a share screen. Let's get to it. Let me do a share screen. Yep, we're going to get to it, y'all. Shout out to RSBN. Shout out to RSBN. And we're going to get to it, y'all.
Fair elections. I want paper ballots. Look at the caucus. What is a caucus? We meet in small groups. We vote on paper ballots. We're counted by multiple people to verify the numbers. If we have that, we should have zero discrepancies. So they didn't. They counted them in less than an hour and a half.
So true. not only the perspective, sometimes when you're so close to something, you can't see around you. But you look at people from other countries, other leaders, whether it's Viktor Orban or actually a former leader, Boris Johnson, actually says the world would be more stable under Trump. He mocks the global woke-rati, as in like woke, you go broke, for trembling so violently at the idea of Trump returning to the White House.
Yeah.
I mean, they see it out there, we see it here.
Yeah. George Soros' son was at the Davos speaking World Economic Forum and just said yesterday that President Trump is one of the greatest threats to not only this country, but to the world. And I think that is unbelievable. And they're so threatened by him, but yet what they talk about is really breaking down this whole democracy. They don't like our format. I'll use the words of John Cooper, lead singer of Skillet, that our fruit tastes bitter to them. They want nothing of it. It doesn't matter how you position our fruit, they don't want it. So that's why we have to absolutely get in the trenches and fight for this country, figuratively, not literally.
Exactly.
But fight for everything that we fight for our Constitution, defend our Constitution, and stand up when it's being violated. And we didn't do that during COVID. We let them completely steamroll over all of our rights during COVID.
And to your point, a few of these so-called leaders around the world that are trying to control the people, it's not only Donald Trump that they don't like. It is all of us, the genuine, good-hearted people of this land. And whether you're a Republican or Democrat, if you're a Democrat watching this, hello, thank you for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. But at the end of the day, a good-hearted person, maybe, there's some thoughts or some brainwashing that went on. That's why some people have these leftist ideologies. But at the end of the day, it's still about freedom. And you, me, and all of us in this arena, and whoever's watching this network. So, yeah, that's what we're up against at the end of the day.
Yeah, it is about that. And, of course, it's about a better way of life. And, I love the videos that you see on Instagram or, Facebook Reels or whatever, of people in the inner city when they're asked on the street, Trump or Biden, and you hear Trump from people that you wouldn't necessarily think would say Trump, because we've been told that the inner city is all Democrat. They're all going to vote for Biden. I don't think that applies this year. I think you're going to have a percentage of people that just are going to, I call them low information voters, who are going to absolutely buy into the lies they've been told by the DNC. But for the most part, I think you're going to see people know that their life is not safer. They're not stronger financially. And this is a different world under the Biden administration. It is 5:28 here local time. We're going to take a quick commercial timeout. We are live here in Manchester, New Hampshire. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and Activity Book and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder,
Senior Pastor of Crossing Light Church, Sean Foster, as he leads us in today's invocation.
Do we have any patriots out there? Such a great sound. Our nation is in serious crisis. Scripture tells us we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. We need divine assistance. We need God to hear our prayers, intervene, and restore our great nation. Would you open up this epic event tonight by joining together with me in praying the Lord's Prayer? Let's go. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed it be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Heavenly Father, we thank you that you are greater than the greatest challenges and the most dire situations we face on this earth. You are our Father in heaven. We have this unshakable hope that you care about what is happening in our lives and even our nation. We thank you that you chose to be involved in humanity. You have asked us to pray for your will to be done on earth as it is in heaven. You answer our prayers. You grant provision, and you meet our needs, even our daily bread. You offer such mercy, redemption, and forgiveness, forgiving our trespasses through the work of Jesus Christ on the cross. You guide us and give us wisdom, leading us away from temptation and delivering us from evil. Today, we join together and pray for this one great nation under God and ask for your intervention. Forgive us our trespasses, the pride, the lying tongues, the hands that shed innocent blood, the hearts that devise wicked plans and false witnesses who breathe lies. Expose the corruption and the injustice. Oh God, wash over us, be with us, pour out your presence, establish your peace in the nations, bring relief to those who are subject to grave injustice. Let your hand rest on the upcoming elections. Preserve them with integrity. Lord, close doors that no man can open and open doors that no man can shut. We pray for President Trump. Continue to strengthen him, protect him, grant him courage, and guide him with your wisdom and counsel. We pray in the name above all names, in the name of Jesus, restore America as a light unto the nations and make America great again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former New Hampshire State Representative Al Baldessaro as he leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hoorah! Hoorah! Before we do the pledge, I just want you to know, if you're a veteran like me that had cancer twice, if it wasn't for President Trump, New Hampshire doesn't have a VA hospital. As the chairman of Veterans Affairs Committee in New Hampshire, Donald Trump came to New Hampshire and took care of veterans. He made damn well sure we had community care and every veteran could be seen by the best of doctors in the country. So, but to my fellow veterans, you need to call other veterans and their families, brothers, sisters, cats, dogs, get them out to vote because they're ready to cut our benefits. They're ready to means test it. We need Donald Trump to put a stop to it. Okay, thank you. I would say the pledge. Where's the flag here? There we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Jana El Sayed to sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Hillsborough County Attorney John Coughlin.
Good evening, Manchester. Wow, that's a tough act to follow. I don't know why I got put right after that incredible voice, but I did. My name is John Coughlin. I'm the Hillsborough County Attorney. Many people do not know what a county attorney does. We are responsible for nearly all felony prosecution in Hillsborough County. We are the largest prosecution agency in the state. We prosecute about 35% of all felony matters in the state, ranging from manslaughter, negligent homicide, attempted murder, felonious sexual assault, robberies, and drug-related crimes.
Fight the cartel!
Here in Manchester, we have the University of New Hampshire, the Majestic Theater, the Palace Theater, professional baseball, great restaurants, and this fantastic venue. The quality of life and community safety are vital to New Hampshire. We are in danger of losing this. We are flooded with illegal drugs coming from our unprotected borders. In 2022, New Hampshire had 463 confirmed deaths. I want to present you with an analogy for our presidential choice. Imagine Joe Biden. Well, he's simply sitting on his living room couch. It could be the White House, it could be Camp David, it could be the Caribbean vacation home of a friend, or his beach house in Delaware. He's sitting on the couch and he's watching Looney Tune cartoons. He begins to feel a drip on his head, and he looks up. And what does he see? He sees the ceiling is wet. right above him. The ceiling continues to drip and drip and drip and drip, and then leads into a steady stream of water. He grabs an umbrella. He opens it up, and he continues to watch Looney Tunes. After a few minutes, it begins to really pour down. Eventually and slowly, he gets up and goes into the kitchen for a cup of coffee. Once he gets into the kitchen, he forgot why he was there. So he grabs an ice cream out of the freezer. After finishing his snack, he saunters up the stairs to the bathroom. What does he see? The bathtub is overflowing. The water's running full blast and pours out of the tub and onto the floor. Joe looks around and ponders what to do. He decides that he would take care of the problem. So he reaches for a washcloth and he starts to mop up the floor. That is his solution. Now, Donald Trump, he's sitting on a couch in the living room, and he's reading 2024 economic reports. He hears the water upstairs running. Without hesitation, he leaps from the couch and runs up the stairs. He enters the bathroom. Immediately, he sees the bathtub overflowing. He acts decisively. He quickly turns off the flow of water into the tub and stops the water from entering into the tub. He then pulls the drain to begin emptying the tub. He then grabs the largest bath towels available and starts to mop up the floor. That is his solution. It's our choice. Donald Trump needs your support. Otherwise, we will just sit there until the sky falls in. The choice, Joe Biden's incompetence and indecisiveness. Donald Trump, decisiveness and proven leadership. He will make America great again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Belknap County Sheriff Bill Wright.
What an awesome group out here tonight. This right here is the definition of MAGA, right here. All of you in here. So I am the first sheriff here in our state to endorse Donald Trump for president. I know that you all didn't come here to listen to me talk, but that's what you get until President Trump gets here. So I want to talk about a couple things. One of them is Donald Trump's support for law enforcement. What did he do? Well, he stood up against defunding of the police. How many of you remember defunding of the police? We're not putting up with that here in our state, and Donald Trump wouldn't put up with it either. During his tenure as president, he confirmed through his presidency 230 federal judges. He got 3 conservative Supreme Court justices confirmed. He signed the First Step Act. He promoted the second chance hiring. Again, those who committed crimes, they did their time. He's saying they need to get back to work. He signed the executive order to prevent violence against law enforcement. And he continues to meet with ground level forces about what's going on in our country. He's also one that wants to cut through the bureaucracy that happens here in law enforcement. He's also supporting stronger border protection, which is the #1 enemy that we have right now against our state. I heard somebody earlier yell something when the Hillsborough County Attorney was out here about cartels. Yeah, so I'll get into that. This is about borders. So we've had an unprecedented amount of border crossings, which are happening even today, since Donald Trump has left office. It's time to get him back into office. The cartels right now are taking advantage of having a weak administration. It's time to take that back. It's time to continue to build that wall and to get Donald Trump reelected as our president. It's time to get Donald Trump in place, to get the policies back in place where we no longer do catch and release like the current administration, that we're actually doing catch and deport, send them back to where they came from. Did I mention that we need Donald Trump in office to finish that wall? To finish that wall. So I heard the first sergeant up here, and he was talking about military, Marines. I was a Marine. And there's one thing that Donald Trump made sure, that we had a strong military force. He made sure that he went and visited our injured and ill troops. He also made sure that we started talking about building VA medical centers like the one that he wants to build here when he becomes president, here in the state of New Hampshire. He wants to build another one here in Manchester, state of the art, to support our veterans. Donald Trump also successfully managed foreign diplomacy. That's one thing that's not really talked about. He made sure that there were our foreign enemies that are from like Russia and China and North Korea, that these people actually sat at the table and listened to exactly what he said. We didn't go to war during his presidency, but guess where we're at now? So we need him back in office and make sure that he says that we're not going to enter never-ending wars or conflicts. About the economy, what about our economy? Well, I can tell you I like Trump's gas prices. I also like Trump's price of food, his goods and services, and basically what I consider Trump economics. It's putting America first. That's exactly what we need to do, is put Trump back into office where we have America first again. We are the people, and we have to show up at the polls. We have to vote. We have to get our friends, our families, our neighbors out to vote. America is at stake. Vote for Donald Trump. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Chairman of Manchester's Aldermanic Board, Joseph Kelly Levasseur.
Oh boy, it's going to be too dark. Welcome everybody to Manchester. First, I'd like to say thank you, Iowa. Thank you for sending President Trump to New Hampshire with a historic win. And better yet, putting him in a great mood. His speech will be even more fun than usual. Tonight's going to be a big one. New Hampshire will not let Iowa, the country, or Donald Trump down on Tuesday. And no, we're going to win. Thank you, Donald Trump, for coming to New Hampshire so many times over the last 9 years and keeping our first in the nation primary alive. How sad is it that Joe Biden gave our beautiful, very politically engaged state the middle finger? That's right. That's right. By refusing to show up here. I hope New Hampshire Democrats remember that in November. If he's on the ballot, of course. Of course, we know why Biden wouldn't come here. His approval ratings are so low, he would lose to Vermin Supreme. And yes, America, there is a candidate on the ballot named Vermin Supreme. My name is Joseph Kelly Levasseur. I am the Alderman at Large for the great city of Manchester. Born and raised in Manchester, I proudly make this city my home. 24 years ago, I was a restaurant owner going to night school to earn my law degree when the late, great Ray Wazorek asked me to run for office to help get this civic center built. I was and still am a reluctant politician, but duty called and I showed up. I won that race. We built this civic center in Manchester, turned its milliard airport in downtown into the envy of the state. 24 years later, I am here on the stage supporting Donald Trump. Nothing in this country is impossible. I met Mr. Trump 8 years ago about the same time when he came to my restaurant for his first town hall with Anderson Cooper. I stood there. I stood there. I didn't know it at the time. I stood there. I wouldn't have let him in the restaurant. I stood there while Anderson Cooper did everything he could to stump Trump, but the Donald wasn't having any of it. He stood firm in his beliefs and would not back down. I knew after his first interview he'd win the Republican primary and he would become president. America got a great man and a great president who delivered his America First agenda. Instead of being an energy importer, we became an energy exporter. Instead of being a doormat to illegal immigrants walking across our border, he created rules and laws to let them in. Instead of getting us into conflicts all over the world like the lamestream media predicted he would, he brought us peace and prosperity. Donald J. Trump, America doesn't just miss you, the world misses you. Damn right. I'm not sure if it's only me, but it feels like 2010 all over again. By the way, how smart was it to raid our president's home? Not very. Americans are ticked off with the foolishness of attacking Trump with never-ending lawfare and obvious election interference. What the Democrats are doing in this country are doing to Donald Trump and his family is shameful. Americans are ticked off, and we want our country back. Americans have had enough of Joe Biden allegedly running this country. Open borders without limitations, high energy costs, ridiculously high inflation, and a world on the edge of war. We need Trump in the White House so Americans can steady their feet and breathe again. If you want proof that Democrat policies are out of touch with ordinary Americans, look no further than Manchester itself. On November 6th, the Democrats in Manchester controlled City Hall with an 11-3 Democrat majority. We had 3 Republicans out of 14. The mayor's seat was also controlled by a Democrat. After 6 long years of Mayor Joyce Craig and her supermajority, the voters in Manchester had seen enough. The next day, Election Day, on November 7th, Democrats, Republicans, Independents turned out to vote and gave the Republicans a majority board. We now have 7 Republicans and a Republican mayor. You are standing here in a Republican-built civic center in the middle of a now red city. Our Manchester citizens want America First policies too. On the day of our swearing in, I was honored to become the first Republican chairman in over 30 years. And yes, I am Trump tough. For the first time in decades, our blue city is red, and we intend to keep it that way. Trump is showing us the way with his determination, selflessness, and tireless energy on how to bring America back from the edge. On November 2nd, this country will be red, and America will quickly be on its way to being great once again. It feels a lot like 2010 all over again, and they never should have raided Trump's house. Pray for Donald Trump. May the Lord keep him and his family safe. I am Joseph Kelly Lavasser. Please join me on January 23rd. Let's send Donald Trump off to South Carolina with a solid win, where he will defeat Hillary Haley in her home state. My red meat crowd, I love you all. I want to thank Steve Stefanik, Chris Ager, my good partners on the Aldermanic Board, Norm Vincent, Ed Sapienza, Chrissy Cantor. And just lastly, I have to say, thank you, Harmeet Dillon, for all you do for Donald Trump and from MAGA. Let's do this on January 23rd and send Trump to the White House. Thank you, Greg Saltz, for this Israeli scarf, our greatest athlete. May they wipe Hamas off the face of the earth.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
You got the radio on, you're singing every song. I'm set on cruise control. I'm slowly losing hope of everything I've got. You're looking so damn hard, and I
imagine here as we make our way into President Trump, who's scheduled to speak in about an hour and 3 minutes. Matthew, it looks like we might be on schedule.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, last night he was scheduled to speak at 8:30 Eastern time. He took the stage at 8:32.
Nice.
Now in Concord, that was last night, and then in Portsmouth, it was a little bit later than that. But you know, at the end of the day, he's in New Hampshire through the weekend. Of course, as we are 72 hours away from the first in the nation primary, which is on January 23rd at 7 o'clock. You can watch live coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
All right, so let's step out in front of here and kind of recap. If you just now joining us, welcome. Yes, this is, I guess, broadcast number 3 with our coverage here in New Hampshire. You've locked down the previous events, and I'm with you for the long haul as we make our way up to the 23rd. So we're glad that you're joining us on here. And if you look at the polling, and it's interesting, we're going to go over a list of things that the Trump team just gave us, and it was basically a guide on Nikki Haley is exactly what that is. So talking points I get her against her, and we're going to bring some of those up here in a second. But, you know, what we're seeing in Iowa is kind of what we're seeing in New Hampshire.
Yeah,
people.
100%. Again, the polls, the people. You can't go wrong if the polls are saying you have a lead and you've got the balance of the people. And that's what we see here.
Yeah.
But we do want to talk about one of our friends at the Birch Gold Group. I mean, the fact is the U.S. dollar is devaluing because of the BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. So there's a backup plan for you. Gold, silver, and precious metals through Birch Gold Group. Text Trump to 9998. And Brian, having that peace of mind is something that needs, you know, there's a lot going on in the world. Let's get the finances taken care of.
Yeah, and they can also show you how to transition from a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA. You're going to save some money on that and secure your investment. Just text the words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. So important that we have past partners like them for tonight. I do want to talk about, I saw a very interesting story yesterday in terms of the airlines and DEI. I saw that United Airlines was more interested in making sure that their pilots met the diversification percentage rather than maybe just making sure we have the best pilots that we can fly.
It's unbelievable.
And you're starting to see, though, Matthew, this movement. I think corporate America and investors and people that were promoting a lot of this nonsense are now realizing that DEI in the financial markets, making that a priority, all of the carbon footprints, all these guidelines that determines whether or not you invest in these companies. It's not about the bottom line. It's not about if they make money. It's just, are there Are they environmentally friendly? You're starting to see that go away because people are realizing that, you know what? There's nothing funny about losing your money, and that's exactly what's happening.
Exactly, and people are waking up, as you mentioned earlier. In droves like never before. Some of the things that we know now about the deep state and others, I didn't know that back in 2010 and in years. I was thinking, these former presidents, they were good, they were conservative, or they were compassionate, they were good people, and then now we know.
We also didn't know about ESG and how that was being forced down companies as well. ESG is a scam. It's a total scam, and it has really impacted the financial markets. It really has, and these companies are less concerned about hiring the best employees, and what they do, they just want to hit their percentages as far as gender and racial percentages. It's not about hiring the best employees, and that's what we've gotten away from. Martin Luther King, which we had that last Monday, this past Monday, would have rolled over in his grave if he knew what was going on in our society right now, where we're not necessarily promoting somebody by the merit and how skilled they are. It's about, let me see, you're white, okay, you're Asian, you're black, you're Hispanic. It's not about that. It should be about what the content of your character, not the color of your skin. But the Democrats have managed to hijack corporate America and promote this ESG, but I think it's beginning to come to an end.
Brian, I think that the country needs a major detox of all of the propaganda and lies that we've heard over the years. We need a detox, reprogram our minds in a good, positive way. And there's a displacement theory, right? So if you've got water in a bucket, well, if you put a bunch of sand in there, what happens to the water? It leaves, and then the sand replaces it. Well, that's what needs to happen for so many minds. Just wake up. I'm waking up still. I still can't believe the amount of atrocities and things that are done behind the scenes against you, the American people. And so we need that detox. We need to get off of the cable news, mainstream media. It's just not doing the job.
Well, I think people are gravitating away from that, and it reflects not only in our ratings, but in other conservative outlets as well. I mean, once we get into the campaign season, really into the campaign season, you're going to see our nightly numbers just about top late night Jimmy Kimmel, top a lot of these news outlets. So people have come across conservative news networks. They have cut the cord to cable without a doubt, and they're basically not going back. And it is, you said this earlier, it is an information war. Alex Jones was right. This is an information war, and it's amazing how I can go back and talk to my mom about, I go back home, I talk about different things that are going on in the news, and a lot of it is very new to her because she watches, ABC Nightly News, she watches CBS Evening News, because we have learned to trust those sources as being accurate and dependable. But in reality, they are only telling you half the story that's going on right now. And they may not be telling you what's fully going on at the southern border. They may not tell you what's fully going on when it comes to funding the war in Ukraine and how corrupt Zelensky and his government has been. They may not tell you all these things. That's the problem. But the good news is Matthew, myself, Christina Bob, Kathleen Cipher, Vanessa Broussard, and others are right here with this network to tell you what's really going on.
Correcting the narrative every day of the week. And not only the correspondents that Brian just named, also the staff at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Again, as you mentioned earlier, Grace Sedania and Summer Lane and Alex Caldwell and others, right? These articles that they are posting on Truth Social and elsewhere are getting traction from the leader of the free world, Donald Trump.
Yeah. I want to re-rack the interview that Christina Bob and myself did a couple of days ago. We've aired it in the previous hours, but I want to set this up real quickly. We get so many emails on all types of topics. I mean, just name it. And we get questions about things that are going on in this country. Well, one of the most frequently asked questions recently has been what's going on in Nevada and why isn't President Trump on the primary ballot for February 6th? Well, come to find out, there is a caucus on February 8th. So I got with Christina Bobb to go over all you need to know about Nevada. Take it away. Brian Glenn from Right Side Broadcasting, and we wanted to come on here real quick and talk about Nevada. Now, we've been getting emails from viewers like you claiming they do not see Donald J. Trump's name on the Nevada primary ballot. And so a lot of people are claiming what's going on in Nevada. Are they trying to keep him off the ballot? Are they trying to block him from being the GOP nominee? Well, we want to get all the facts. To that, we turn to Trump attorney from Save America and our own Christina Bobb joining me to talk about Nevada. And we're going to set the record straight about this meaningless primary that's in Nevada. Let's talk about that. A lot of people may not know there's a primary, but there's also a caucus. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And you're perfect to say it's a meaningless primary. It is a meaningless primary, which is why Donald Trump's name is not on that ballot, as well as Ron DeSantis. If you are a Trump voter, if you want to support Donald Trump for the early state of Nevada, you must go to the caucus on February 8th. There is a primary. It is a meaningless primary that was created as a result of the leftist Democrats in the Nevada state who were embarrassed when Bernie Sanders embarrassed Joe Biden in 2020. They wanted to remove the process from a caucus into a primary, ironically, so that they could control the outcome a little bit better. That's what it looked like anyway. But the Republicans did not migrate over to a primary process. They have maintained the caucus process. All of the delegates for the Republican Party are awarded through the caucus. The candidates have to pick whether they want to be part of the caucus or whether they want to be part of the primary. So any serious candidate who actually wants to win those delegates chose to be part of the caucus, which Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis both chose to be part of the caucus, which is why their names are not on the ballot. So if you want to support Donald Trump, ignore the primary ballot. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump or actually winning the Nevada caucus, and make sure you go to your precinct to caucus for Donald Trump on February 8th.
It's interesting to note that President Trump won the Nevada caucus back in 2016, and it's all about controlling the narrative, and it's nothing more than a publicity play here, because Nikki Haley can go into the primary, win it, and of course the mainstream media will push out the narrative. There'll be social media clips that Haley dominated Nevada, further looking like she's got the momentum going into South Carolina, but by not being on the caucus where the actual delegates matter, it does show a little bit of weakness in her not willing to fight for those actual delegates, but taking the lower path of just getting the social media praise of winning the primary, which is meaningless.
You're exactly right. Democrats removed the process from a caucus process to the primary because they wanted to control the outcome. Republicans in the state rejected it. Republicans say we want it to be a caucus. We want it to be, really from the party and the voters getting together to make this decision. And Nikki Haley gave a nod to her Democrat colleagues, saying that she would play their game and play the primary game, which should be concerning for anybody concerned about election integrity, because it means she trusts the election process better than the caucus process, which any conservative these days I would think would laugh at that. That's a laughable idea. But the reason they switched it was because it's more controllable. It's easier for them to control the outcome of an election than it is a caucus. You're exactly right to say that this really is a publicity stunt. And I think it's a disinformation campaign really from Democrats. And we see a lot of disinformation coming out about this, about if you want to vote Republican, vote in the primary. And it's simply not true. The delegates are awarded in the caucus 2 days later, February 8th. The primary is February 6th. If you want to figure out where your precinct is, you can go to nv.donaldjtrump.com. It's like Nevada, nv.donaldjtrump.com, and figure out where your caucus is, where your precinct is, and make sure you show up and be part of the process.
And if you're thinking about, election integrity, very much like the Iowa caucus, the Nevada caucus does do a paper ballot. They meet in these small groups. They count the ballots right there in front of everyone. They have a total that night, typically a few hours after the close of the caucus. So it's a safe and secure way to cast your ballot. And I think that's what people learned in Iowa as we knew the results at about an hour and 30 minutes into Iowa.
That's exactly right. Imagine that. Republicans wanting paper ballots, same day counting, results displayed in front of everybody. The process is open so people can watch it. It's very transparent. Imagine that it actually works for Republicans and they don't want to change that process. If you want to be a part of the process, show up at your precinct. It's from 5 to 7 p.m. on February 8th. And yeah, get out, be a part of the process, and just help support Donald Trump.
And it's interesting to note they've been doing this since 1981. So they've been doing it for a while. But many of you that might have just moved to the state are a little confused when they got the ballot in the mail and didn't see Trump's name on it. So I think it's important that we clarify all of that right now. And rest assured, if you want to cast your vote for President Trump, you do that in the caucus on February 8th. Christine and Bob, it's always a pleasure. I can't wait to get you back out on the road and stay warm down there in South Florida right now.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Manchester, New Hampshire. You are watching live coverage of a great thing that's about to happen at 7 o'clock. President Trump to take the stage here in front of a packed arena. I'm Matthew Alvarez, Brian Glenn also here on the ground. Before we get to our next interview, I do want to talk to you about Tax Network USA. If you're dealing with any back taxes or filing issues, there's some financial freedom that you can have and peace of mind through this group. So the information that you see on your screen right there, why not give them a shot? Because at the end of the day, they have saved, get this, $14 billion. They brought back $14 billion in back taxes to help people throughout the country. So once again, it's Tax Network USA, a great group, a great Patriot-owned group right there, and one of our awesome sponsors. Now I'd like to shift over to a great person that is from New Hampshire, also the spokesperson for MAGA Inc., Carolyn Levitt. Carolyn, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting.
Yeah, thank you. As always, it's a pleasure.
Yeah, definitely. So Elise Stefanik, the other night, I mean, there was so many left-wing media outlets just throwing all these darts at her, lying, and these questions are all based in lies. Obviously, we know that, but what is the answer for more people to wake up around the country, and what President Trump can do to help that process?
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, you're not going to learn the truth if you watch MSDNC or CNN. You need to watch great networks like RSBN to get the truth these days. But more and more Americans are waking up to that fact that the fake news media has been lying about President Trump for years, ever since he came down that golden escalator. They lied about the Russia collusion hoax. They lied about the 2 impeachments. They supported the Democrats' impeachment inquiry of President Trump for asking about the corruption in Ukraine, while they covered up for the Biden crime family for decades. Now, people realize the media has been lying to them. They also realize the media is covering for Biden and the Democrats, and they feel the tangible difference in their lives between life in Joe Biden's America and life in Donald Trump's America. And so I do think that people are waking up. There is more momentum and energy on the ground for President Trump than I have ever felt in 8 years, and we're very excited about a big win on Tuesday.
Let's take a live look real quick. I mean, you see all of these people here from the state that you're from. It must be awesome to be in this moment right now, personally, but also professionally for you, Carolyn.
Yeah, you know, as you just said that, I felt it for the first time. I've been running around working like crazy, working hard on behalf of the president, but it is really special to start this first week on the job in my home state, a state that I love, and a state that has been hit hard by Biden's policies. We're one of the our state has one of the highest rates of utility bills of any in this country. People are paying an arm and a leg. Many people in this crowd tonight will tell you that they cannot afford to heat their homes this winter because of the cost of home heating oil. We're a state that has been hit really hard by our northern border crisis with Canada. There has been a 550% increase in illegal crossings over the northern border, and we see those illegals in our communities every day. This is a state that has been hit hard, in particular by the opioid crisis, from the fentanyl coming up through our United States southern border. Under President Trump's leadership, overdose deaths here declined by 15% in 2018, and they have since skyrocketed because of Joe Biden's open border policies. There is not one person in this arena tonight, I would bet, that doesn't know someone someone who has lost a loved one, a friend, a family member to the scourge of drug addiction. President Trump understands that. He talks about it every time he comes. And we so desperately need his law and order policies, his secure border policies, and his economic prosperity agenda of jobs and less regulation, lower taxes to get people back to work, get them moving again, and get prices down so they can afford the cost of living, which they can't right now.
What would you like to say to the American people that are watching and may watch this on replay that are genuinely discouraged, concerned, fearful about what's going on in our country? Are there words of comfort that are from you and from Team Trump that can really help?
We understand the frustration, the anger, the fear. We share it too. President Trump shares it. That is why he has decided selflessly to step into the arena and fight again for this country and for you. And it's so incredibly important that you get out and vote and make your voice heard. That is still our right and responsibility as Americans to do that. And you have a right to do it in New Hampshire. You better get your butt to the polls and do that on Tuesday and vote for the man who is fighting for you to make this country safe and prosperous, secure and strong again. And keep the faith, stay in prayer, and we will win this fight in November.
And can you talk about that real quick as the last question here, just a little bit more about the spirituality and the prayer and how important that is as we enter into this huge year, 2024, and what's at stake for our country. You know, a lot of times we talk about this stuff and it's not drama. This is the real deal.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's me or you or anybody talking about it, anybody around the country, that's the issue.
Yeah.
So can you talk to us about where President Trump's stance is on spirituality and prayer for our country?
Well, President Trump says it all the time. We are in a battle of not just Republican versus Democrat, left versus right. We are in a battle of good versus evil. We are in a battle of lunacy versus common sense. And we are on the side of common sense, of truth, of reality. And that's what we need to restore in this country. And it only comes through faith, through having a belief in something bigger than ourselves, something really worth fighting for. And they want, the left and the evil side want to remove faith from the public square. They want to remove it from our schools. They want to remove it from our higher education universities. They want to remove it from our Constitution. This country was founded on those values. In God we trust. It says it on our license plates. It says it on our dollar bills for a reason. And that is because we need faith. It's the bedrock of this country. President Trump knows that. He's fought for it. He's fought for religious liberty when he was president of the United States, and he will do it again. We are in a fight, again, I will say, of lunacy versus common sense. If you want common sense, vote for President Trump.
Truth versus lies, freedom versus tyranny. It can go on every adjective you can think of. Carolyn Levitt, thank you so much again.
Thank you so much.
For joining
God
us
bless
here
you.
at Night Side Broadcasting
Thank
Network.
you.
You too.
Thank you.
Let's take a live look real quick as Carolyn Levitt just steps off the media riser here at the arena. Let's do a little bit of, I know we've got a crowd cam as well. So we've got two awesome shots here in Manchester. Two positions that you guys can see, which is awesome, right? We always love to show the crowd. So you've built this nation, weathered challenging times, and witnessed moments of greatness. Now you're watching it fall apart. America deserves better. A fighting chance to become the great country it once was. So the Association of Mature American Citizens is America's leading conservative senior advocacy and benefits organization. It's your non-woke alternative to the AARP with 2 million members strong. It's time to take a stand and join the fight. All you have to do is visit amac.us/right. AMAC listens to their members and voices their concerns in Washington. They're here to offer you guidance, support, and address the issues that matter most in our communities. Join AMAC today. Memberships starting at as low as $12 per year provides you with the strength of 2 million members and exclusive benefits that can save you money. Once again, visit amac.us/right for more information. Again, your non-woke alternative to the AARP. And I do want to mention real quick, I always like to make a correction when I need to. When it comes to Tax Network USA, I mentioned that it was $14 billion that they have brought back for people. The number is more than $1 billion that they have brought back to help for the American people. So I want to make that correction. But Tax Network USA and all of these sponsors, we're very grateful to have. Brian.
Let's jump right back in here, and I want to bring in, we're bringing Heather Mullins. We'll get between us, I guess. Let's get over here. Obviously, you've got your pulse on New Hampshire. Every time I come here, you're on the ground. You actually know what's going on in the state. But give me an update on what you're seeing as far as the ground support for President Trump.
Oh, it's overwhelming for him here. One of the things that I will say has been a concern is the fact that because the Democrats aren't doing their normal primary, there's some talk amongst New Hampshire that a lot of them were unenrolling and becoming Republicans so they could vote for Haley in the primary. But I'm thinking the numbers are not enough to swing it because there's so much support for President Trump. But that is one of sort of the inner workings going on here in New Hampshire.
Let's talk about this really cool QR code. I've got one in my pocket, or you've got one right there. Let's talk about this. This is something from True the Vote. And this is something that you're giving out to people here today. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, so everybody in America should honestly care about election integrity, right? Well, one of the biggest things we can do if you care about having free and fair elections is keeping our voter rolls clean. So these QR codes, I'm volunteering with True the Vote, you scan them and it takes you to a map of the United States. You can click on your state and it will then tell you, one, how to register to vote. You can check to see if you're already registered to vote, but you can also click on other states that you used to live to see if you're still on the voter rolls in those states. So if you moved from, let's say, Georgia, and you're still on the voter rolls there, but you're no longer living there, if they decide to mass mail out ballots to everybody on their voter rolls, there's one going out in your name that somebody that can then turn into a drop box. And this is the number one way that we see fraud in our elections is by having dirty voter rolls. And so these QR codes, what I'm encouraging people to do is to put it on your phone. If there's one thing you can do to help your country between now and November, it's to get all your friends and family that you talk to between now and then to scan this, see where they're registered to vote, and to help us keep the rolls clean. So if you scan it and you find that you're still on the rolls where you used to live, send your Secretary of State in that state an email and say, I want to be taken off this roll. What do I have to do? Clean the rolls. If we become worker bees all over the country and we start engaging as citizens, this is how we clean those rolls and have secure elections in November.
I love it. How can someone get that QR code?
So we're going to be doing events all over the country. You can also go to the truethevote.org website. We're going to have everything from these QR codes. You can buy merch. We have these cool sweatshirts. We're really getting out, and we're going to be at naturalization ceremonies. We're going to be at other events. So we're not just going to be here at Trump rallies. We're going to be at events all over the country. So follow True the Vote on social media and go to the website, and you can actually order your own little packets of these QR codes and give them out to your friends and family. And it's just incredible because we have to get these voter rolls clean before November.
Matthew, we talked about how do we stop the cheating, and we said earlier, because we really haven't changed a whole lot since 2020. This is brilliant. And then during the program, I read into Heather at the offset, and she told me what she was doing. I said, you have got to come on and talk about this. This is just what we were talking about.
100%. I mean, Heather, along with Mike Lindell and Precinct Strategy with Steve Stern, right? I mean, Greg Phillips with True the Vote. These are a group of patriots that are wanting to see a free and fair election. It's as simple as that. And Heather, just tell us what drives you to do this.
I mean, you know, I have a daughter, and you guys know I'm here in New Hampshire. My daughter's sitting in the crowd right behind me, and my mom's out there too. And, you know, it scares me when I see the direction the country's headed. And, you know, the best way that we Americans can shape the future for our kids is by putting in power people that are going to do right by them. And the way we do that is by using our vote in the elections And so we have to have secure elections in order for our votes to matter. And this is the number one way that we can take matters into our own hands. And that's simply by policing ourselves. If we used to live in some states and we're still on the voter rolls, the only person that can take ourselves off is the Secretary of State and then us. So we have to be the change that we want to see. And, so I'm super empowered and excited about this initiative because it's something that every one of us can do.
Okay, website once again.
TrueTheVote.org.
And best way to follow you, and because you're always on the ground here in New Hampshire. Website, social media.
Yeah, Talk Mullins. I'm on social media. TALK Mullins. And
You don't like to talk, do you?
no, I mean it's getting me to stop talking. That's the trick, Brian.
I love it. You and I both are on the same page. So Talk Mullins on X, Instagram.
Yes, every social media, and follow True the Vote too, because they're on all social media as well. And it's just all hands on deck moving forward, Brian.
Well, you're a good friend of us and mine. I appreciate all the work you do, and you've got our support on that.
And I love you. And tell Marjorie I said hi. She's the firecracker.
I will. Thank you so much.
Love you guys.
Thank you. Love you too.
Bye.
Heather Mullins joining us on the pre-show here. That's a great solution. We were just talking about that.
Well, I mean, I've lived in a number of states, from Tennessee to Ohio, and it makes me think. I'm like, oh man, I better not be on the voter roll down there.
I'm going to scan it. I've got one in my pocket right now.
I was like, let me scan that now.
Yeah.
But no, I'm glad that you asked that website because just to remind people and remind me.
Yeah.
So it's truethevote.org that you can find out which rolls you're on. Right?
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
That's it. So
All
if
right.
you might be on an old one. All right, let's talk about our friends over at the Wellness Company. This is an emergency medical kit that I'm honestly, we've promoted a lot of products on this show, and I think that some of them may apply to you and some of them may not. But let me tell you something. This one right here applies to everybody. And you know what? We don't know what this next year's going to come up with. And, there was just a report the other day about some type of new COVID strain that Chinese doctors were working on, and that just it should scare everyone. So right now, go check it out. The information for this contagion emergency medical kit is on your screen.
Yeah, it's brought to you by the Wellness Company, a great group of people that are simply trying to help, right? Ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, a Z-Pak. These are the type of medications that will be in this emergency kit, among other types of things. So it's always good to have an emergency kit, an emergency contagion kit, especially on the heels of COVID-19, and then that whole Disease X talk that's happening over in Davos right now for the World Economic Forum. And again, you can research some of that as well. We're hoping nothing happens, obviously, but it's always good to be prepared.
It's always good to be prepared. So the information for that is on your screen. Proud to have them a part of today's broadcast. We're proud to have you a part of today's broadcast. We're proud to have the thousands of people that have come in here to be a part of this broadcast. And I said this a little earlier, you can look at all the polls you want, but the biggest indicator of who's got the most support is who shows up at the crowds, and Nikki Haley can go hang out at, Pete's Bar and Grill, and I'm just making that restaurant name up, and you can put 50 people in there. That's a good crowd for the occupancy rate of 50 people. But when you open up an arena like this, there's only one man that can fill this arena, and that is President Donald J. Trump. That's exactly what he's doing today. And this is, as we make our way into the primary on Tuesday, I think we're seeing a good sizable lead in what should happen. He's coming in about 52%. The Nikki Haley's are, I think, around 31. Ron DeSantis hovering around 9% of that. So I guess the biggest question is, does anyone drop out after today? And if so, who do you think it should be?
I don't think that DeSantis or Haley will drop out until maybe even South Carolina. At the end of the day, they don't want to give up that quickly, even though there's no chance, in my opinion, for them to get the nomination. We know that the country is behind 45.
Yeah. And also, I guess they're still kind of hedging that these legal troubles that President Trump has been going through, and I say troubles because they're not troubling to his poll numbers at all. It's more of a distraction.
Right.
the American people are seeing that, and it is building his support, but they're hedging, if you will, lack of a better term, that something will come out of that to take him out of the campaign trail, therefore making it almost like the next man or woman up for the GOP. But that's not happening. As we see, these lawsuits are coming apart at the seams as we speak. It seems like daily there's more information that comes out.
Yeah, and we know what's happening. We know it's election interference. We see it. The American people see it. People are becoming awake. I do want to bring up a point, though, that we know that people are awake to that. We know that people are trying to work on election integrity. We get that. There's a balance, I believe, though, too. We're going to do what we can to have a free and fair election. We know that President Trump is leading in the polls. The balance to the other side of this, and some might agree or disagree, but the prayer to God for him to help and overcome this situation. It's a very real situation that our United States of America is dealing with. We're talking about the First Amendment. We're talking about the Second Amendment. We're talking about, as we know, the freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of religion. We see what other countries have dealt with under communist rule, under Marxist rule. We don't want that here. So we need to pray like never before and work hard like never before. I did hear this one saying one day, basically, pray like it all depends on God, but work like it all depends on you.
That's right. It's a good saying. I want to see if we can rack that Elise Stefanik package that you had earlier. You spent earlier today. You made your way down to a little breakfast meeting where they had Elise Stefanik and some other supporters that were there. You had a chance to kind of walk around. Why don't you set this up for us?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Elise Stefanik becoming a conservative rock star, joining forces with so many great patriots and congressmen and congresswomen. Yesterday, her speech in South Carolina, New Hampshire, of course, was great. I was thinking South Carolina because Tim Scott was on stage as well. But I caught up with Elise Stefanik a bit earlier today. Here's what she had to say.
Poor Boy Diner in Londonderry, New Hampshire. And I tell you what, the president is leading, of course, in the polls. You see that not only in the polls, but boots on the ground. A lot of people at the events this week, as we are just 72 hours from the first in the nation primary. And joining me right now is New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, who yesterday did a great job on stage there. You did also a great job when you met with Meet the Fake Press the other day. What was that like to take on the left-wing media like that?
You know, the American people are sick and tired of the fake news and the fact that they serve as stenographers for Joe Biden, and they're not focused on the issues that actually matter to the American people. The American people are concerned about our wide open borders. They're concerned about this historic inflation. They're concerned about this crime wave and the unconstitutional overreach, and all of those crises have been caused by Joe Biden's failed policies. That's what I focus on as an elected official, as a candidate in my district, in New York's 21st congressional district, and as the House Republican Conference Chair. And the media bias is just so clear every single day.
Yesterday, when I asked you, I said, is it just truth versus lies? And isn't that the truth right there?
It is the truth. We stand for the truth as Republicans. President Trump speaks the truth, and the Democrats and the media continue to push their lies, and it's because they're losing on the issues.
Why are you so passionate about the United States of America, the Constitution, God, family, friends, that kind of thing?
Because I feel like I've been very blessed to live the American dream. You know, I don't come from a political family. No one thought I could win an election for Congress. I ran and was proudly, at the time, the youngest woman ever elected to Congress. And I proudly represented my district. And I'm unabashed about giving them a seat at the highest level to advocate for their issues, whether it's expanding rural broadband, whether it's northern border issues that are very similar to right here in New Hampshire, and then delivering results. I think people are looking for results, and I've been proud to do that. And that's why I support President Trump so much, because he delivered results. And every American will say that, whether they're Republicans, independents, and those Democrats who are willing to cross party lines, who voted in support of President Trump, they know that his results. Compare them to the weakness and the crises under Joe Biden.
Congresswoman, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
All right. So Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, of course, right there, a strong Trump supporter, an ally, doing great things for the America First movement. Speaking of the America First movement, I'm joined by Kevin right here from New Hampshire as well. Sir, tell us your thoughts about the country right now. What are some of the concerns that you have?
I think my concerns are the same as most Americans, where we don't need to be meddling in other people's business. We don't need to be starting new wars. And we need to take care of the home front. We need to secure the border and everything the Congresswoman just said. And I believe the communists, the Democrats, are just pushing us in the wrong direction. And we need to really take care of our own house.
Exactly. Do you, with your friends and family, coworkers, I mean, are they all on board with what you just said? Are they Trump supporters?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, what they're doing with this political persecution and this court nonsense or whatever, and pushing him, trying to take up all of his time, fighting with these indictments. It's all nonsense. And he's the guy that was getting things done for us. And I think everybody's behind him.
Awesome. Kevin, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, well, there you go. A lot of the same, the polls, the boots in the ground, the people at the diners all around New Hampshire, a lot of support for 45. Let's send it back to the rally in Manchester. Yeah, great time there with Elise Stefanik and some patrons and supporters of Donald Trump. You're looking at a live shot right here in Manchester in an absolutely huge arena, Brian. I mean, this place is pretty large and it's packed. I was standing with my wife, who's here actually, on the corner over there when the national anthem was sung, and I looked around and I felt like I was at an NHL hockey game. I mean, it was like that kind of feel of that many people, man.
I don't think any fights are breaking out, but there's a lot of patriotism shown here today. That's a great point. But yeah, so there, and that was a great package that we just aired that really does sum up the support that he has here. We've got some talking points that we'll talk about. Nikki Haley, obviously, Governor Sununu has endorsed Nikki Haley. We'll see if that has any effects on Tuesday. But, people they want change. And we're going to go into one of the reasons why they want change here in a second. But let's talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. When it comes to the economy, there's nothing funny about losing your money at all. And right now, the uncertainty in the markets. Now, yes, the markets have historically done pretty well right now, but I don't think it has the basis to hold. And Fox News keeps recycling this financial crash story over and over and over. Matter of fact, they did it 5 times just in the month of December. I tracked it. I took screenshots. I'll share them with you. But you know what? Right now, you can secure your financial future, but check out our friends over the Birch Gold Group. Take 2 seconds. Text the words Trump to 989898 and get your free information kit about investing in gold, silver, precious metals, and historically those have been a very safe place to put your money.
Exactly. Have a backup plan to what the BRICS countries are trying to do through gold, silver, and precious metals. Once again, text Trump to 9998. You see the information right there on your screen. You actually get a free info kit as well. They're going to walk you through the process. You're not in this alone. And speaking of not being in this alone, Right Side Broadcasting Network is here with you as you watch and wait to see the pre-program. Even last night was awesome. I mean, the speeches, Elise Stefanik, the president, and also President Trump, and then the amount of people that had so much energy in New Hampshire last night. It's like that tonight, and I'm sure, obviously, people are listening to music right now, but the people are going to be on their feet when the president shows up.
Yeah, historically, New Hampshire has been a very loud rally that we've covered. We're going to get into some of the reasons why people are here and why they're so boisterous to what's going on. But I got an email earlier. I made a comment about if you live in California to just move. If you don't like it there, move. And I got a message, and I don't have a name on here, but it was written in a way that really explained that a lot of people don't have the means right now to just pick up and move a state that they're living in, that if we went to a national divorce, that you couldn't just leave California and go to Texas. So, and I want to point that out. And plus, there's another point to this story that we need fighters in states. So if I was to call on all conservatives in California, or ones that could, to leave, then what does that leave California? It doesn't leave any fighters. It doesn't leave anybody that's fighting for conservatives. So I want to walk that statement back, because I do think that if you live in a state that you're fighting a lot of leftist policies, you got to do what Americans historically have done, and that is stood up for what you believe in and stay and fight and try to get that state back on track. So I want to correct what I said. I think it was actually a little reckless to think that anybody can just leave. There's a lot of people that have medical conditions, they have financial means, they don't have necessarily the capability to get up and move. So I tell you this, my message is for you, if you're in California or New York or one of these other states that is just not working out for you, politically speaking, stay, pray, stay there and fight. And you know what? We'll try to change this country to help change what's going on in your state.
That's exactly right. I mean, the primary goal is let's have a free and fair election. We know that Donald Trump won in a landslide in 2016. We know that all of the swing states, and I want to hear your thoughts, Brian, and I've heard them before, but I want to hear these specifically. When it comes to Nevada, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all these swing states that he won in 2016, right? They all lost. They all went blue in 2020. We know what happened, but we know that the people are on the side of Donald Trump and the MAGA movement.
Well, when you think about this for a second, you take those 6, 7 swing states, and they keep adding other states, it seems like, that are purple. There's only about 9 to 12 counties in the country that could literally swing an election. That's it. 9 to 12 counties. It's not nationwide fraud. It's not nationwide election fraud going on. But if you take 9 to 12 counties and you take you put the wrong people in the right places, they can change the outcome of an election. It's really easy when you get together at midnight and you decide that we're going to go ahead and extend mail-in ballots to after the election. Not kidding you. There were states that actually said it's okay to mail in your ballot if you get it a week after the election is supposed to be held. That's wrong. It's okay that we have mail-out ballots in the first place. They did these things without a comprehensive election board vote. They went rogue. So it doesn't take very many people or very many counties to essentially steal an election. And Christina Bobb wrote a book on this, by the way. You can go to her social media pages. She's got the link to that book. So we've got to make sure that we do everything we can to show up, not only vote at the polls, but show up and volunteer and be a poll watcher. Make sure some of this stuff doesn't go on. Because let me tell you something, Matthew, and I said this before, and Newsweek wrote an article on it. They took my words and kind of spun it. If we're sitting watching if you're at a polling site this year, and all of a sudden you see them stop voting or stop counting votes at 10 o'clock at night and tell everybody to go home, that we're going to continue this in the morning, I'm going to tell you something. Don't leave. Do not leave those sites, because that's exactly what they did in 2020.
And it reminds me of Kari Lake's election in Arizona, when the guy came out and said, oh, the tabulators aren't working, it might not work. So, and the people were like, no, I'm not leaving. And some people did leave. I mean, it's just a terrible situation that happened there in Arizona. I know it's a bitter thing for some people in that state. It's a gorgeous state. Love Arizona as well, being out there a few times last year. But man, again, what Heather was talking about earlier, all of the election integrity that we're looking for, and stopping the fraud and getting a free and fair election.
That's it.
That's really all we're looking for.
That's all we're looking for. So just, I guess, if you take nothing away from this last 8 minutes of us rambling about it, show up and vote, but volunteer to be a poll watcher. And if you see something, say something. And that takes me to the border. And I can't help but think about what it was like post 9/11, 2001, September 11, 2001, when the narrative was, if you see something suspicious, you say something. If you see something that doesn't look right, you say something. If you see someone that looks suspicious, say something. That's how we prevented terrorism from happening. Well, guess what? The southern border, I'm seeing something, and we're saying something. Matter of fact, we're saying this. I'm sorry. I see about 1,000. Okay, wait, what? Okay, that's 2,000 now. Well, wait, hang on a second. Now it's up to 4,000, 5,000, 6,000. We're saying something. Imagine if the southern border crisis right now was to happen in 2001, right after September 11th. Our federal government, our border security, our homeland security would be going absolutely crazy to shut that border down if this was going on back then. But guess what? It's not. And our administration does not care about an open border. They do not care about the drugs flowing in, killing 300 people a day from overdose on fentanyl. They do not care about the assaults that are happening along the southern border. They do not care about our hospitals that are overrun. Report that in Denver, they're literally not admitting in certain hospitals anyone that lives in Denver. They're treating the immigrants that are inside that are sick with diseases that we have not seen in this country for decades. They do not care about the Americans. They do not care that your freedoms have been destroyed. They do not care that they're removing your kids from the schools and putting immigrant kids in there. They do not care if you cannot go through certain points in the airport because people are sleeping in these makeshift tents. They do not care. Mayorkas, I got a message for you. On January 31st, the House is going to basically impeach you. They're going to push that to the floor, and it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's got to happen. And if your representative does not vote for the impeachment of Mayorkas, then you need to find them another candidate and get them out of office.
And then the 30,000-foot view is let President Trump finish the job of the wall, which he would have done as president between 2020 to 2024. As he mentioned just yesterday, he said, well, I was about to step out of government, but now you're going to have 4 more years. And the crowd there in Concord loved that. But at the end of the day, he started the wall. He's trying to finish that thing. And then obviously did not win the White House. We know what happened there in that situation. Let's take a live look right now here in Manchester.
Let's walk around.
We see some people cheering Matt Gaetz.
I hear
cheering
about
that
somebody.
Matt Gaetz is in the House. That's what we're hearing from
Florida man.
Yeah, so we've got
Florida
Matt
man is
Gaetz,
here.
we've got Rudy Giuliani here. Yesterday was Tim Scott, Elise Stefanik, and Lee Zeldin in the House. So, yeah, more of the conservative rock stars showing up, which I believe, again, I've said this before, it's not just a conservative rock star because it's a known name like a Matt Gaetz. He is one, but I believe we, the people, each of you that are watching right now at home and the people that are in this arena, are the rock stars. We, the people, we're standing proudly for the United States flag, our Constitution, the Holy Bible, and we're believing that this year, somehow, some way, we're going to overcome and win this November, which is, about 10 months away. So we are seeing...
Well, just send a message over to him, hoping to get him over here.
That'd be great.
That would be great. But, you've got people like Matt Gaetz that are out there with the president, traveling to these states. That's exactly what we need. We need more, we need real supporters. We talked about the ones that show up after the game and say, okay, I'll support you.
Yeah.
But we also have people that have been there from day one. Matt Gaetz is certainly someone that has been there from day one.
Also, MTG. Brian, can you tell me about, I didn't get a chance to read MTG's book, but I'll tell you, I'm sure that in there shows a lot of insight when it comes to her, run and her great things that she has done for the country as well. So, yeah, it's wonderful to see people like Eli Crane as well, Matt Rosendale, a number of others that are standing up for the people. And you have to understand, just because Washington is still very swampy, right, doesn't mean that the country, the people are swamped. We, the people, are the patriots of this land. And whether you're a Democrat or Republican, you are still an American patriot. I mean, unless you want to rewrite history for 1776, I mean, at the end of the day. So we'll see if we can get Matt Gaetz or Rudy Giuliani up here. I did speak to Rudy's press team. We'll see if that'll work, but he is sitting pretty far up there. We'll see as well if Matt will be able to show up here. Once again, this is Manchester, New Hampshire. We're at the Southern New Hampshire University Arena right now, awaiting President Trump, who will be taking the stage possibly in 10 minutes, Brian.
I think there's a good possibility only because I'm seeing a little bit of the inner circle from the Trump team on the ground here in front of us. So, which gives me an indication that President Trump is indeed either close or in the area. But we're glad you're joining us. Now would be a great time to share this broadcast and tag a friend in the comments section, share it, take the link, text the link to a friend, family member, somebody at church, a neighbor, because this is what's so important. So I think once we got out of Iowa, it became a topic of conversation. I had people that didn't often.
All right, Brian's getting a call right now. That might be with Matt Gaetz. We'll see. We'll see if he shows up here. But at the end of the day, Trump beats Biden and Haley loses to Biden. That is the big picture here on the screen in Manchester right now. The scoreboard at the top of the arena reads 45-47.
Yeah.
And 2024. Usually that's the way it is. Was that Matt?
I just got confirmation he's going to head this way right now.
Awesome.
So we'll be able to have Matt here, which will be nice.
Yeah,
we'll be able
great.
to talk to him about what's going on.
Yeah, definitely. So this arena, as you're seeing on most likely maybe a two-shot right now, where we have two camera positions here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Two of our camera operators. We want to give a shout out to those guys. Thank you guys for what you're doing right now. And those of you back at the studio, thank you so much for just making everything come together right now as we have a great view of the crowd, a large crowd here who's eagerly waiting.
We got a crowd
Trump.
cam, which is nice.
Yeah.
We have a crowd cam specifically for this.
Brought to you by the Trumpinator.
I love the Trumpinator bobblehead. Go check it out. I mean, you want to talk about a gift to give somebody. That is, if you've got someone in your life that absolutely collects Trump stuff, you can't really beat the Trumpinator.
Exactly. And so for those of you watching right now live on RSBN, if you want to get some of your friends or family that are actually maybe in the house or something, if they are a supporter of President Trump as well, Matt Gaetz is on his way right here to the media platform to do an interview with Right Side Broadcasting Network. So, it's always great to have those kind of contacts. Obviously, Brian plugged in Washington on Capitol Hill and bringing you Patriots right here live in Manchester, New Hampshire. 1.3 million people live in the state of New Hampshire, and we've got thousands right here in this arena. So it's going to be a great experience and a great speech. Once again, this is the biggest or the largest rally since the Iowa caucus win for President Trump.
Yeah, this is a sizable arena here that is typically what you would find for a hockey or a collegiate basketball. So yeah, it does seat several thousands. And you mentioned Capitol Hill, and there's so much going on in Congress right now, and maybe to recap some of the stuff that you may not necessarily know about, but when we've got the clean, we got a clean CR that was passed, obviously a budget, we avoided a government shutdown, which is really it's something that I was mixed emotions on that. A lot of people are saying, look, secure the border, no money to Ukraine, and I could really care less if the government shuts down if we don't get those things accomplished. You've got a Mayorkas vote coming up, obviously. Hopefully, on January 31st, we get the oversight. The Homeland will basically vote on that, then that gets pushed to the floor. You've got you got Speaker Johnson in a really tough place as far as standing and trying to do what the base wants. And I hope that when Matt comes over here, he'll talk about this. But at the same time, dealing with the nonstop demand for more money to Ukraine, which has been something that is the base is against this war in Ukraine. It's a proxy war basically with Russia through Ukraine. And we have sent billions over to Ukraine. when we don't have the money to take care of the problems we have here.
Exactly. One of them, as we mentioned earlier, the southern border would be great to put dollars into that right now. Chris LaCivita, the veteran Republican strategist, part of
I just
the
saw
Donald
him walk
Trump
by,
team.
by the way.
Yeah, just walked by here, as well as the people are awaiting the president. Some chants, of course, just happened. If you heard at home, the "Let's Go Brandon" chant, and haven't heard the USA chant, but people are clapping, chanting, and they're trying to get the crowd going with that chant right now.
I really think it's interesting when we talk about Democrats and the fact that that Joe Biden back here in 2020 finished 5th place. Now think about that for a second. Joe Biden came into New Hampshire and finished 5th. How in the world did a guy that finished, you would think, towards the bottom, rise up to the top so quickly? I don't think it was because he had this groundswell of support. It was because the deep state, the establishment in D.C., the swamp, knew that they could control Joe Biden based upon his past business dealings, and he was compromised for lesser use of a lesser word. So he's the nominee for Democrats, but you have to think that many people in the Democratic Party, and that's why his polling is so low, they don't want him to be the nominee because he has driven this country in the ground, no matter how you look at it. If you want to look at the economy, he's driven that in the ground. The open border, well, he's opened it up and driven national security in the ground. Foreign policy, well, yeah, he pretty much destroyed that and has ruined that in the ground. So people do not feel safe and confident that Joe Biden can lead us to anything.
100%. And speaking of business dealings and the Biden family, the other day, and we were going to talk about Hunter Biden a bit, but the fact that he still went into that congressional session there and left right when it was Marjorie Taylor Greene's turn to speak speaks louder than words right there, or actions, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. The best thing that could have happened was just what he did. It just kind of exposed how he is scared to answer the real questions. He is scared to basically face the music. He is scared to talk about the violations and the laws that he has broken. He is scared of all of that. He was shooting a documentary. This was nothing more than a political, public relations power play.
Yeah.
To say that he showed up to, to his hearing, which, by the way, that was a markup hearing. That wasn't an official deposition. That was a markup that was supposed to be discussed between Republicans and Democrats that had nothing to do with him. He chose to show up. Now, if he wants to show up and go back in with Jamie Comer and do a closed-door deposition, which we can all read the transcripts, and then do a public hearing like, I don't know, Eric Trump did 1 million times. I don't know, like Donald Trump Jr. did 1 million times when they were subpoenaed. They went and did all of this. But why does Hunter Biden get the get out of jail go pass and not have to suffer any consequences to not showing up to his subpoena?
It makes me think when Hunter Biden was in that session and then MTG was about to speak, it's kind of accurate in the sense of darkness has to flee when there's light and when there's truth. And that's exactly what happened. As you might be taking a look right now on a second camera, the crowd doing the wave here in Manchester as they await the pre-program to continue, but also with President Trump speaking any moment now here in New Hampshire.
Yeah, let's talk real quickly about, we talked earlier about kind of the wokeness in corporate America, how it is not good, and a lot of companies are getting rid of this whole, social credit score in terms of keeping a good credit rating with your company, an ESG score rather. Did you notice where Sports Illustrated has basically terminated their entire staff? And that was, I think, due to the part that they've let this wokeness creep into their company. And so instead of covering sports, instead of covering the wonderful athletes that we have in this country on a wide range of sports, just not the mainstream sports, they covered it all. Well, they chose to cover the woke side of the sporting of news, and started to cover the transgender athlete. They started to cover the transgender female bikini model. They chose to go that direction, and they got away from the very base that has made that publication so popular for so long. I remember, years ago, we'll go back in the 80s, it was all about the swimsuit issue for Sports Illustrated. It was the most highly anticipated publication that you could look for. Well, as soon as they decided they put a trans male or trans woman on the cover in a bikini or a bathing suit, or talk about how some trans swimmer has broken NCAA records, that's when they've lost their base. So my question to you is, Matthew, what company is next? Bud Light? Sports Illustrated? Who is next to be kicked to the curb?
Simple as that. You go woke, you go broke. But before I continue, let's take a live listen right now as the crowd is getting lively here in Manchester. But to your point, Brian, yeah, you go woke, you go broke. Yeah, what corporation will be next? They have to learn their lesson that we, the people, have the money. We're the ones that build their bottom line anyway. It's we, the people, right now.
Yeah, that is a great point, because if you go back 4 years ago when this kind of started, once Biden became president, and this, when you look at his administration, it's a clown show who he had in certain appointed positions. But you started to see corporations cave. They started taking a knee to all of this DEI mindset, and this mindset that it didn't matter if someone was good at their job. It was just, well, you've got to hire X amount of people. You got to have X amount. The other day I heard, and this is not a joke, and I want to say it's United, but I'm not sure, so I'll leave that out. An airline was bragging, I'm going to look for it, was actually bragging that they hired a blind pilot to be a part of their aviation crew. Now, let's think about that for a second. You mean to tell me that an airline thought it was more important to hire a blind pilot to add to their staff than I don't know, maybe hiring the best man or woman that would actually fly a plane? That's important to us. I don't care what gender that person is, as long as they are qualified to land that 737 on a runway. But to go and just think, well, we've got to hire all female or all black or all Hispanic, or I don't know, maybe someone who can't see, that is ridiculous. I mean, give me one reason other than checking a DEI box of why you would do that.
Again, it's the woke policies are ridiculous. They are continuing through this country, but we hope that things will turn around soon, because at the end of the day, we simply want freedom in this nation.
Yeah, you know what? I think it comes down to common sense. We've lost our way in common sense. I used to say I have a PhD in common sense. I didn't go to Harvard. I didn't go to Ivy League school, nor do I think anybody should necessarily go to an Ivy League school anymore. We can get on a whole college debate here in a second of whether or not it's even, I don't know, beneficial to go to a 4-year degree unless you're studying STEM, science, mathematics, doctorate, medical, things like that. I get it. You need specialized education for that. But what our colleges have done to kids, the indoctrination of to hate this country, hate yourself, hate God, hate your family, question your gender, question everything in life, that mindset has destroyed the fundamentals of this country. So to your point, colleges have, their endowments are ridiculous. You ought to see how much money these colleges have. If we put our resources into training people to be plumbers, welders, electricians, trades, there's a shortage of those types of jobs and people coming up in this country. There's absolutely a shortage of people wanting to get into the skilled manufacturing sector.
100%. And you brought up the point about indoctrination, and that's what not only in college, every year of school is something that people deal with, students deal with, is that indoctrination. I actually, when I was in college as well, there was a professor who was saying things like, well, Bill Gates gives more money to the Darfur region election in Africa than President George W. Bush. And I thought to myself, yeah, that's interesting. And without doing my own research, I just kind of listened to it, and my mind was shaped a little bit. Okay, Bill Gates is given more, but I had no idea that both of those guys are, deep state kind of guys, right? Or globalist kind of people that have nothing good for our country or nothing good for humanity. I had to learn that years later, but that was because I heard from some professor in college, so this is what the people are dealing with. So one other point I want to make, Brian, is about homeschooling. My wife told me that there are actually anti-homeschooling lobbyists that are saying, no, this is bad. You've got to have them go into public education or private. Or ridiculous. They just want more control over the minds of our youth and over our country. And that's what we're saying to the left right now. Get off of our minds, get off of our hearts, leave us alone. The government is there to help with roads, with the military and that kind of thing, not to control what we say. That's what the Constitution is all about, Brian.
I remember years ago when I was in radio, I made fun of my producer because his kids were in homeschool. And I used to kind of joke about being in homeschool, saying you're missing out on all the social integration that your kids will have with other students and all the benefits of being homeschooled. I used to make fun of him. Now, I think he was ahead of the curve on all of this, and this is years ago. So homeschooling definitely is surging, and more companies are coming up with a curriculum to do just that. Also, we want you to go check out our website, rsbnetwork.com, and click on our newsletter. Subscribe to our newsletter. We have some great people that are writing articles that are very relevant to what you believe right now. And you can also, when you get this newsletter, you're going to get special offers in this newsletter that you can't get anywhere else. Go to rsbnetwork.com and do the newsletter. You can also donate as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the camera work here, the staff, the lighting, the live speeches, wall-to-wall coverage, the travel, everything. We're here for you. And we are here to bring you wall-to-wall unedited coverage of President Trump's speech and also any of the pre-program and the commentary. So if you have some extra dollars, please feel free, obviously, to help Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you'd like to donate, all you got to do is go to RSB Network, RSBN and then network.com/donate to do that. Obviously, thank you so much for any contributions to the network, as again, huge corporations like MasterCard and others, they're all about the woke policies. We're not going to, even if MasterCard, Brian, came up and said, hey, we'll donate. Well, I don't know if we'd or advertise. I don't even think we'd want to take them on.
Yeah. Well, look what American Express did to Mike Liddell. They basically cut his credit line. So, you can just know that when you go to our website to donate, it's safe, it's secure, and your donations go a long way.
Exactly. Well, we've got some of the crowd standing up right now as we see a crowded arena. This is, once again, the Southern New Hampshire University Arena, where, all the way around both sides of the arena, all the way to the front, are crowded. But Brian, the only part that's not is right behind the media riser. That's where the press is sitting. So obviously not even good seats back there. But everywhere else, a packed house as the music cranks up a little bit, Brian, here in Manchester, New Hampshire.
Yeah, it does. And that just means the excitement is in the air. And of course, we got some special guests that are in the crowd. America's Mayor Rudy Giuliani is here, and others. We had a lot of representatives from South Carolina are also here as well. Kind of ahead of the curve here, because when we leave here, we go to Nevada, and then we go to South Carolina at the end of the month. And then on Super Tuesday, we have a really group of kind of a good sizable amount of states that are all going to participate and cast their vote.
And that's the 30,000-foot view. If we're looking at New Hampshire right now, there is an event tomorrow and Monday leading up to the First in the Nation primary here in New Hampshire, the Granite State, that is 72 hours away after a huge win in Iowa. Thank you to the Hawkeye State for coming out and voting strong for freedom.
I've got a little bit of President Trump's speech here that was just forwarded to me, and I'm going to go over a couple of things. He will talk about the commitment to war with Nikki Haley, and that is something that Nikki Haley is a part of, this industrial military complex. She represents a lot of the lobbyists for the military, a lot of the always having us in this endless war, going back to the Bush-Cheney years, going back to all of the times where we were in other countries' business for really, we couldn't quite understand the reasons why. And I used to, when growing up, I would question all the wars. Like, why does it benefit us? Let's see if we can look in. We've got some people that have just walked in. And I can't see from here. I think it might have been.
Yeah, I mean, just a great moment right now here in Manchester.
But my
people
point,
are dancing.
But my point is, he's going to talk about Nikki Haley's endless pursuit to keep us in a war. And that's not what the base wants. The base wants to definitely move past our endless wars.
Exactly. And Rogan O'Hanley just the other day said on Truth Social that Haley has, quote, Democrat donors, Democrat voters, Democrat media, all supporting her and her run against Trump. So he said there, if you're a New Hampshire voter, don't fall for the uniparty propaganda.
Yeah. Also, he says that Nikki Haley wants to raise the Social Security retirement age to match life expectancy. And let me tell you something. That is probably single-handedly one way to just corner out a segment of the voter population that wants nothing to do with you. There's a lot of people right now that are, they've got their eyes on Social Security. It's a way to help them retire, and by raising that, it doesn't help anybody.
Yeah, exactly. There was a quote that I had for Iowa that I put in my notes just last week, but I do want to read this quote. I think it's very important. It's from Iowa State Senator Jeff Taylor. He said this at a Sioux Center rally where Vanessa Broussard was bringing us live coverage before the caucus. Listen to this quote from State Senator Jeff Taylor, quote, Trump is not an elite-minded globalist indebted to our nation's largest transnational corporations. For him, America First is not just a slogan. It's been a consistent policy position for Trump since the 1980s. He's a sincere patriot, end quote. That quote from Iowa State Senator Jeff Taylor. What a powerful quote that is.
Powerful quote. We talked about Congress earlier. I want to go over something real quickly. I don't think people understand. Whoever controls the House January of 2025 essentially will write the tax codes. The Trump tax codes sunset January, the end of 2024, going into 2025. So that means if the Democrats have the majority in the House, that they will be responsible for putting together the next set of tax codes. What Trump has done with the death tax and with some other tax incentives is he's not only saved billions, I wouldn't say billions, it saves, if you were looking at average, about $17,000 annually for a household. But those tax codes will change, Matthew. You need to understand the Democrats are not going to lower your taxes. They are going to increase your taxes. So that's why this congressional race this next time is so important, because if you simply do not control the House, you've given the keys to the Democrats, you've given them the pencil, and they will rewrite every tax code that we have. That's why, look, when you look at about kicking people out of Congress, okay, Santos being the latest, my take on that is I wished we would allow the voters in his district in New York to make that determination. We instantly called him guilty before he was proven innocent. That's what we did. Republicans teamed up with Democrats, and we ran one of our own out of Washington based upon speculation of wrongdoing, instead of letting his constituents and his district make that determination, okay? We've also, with ousting Kevin McCarthy, in a way, might have forced him for retirement at the end of the year. Therefore, we lost that seat as well. We will ultimately lose that seat on the next election. That's how it's so important right now. What music's dimming down? I don't think we're going to get an announcement. There's still people walking around. There we go. And of course, the crowd likes that. That's why every congressional race right now has to be looked at under a microscope. Is that the right person to further Trump's agenda in 2024? We cannot afford to lose one seat in the House.
100%. Actions speak louder than words. So, as we mentioned earlier, sound bites can be great, but they're not the greatest. The greatest is when there's an actual vote for something that is a MAGA agenda, or something that will help the American people out. You were talking about taxes earlier. Isn't it interesting? Every time Joe Biden talks about taxes, he says, and the ones that make more than $400,000 have to pay their fair share. No, Joe Biden. If someone makes more than $400,000, I know that's not a lot of people, but those that do, they earned that money. That's called capitalist. That's called America, and that's what we're about. Why not?
Yeah, they don't want equal. Well, here goes Matt Gaetz. Let's see if we can get Matt Gaetz on real quick before the president steps on. And of course, once President Trump is announced, we'll step aside. Congressman, how you doing?
Good to see you, Brian.
Good to see you too. As we're moments away before President Trump steps on, what brings you to this great state, this very cold state of New Hampshire?
There are so many people here ready to unify this Republican Party and get focused on the general election. They are enthusiastic. They are turning out. And President Trump has a special relationship with the people of Manchester. He always does a rally in this arena. It's always one of the best that he does. So I didn't want to miss it. Catching up with a lot of old friends we've seen in Nashua and really all over the Granite State. And I think it's going to be a big win for us. And let's hope we don't spend millions more Republicans attacking other Republicans. Let's get on that election integrity effort. Let's get out in those swing states and let's win this thing.
I was just going to say, after he sweeps this by 30 points, perhaps, we move on to Nevada and South Carolina. I want our focus to be on beating the Democrats. I don't want us to spend money beating each other up. So how important is it that we focus on Joe Biden? And what is for you the most pressing issue right now that America faces?
We're going to win this election on the border, the economy, and crime. We want people to be safe. We want America to be proud. And we want our people to be prosperous. You know, Joe Biden acts like success is something that we have to shrug at or act as though it's not the most important thing. We want to be a richer country. We want people to have higher wages, more money in their bank account, a plan for retirement. We've been robbed of those things under Joe Biden with the high prices and really the reduced American productivity. So that's going to be the message you'll hear from President Trump tonight and throughout the campaign. And I think it's really one that's going to play in every state from South Carolina to the Midwest down to the Sun Belt.
We've been talking about the border and the need to impeach Mayorkas. Now, I know it goes to committee on January 31st. They'll vote in committee. What is the likelihood that the one side hits the House floor, that House Republicans will support the impeachment of Alejandro Mayorkas?
I think we're in really good shape. I mean, to be honest, it was Marjorie Taylor Greene who smoked him out with some required votes on that. And then the very few Republicans who didn't want to impeach Mayorkas, I think it was like 8 of them a few months ago. We've been now working those votes, and I think we're in a position to do it. But as important as impeachment is for the rule of law, we can't keep funding the open border. Follow the money. The money is what's so important, and I do not like these continuing resolutions that just keep funding failure. We can't fund failure anymore.
Let's talk about Ukraine. That's hugely unpopular with the base. It's unpopular between the two of us and most people in the conference. How critical is it that we stop sending money to Ukraine?
There's no clear American definable interest in Ukraine, and there's a lot of danger to us with the risk of accident or escalation, or that these weapons we're just pouring over a corrupt country might get into the wrong hands. And, you know, I fear it was some of the stuff we left in Afghanistan that killed people on October 7th in Israel, and we shouldn't be a destabilizing force in the world that way. But I do not support this Mitch McConnell plan to link border of our country to Ukraine. However you feel about those things, I think they deserve their own consideration, their own dignity. We should fix our border first, foremost, and Ukraine should not be as important to the American people as our own border. I can't even believe I have to say that out loud.
Here we go. Perfect timing.
The next president of the United States, President Donald
J. Trump.
When I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, unseen the shining sea. Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. An American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the U.S.
Whoa. Thank you very much, New Hampshire. This is a great honor to be with you tonight. We've got plenty of time. It's a Saturday night. We have plenty. You set every record, they just told me, in this arena. Now, I don't know how old it is, but it's not new. And a lot of people outside. Thank you very much. And I'm thrilled to be here and really the home of a very special group of people. First in the nation. Thank you very much, President Trump. No, I kept you first in the nation. And some other people didn't. They didn't even show up for the election. You know who I'm talking about. Let's see how an unknown congressman, nobody ever heard of this guy. Let's see how he does. He might beat Biden. Wouldn't that be nice of him? I think that Democrats should vote for the congressman just to send a signal. You don't abandon us like that. Nobody going to abandon New Hampshire. Nobody going to abandon New Hampshire. He just picked up a lot of votes, by the way. Since 2016, you and I have been in this battle side by side, taking on the entire corrupt system in Washington like no one else has ever done before. Nobody else has done what we've done. The Washington swamp has done everything in its power to take away your voice. But this Tuesday, it is finally going to turn you away. Your voice is going to be given back. You had a voice just 3 years ago. And I believe that New Hampshire is going to speak very loudly and clearly. With your vote, you are going to send a message straight to crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country. Biden and his radical thugs have weaponized the DOJ and his protectors and the fake news media right back, and look at all of them. Whoa! Fake news. The fake news 3 days from now, we're going to win New Hampshire, and then we're going to defeat crooked Joe Biden, and we are going to make America great again. The primary is this Tuesday, January 23rd. Get ready. I'll be with you. I'll be up here with you. I'll be with you. You know, we just got back from Iowa. It was cold, 40 degrees below zero. Would you say that's cold? That makes this look like a warm place, right? But it was always cold, but everybody turned out and we won. In the history of the caucus, nobody's ever gotten a number like we got. We broke the record, just like they broke it tonight. And I have the same feeling right here. Frankly, I have the same feeling all over the country. This country has such great people. So you need to get every patriot you know and turn them out to vote in record numbers. We have to not win. We have to win by a lot because we have to send a signal in November that we're coming. We're coming. And if you need any information, all you have to do is go to nh.DonaldJTrump, did you ever hear of him? .com. Okay? You'll get all that information, so get out and vote. This is a big deal. The whole world is watching now in New Hampshire. Last week I said that, place called Iowa. Great. Now I'm saying it. The whole world is watching you. We took care of them and we're taking care of you. But now is the time for the Republican Party to unify. We have to unify because we have very important business ahead of us. We have to get together and we have to do what we have to do. You know, we're the party of common sense. You know that, right? We're the party of common sense. Instead of wasting hundreds of millions of dollars attacking Trump, we need to come together and focus all of our energy and resources on defeating crooked Joe Biden. We have to do it. We have to get him out. He is a threat to democracy. He really is. He's a threat to democracy. And we have to get him out. You know why he's a threat to democracy, right? A couple of reasons. But you know the first reason? He's grossly incompetent. It's true. We'll end up in a world war because of this guy. The bombs roar. Look at the Middle East now again. Here we go again. The bombs are being dropped all over the place. They have no idea what they're doing. The Secretary of Defense is missing in action. And then they find him. You know how he's running the war? Laptop from his stomach, laying in a hospital bed. Can't do that. The same people that gave us Afghanistan, that removal, the worst removal, the worst, I think the most embarrassing event in the history of our country. Those are the people that are running these wars. Nobody ever gets fired. I fired Comey. I fired a lot of people. In fact, people said I fired so many people. When somebody's bad, you got to fire them. Here's a guy, they don't win wars. They don't do anything right, and nobody ever gets fired. I guess they know too much. Does anyone know what that means? I know what that means. Sadly, not everyone is willing to put our country first. This is called America First territory. It's America First. So here in New Hampshire, Nikki Haley, I know her well. The guy screaming bird brain. Only in New Hampshire does that happen. But she's made an unholy alliance with the rhinos, the never-Trumpers, Americans for no prosperity, globalists, the radical left communists, and they want to get liberals and Biden supporters. That's what they want. And you know, you have a governor here that allows Democrats to vote in the Republican primary. What's that all about? Your governor, and you know, he'll be coming. And he'll be calling me after the election. Sir, I just want to congratulate you very much. This guy allows independents, many of whom are Democrats, independents and Democrats to vote in the Republican primary. What the hell is that all about? But despite that, we're going to win by very big numbers. In Iowa, nearly 50% of Haley's voters, think of this. With the vote that we had just a week ago, she came in last, by the way. She came in third. And Vivek did great, and he just endorsed us. You know that, right? Good man. He's got a lot to say, Vivek. He says it fast. He's a good man. He endorsed us wholeheartedly, and we agree on so many different things. But think of this number. 50% of Haley's voters said they were voting for Joe Biden in November. What the hell kind of a Republican candidate is that? And you're going to see in a couple of minutes, we're going to bring up the governor, a fantastic governor from South Carolina, but almost every politician from South Carolina is endorsing me. How do you do that when she was the governor? And it was just reported that Nikki Haley, state director in New Hampshire, this is a very bad one. Listen carefully. Tyler Clark. Did anyone ever hear of him? He was a lobbyist for the 1630 Fund, which is managed by Arabella Advisors, which is the largest Democrat dark money network in the country and considered public enemy number one. That's who's managing her campaign. Does that tell you something, perhaps? The 1630 Fund and the larger Arabella Fund, you know who that is? It's a network, and they're giving her a lot of money because they want her to win, because they don't want to run. Hey, look, they lost in 2016, and they lost even bigger in 2020, okay? And they don't want to do it again. They want to run against Nikki. And you've seen the polls. We're the only one that beats Biden, not because Biden's good, because he's terrible, but they have an automatic 38%. Automatic. I don't want to go what group, because I actually think we're going to get a lot of union votes. Okay, that's good. But they have groups of people that automatically. So if you're this podium, you get 38%. And he's polling right now at 34. That's very hard to do. You can't, now we have to do it like in 2016. We ran the entire East Coast. We ran the Midwest. We ran everything, and we won. That was a surprise. They said, we'll never let that happen again. They don't want to let that happen again. And they'll cheat, and they'll do whatever they have to do. And the biggest thing we have to do, we cannot let them cheat on election period. We used to call it election day. It should be back to election day, but we have to say election period. They spent more than $400 million in 2020 trying to defeat me and to elect crooked Joe Biden with all those lock boxes, with all those tapes, watching the lock boxes, and then the judges don't want to do anything about it. It's terrible. Going to the legislatures, getting rejected, and then going back and doing whatever the hell they wanted. They got rejected by the legislatures, then they went in and did whatever they wanted to do. It's terrible. Then you had the laptop from hell, right? Where the 51 intelligence agents said, oh, no, it was from Russia. They knew it was from Hunter. It was from Hunter. In other words, Nikki Haley is using radical Democrat money to fund the radical Democrat campaign operation that she's running in order to try and do things. You notice I haven't even mentioned the name of Ron DeSanctimonious yet, because I think he's gone. You didn't say that. No, he does not wear high heels, okay? He does not wear high heels. All right, maybe he does. Guy screams out he's got a new pair of high heels. You can't do that. It's not polite. Don't do that. I'll have to admonish you. But they want to turn liberal voters into Republicans for about 2 minutes while they vote, and then go back to being liberal voters in the Democrat Party. It's terrible. It's a terrible thing. Hey, look, I love this state. You really helped me a lot. 2016, we came in here, we blew this state open, and blew the election open more than anything. And I came in, and we did fantastically here. We've done great here. But you can't let that happen. You can't have the Democrats. You just got to get rid of the system. It would take, if you're governor, it would take about 2 minutes. You just can't have a system where Democrats, think of it, Democrats are allowed to vote in the Republican primary. That's the only thing I can't determine. How many are there? We know there are at least 4,000, because before October 7th, they were allowed to openly come in and vote. So we know they have that. But how many are there? So just make sure, don't listen to polls. Get out and vote. We need a big, big win against these terrible people. I spent so much time last week saying that in Iowa. I said, you know, we had great polls. We're up like 40. And I said, don't believe the polls. Pretend you're one down because we don't need any surprises. And I said, Alice, you got to get out of bed now, Alice. We're going to vote. But darling, I don't feel good. It doesn't make any difference, Alice. You got to get the hell out of bed. We're going to vote because we don't want to take any chances. And we need big margins because we have to send real unity as a message. Because, you know, with real unity, they won't be able to cheat. It won't matter. The radical left Democrats are supporting Nikki Haley for one reason, because they know she's very easy to beat. She's going to be very easy to beat. She's them. That's why I'm so proud to be joined today by an incredible group of leaders from Nikki's home state of South Carolina, where we'll be in about 3 weeks. We'll be there in 3 weeks. And I saw a poll, Henry, the governor, what a great governor. I saw a poll, and by the way, he actually really did keep his state open. He's one of the few. He really did, because I said to the governors, you have to do what you want to do. That's one of the few people, and there were a few, they were all Republicans, but he really kept his state open. But they understand that I am the only candidate in this race who's going to save America, and we're going to get rid of this Biden disaster right away. So it is my honor to call on stage from South Carolina, Governor Henry McMaster, one of the best governors in the country. Come on up, Henry. We'll be there in 3 weeks. So we're going to be there in 3 weeks. So you know what I'm doing? I'm kissing ass. I'm kissing ass. Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette. She's fantastic. Pamela. Attorney General Alan Wilson. Just won a very big case, by the way. Big case, Alan. South Carolina House Speaker Merle Smith. Love that name. South Carolina Treasurer Curtis Loftus. Thank you very much. Thank you, Curtis. Congressman Joe Wilson. Do you remember Joe Wilson? Do you remember? You're lying, he said. You're lying. Because that's a believer. He's great. That made him very popular, actually. That it caused a little turmoil, but it made him very popular. He's great. Congressman William Timmons. William, thank you. And a friend of mine, an incredible political figure. He's really taken politics by storm, Congressman Russell Fry. Hey, Russell, I'm going to ask you, if you would, wherever the hell you are, to say a couple of words, and then a couple of others, and we're going to get this done real quick, but we have to be really good to South Carolina because we have to win big. We're only up in the last poll by 60 points, 6-0. That's pretty good. She was the governor, and we're up by 60. So, Russell, why don't you start? Go ahead. Thank you.
Hello, New Hampshire. How we doing? Man. Joe Biden heard that from his basement in Delaware, I think. That was so loud. It is an honor to be here in New Hampshire. I got to tell you, the first time that I ever stood on stage with President Trump was 2 years ago in South Carolina. It was 20 degrees. That was pretty cold. Not like New Hampshire cold, but cold. And what was amazing to me is we stood there and thousands of people, much like today, came out to support Donald Trump again for President of the United States. Are y'all ready for Donald Trump? So my name is Russell Fry, Congressman from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Who's ever been to Myrtle Beach? Who wants to go to Myrtle Beach right now? All right. So I came all the way to New Hampshire because I have one question, actually two. Is this Nikki Haley country? Or is this Donald Trump country? That right there is the power of the America First movement. And there are so many South Carolinians here. We could be in our home state. It's a little bit warmer right now. But we chose to come up to New Hampshire for a reason. There's a reason why President Trump in South Carolina, in the Governor Haley's former state, well, she has 14 endorsements compared to Donald Trump's 100. So, do we want somebody who's controlled by the big donors and the Wall Street special interests? Or do we want someone who fights every single day for hardworking Americans? Do we want somebody who flip-flops on every position? Or do we want somebody like Donald Trump who keeps his word? And this is interesting because we've lived it in South Carolina, but do we want somebody who caves to the Chinese Communist Party, gives them land and calls them a friend? Or do we want somebody like Donald Trump who they fear? And lastly, do we want somebody who's soft on immigration? Or do we want somebody who can secure the border, build the wall, and bring back our rule of law? Well, Mr. President, I think the choice is pretty clear with this crowd. They want Donald Trump back in the White House. So you got a task ahead of you. Tuesday's a big day. And like the president just said, if somebody's sick, if it's too cold, look, Iowa just voted in record numbers. Despite 3 feet of snow or whatever it was, we get a dusting in South Carolina and the whole state shuts down. So it is so important to get out there and vote, because it is time for us to fight for this man like he has fought for us. Are y'all ready for that challenge? We need a leader who can turn this country around. President Trump has done it once, and I know that he can do it again. So on Tuesday, let's take that next step. The next step to retire the mumbling, bumbling, mentally deluded occupant of the White House out and put this man back in as the 47th President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you.
Way to go, New Hampshire. Are we coming out for Trump on Tuesday or what? Are we going to take 10, 15 people to the voting booths with us? Are we going to do that? We need to do that because we have an open border. I'm here today not just because I'm the Lieutenant Governor of South Carolina, because I have believed in President Trump since 2015. President Trump made our country safer and everybody prospered. Now our borders are open. We need to bring him back. Do we need to bring him back? Bring him back. If we want our borders closed, we need to do what? Bring him back. If we want to become energy independent again, what are we going to do? If we want to make sure that we take care of our veterans, our seniors, and our law enforcement, what are we going to do? You know, everybody likes to talk about Donald Trump's policies and they want to take credit for them. But when this man was born, God broke the mold. And you cannot have President Trump policies without President Trump. Thank you so much, New Hampshire. Let's close this on Tuesday.
Hello, New Hampshire. I love your motto, live free or die. Do we feel like we've been living free for the last 4 years? Well, there's a way we can fix that, and that is to elect Donald Trump as the next president of the United States. My name is Merle Smith. I'm the Speaker of the South Carolina House. I served with Nikki Haley in the General Assembly. I held a fundraiser for her when she ran for governor at my home. But I can tell you right now, I, as well as a majority of my colleagues in the leadership of the South Carolina House of Representatives and members, are supporting Donald Trump. And let me tell you why. because this man created one of the most robust economies in our lifetime 4 years ago. He is someone that does not need on-the-job training. He is someone that knows how to make this country great again. And so I would ask you for one thing. You are in a unique position. You are in a sacred position right now, because Tuesday you can come out and vote and have Donald Trump win this primary overwhelming and send a message to the Republican Party in this state. And I tell you this, if you do that and you win by a big margin here, we'll finish the job in South Carolina. So thank you. God bless you. Vote Donald Trump.
Thank you.
All right, y'all. I'm the last one of us that's going to speak. I'll be very brief. Y'all know what the plural of y'all is? All y'all. Well, I want to tell all y'all why we all are here. I don't know if you noticed, but all the statewide elected officials in South Carolina, we call them constitutional officers, are for Trump. Except one, she's a rookie and she'll figure it out before long. Our 2 U.S. senators and the vast majority of the people of South Carolina want Donald Trump. So that's why we are here. We are here for one reason. We're here for one reason. You've heard those great philosophers, the Spice Girls. Tell us what you want, what you really, really want. Well, that's what we're here to do, to tell you what we in South Carolina want, what we really, really want. And there he is, right there. I got more. He's showing up. All right, I got four short reasons. We want Donald Trump. Why? To protect our borders, return the illegals, and build a wall. That's reason number one. Reason number two, get the woke out of our military and put the fight back in. Reason number 3 or 4, put common sense conservatives judges in the courts to restore the rule of law and the Constitution. And finally, to tell our enemies abroad that America is standing back up and it's time for them to sit back down. New Hampshire is for Trump. South Carolina is too. We'll see you at the finish line.
Thank you, everybody.
Well, thank you very much, South Carolina Governor. Thank you very much. Very popular group of people, I'll tell you. They've done a fantastic job. And again, we're going to be there in 3 weeks. That's why I did that. Don't tell them, but that's why I did that. It's a big, very political state. They have a lot to say about things, and we love them. And we have almost everybody supporting us there, which is quite a tribute when you have somebody running who is the governor. To the people of New Hampshire, all you need to know about Nikki Haley is that every globalist, liberal, Biden supporter, and never Trumper is on her side. And virtually every single leader, that's not too many people, by the way, in our home state of South Carolina is on our side. We have almost everybody. And I can say that for Texas. I can say that for Michigan. We just had a great poll today for Michigan. We're up 11 points. So hard. The auto workers. They don't want to see cars being built in China. It's very simple. In Texas, we're up by 18 points. Can you believe this? I don't mean on her. I mean on Biden I'm talking about. Same thing with Michigan. No, we're up almost everywhere, all over the country. We're way up on Biden. And we're going to keep it that way because I actually think it's going to get worse. I think we've never had more danger in our country than we have right now. We have a serious danger of going into a World War III. And We think the election is going to be close. It's 10 months, a little more than 10 months. That's a long time. These guys can screw things up very, very rapidly. And you see it starting already. You see it starting. There's conflict all over the world. Remember, Israel would have never happened. Ukraine would have never happened. You wouldn't have had inflation. China wouldn't be talking about Taiwan. But here are just a few of the toxic positions that make Nikki and Ron DeSanctimonious completely unelectable. Haley said she wants to raise the Social Security retirement age to match life expectancy, which means that she wants it to go up to about 77. Is everybody happy with that? It's not going to happen with us. 10 years before you collect 1 penny of benefits you've worked your entire life. Can't do that to people. DeSantis voted 3 times to raise the retirement age very substantially on Social Security. He voted when he was a congressman. When he was at about 3 until I endorsed him, and then he won because I endorsed him, and then he said, yeah, I'll run against him. Why not? 4 years later, I said, that's nice. So we hit him hard. They said, don't hit him so hard, sir. He's a Republican. I said, I don't give a damn. Nikki also supported Rhino Paul Ryan's 2011 plan to destroy Medicare, the same plan that led to Democrat ads, the most vicious ads, showing Republicans wheeling Granny off the cliff. Do you remember that one? That was not good politics. They lost that election by a lot. Incredibly, Nikki is defending her planned cuts for Social Security, and she's out there really defending. No, we want to cut. We want to cut. Now, you can't do it. We have a really wealthy nation. We have more liquid gold under our feet. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to make so much money. We don't have to play with things like they're talking about. Like DeSantis, Nikki Haley supports a 23% national sales tax. Think about that. This is death. This is death for a candidate. The world doesn't know that. I thought I'd let you know before the election. Perhaps worst of all, Nikki Haley is backed by the deep state and the military-industrial complex because they know she is a globalist and really a globalist fool who they can easily manipulate into sending hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine. Think of this. We have sent over $200 billion to Ukraine, and Europe, our European friends, when you combine them, it's about the same size the economy as the United States. They've spent barely $20 billion, so we're at $200 billion. I think they should make up the difference. Don't you think they should at least equalize? I did that with NATO. We were paying and they weren't. We're defending them and we're paying the bills. And I said, nope, they asked me, does this mean that if Russia attacks us, you will not defend us? I said, are you paid up? Well, let's say we're not, then I'm not defending you. And the money came pouring in. So our borders remain wide open. We had the safest, best borders in history 3 years ago. Now we have the worst borders anywhere in the world. I don't believe there's ever been borders like this. In short, if you want a losing candidate who puts America last, vote for either one of them, Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis. The other day, I think it was NBC, they're interviewing him, a straight interview, but they can't do a straight. NBC is one of the worst, but they can't. But it was sort of straight. And they said, ladies and gentlemen, we're pleased to have this opportunity to talk to Governor Ron DeSantis. And he said, no, it's DeSantis. That's good branding. When you can get it so they can't even get his name right. And that's just the abbreviation of DeSanctimonious, right? But if you want a president, and I think he's going to be out pretty quick based on what I'm hearing. Based on what I'm looking at. You don't have to hear it. You have to look at things go polls. And she's going to be out pretty quick, too. But if you want a person that puts America first, there's only one person that you can vote for, and that's Donald J. Trump. And you saw that for 4 years. We're the greatest economy in the history of our country. On day one of my new administration, I will seal the border and I will shut down the invasion of millions of people that are coming through into our country. 3 years ago, we had the most secure border in U.S. history. We built 561 miles, far more than I said we were going to be able to build. And this is after fighting Mitch McConnell, Paul Ryan, and the Democrats. Sometimes you wonder who was worse. You know what I did? I took it out of the military. I said, listen, this is an invasion. I'm taking it out of the military because with Congress, it's like, unless you're a Democrat, they suck a lot of money out of Republicans that vote wrong. We got to be very, very careful with that. Very, very careful. But I took it right out of the military. We built it, and we built like nobody's ever. You know the wall the way it looks, right? That's exactly what they wanted. Border Patrol. Brandon Judd, phenomenal person. You take a look at, do you ever hear of Tom Homan? Is he Central Casting? He said, President Trump, both of them, everybody said it, the greatest president in history for the border. We had that thing so good. All Biden had to do is stay on the beach. Just stay on the beach. But he broke it all up. But we built the border wall. We got Mexico to give us 28,000 soldiers free of charge. Thank you very much, Mexico. I love the president. He's a great guy. But he wasn't exactly happy about that. He was not happy about that. Under Biden, the USA has been turned into a dumping ground for the entire world. Now, you know, I see signs flashing back there, and it sort of depends if you want it. It's a Saturday night. Do you want this to be the long version or the short version? Do you want to hear the snake? Because it's very, do you want to hear? All right. Sadly, this is emblematic of what's going on in our country. At the border, this was an old song that I revised a lot for purposes of saving our country, frankly. And it has to do with the border. Think of it as the border. Think of it as the people that we're letting in because they're coming in from jails and prisons. They're coming in from mental institutions, insane asylums. They're emptying out into the United States. We're like a dumping ground. Terrorists are coming into our country. And I think this is very emblematic of what's happening. Sad. Sad. People love it, but it's sad. But it gives you what is going on. On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. Poor thing, she cried. I'll take you in, and I'll take care of you. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, cried the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk. She hurried home from work that night, and soon as she arrived, she found the pretty snake she'd taken in had just survived. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, cried the vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. You're so beautiful, she cried. But if I hadn't brought you in by now, you truly would have died. She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed and held him tight. But instead of saying, thank you, ma'am, the snake gave her a vicious bite. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. I saved you, cried the woman, and you've bitten me, but why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die. Shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in. Right? That's what's happening on our border. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. We're taking in people that shouldn't be in our country. This is a problem, and we will be doing a lot of things, but isn't it true? We're bringing them in from mental institutions, prisons. Terrorists are pouring into our country. You know, in 2019, I saw on one of the shows, this was True News. In 2019, they had no terrorists reported at all coming in because we had a anti-terror clause, and it was actually upheld in the United States Supreme Court. We have 3 great new justices, and we have some very good justices on the court. I hope the Republican justices are willing to do things right. You know, a Democrat put in, let's say, by Obama or Biden, they're down and dirty. They'll just say, nope, Nope, I'm voting the way that guy wants. A Republican, they want to show that they can't be bought, that the fact that you put them there and made their lives, took them from someplace where they were doing quite well. But you know what? They want to go out of their way to be politically correct. This country has to do things right. They cannot worry about political correctness anymore. They can't do it. They have to do things right. So you have some votes coming up. The Colorado decision where, as you know, although I would say almost unanimous, even radical left, crazy Democrats, you say you can't take the vote away from the people. And in this case, we're leading everywhere. We're leading with Republicans. We're leading with Democrats. We're beating Biden by a lot. And if Biden gets in, you know, they want to substantially expand the Supreme Court, which would be a terrible thing. But you have to understand, we have to get down to business or we're not going to have a country left. We need two things in our country, so important. We need two things. We need strong borders and we need free and fair and honest elections. The other vote they're taking is going to be on immunity for the president. Now, this isn't just me. This is all president. They have to be given immunity. Otherwise, they're going to be unable to act. Anything they do, if it goes wrong, even if it goes right, the opposing party, and you see that now, where you have these people, they're crazy. They're absolutely, the opposing party will indict them for anything they do. So a president has to be given immunity. And this has nothing to do with me. This has to do with every single president. As an example, when Biden gets out, I mean, has that guy got a list you could go after? But you have to give a president immunity. Otherwise, take a look at Harry Truman. He wouldn't have done, if you think Hiroshima, not exactly a nice act, but it did end the Second World War, probably. Right? Nagasaki, he wouldn't be doing that. He said, I don't want to do that because my opponents will indict me. You have to give a president full and total immunity. And, you know, I liken it to a little bit police. You have to give them back their authority and their power because our country is crime-ridden. And when you do that, you're going to have a rogue cop. You're going to have a bad apple somewhere along the line. Very, very few, surprisingly few, but you're going to have some. And what they're doing is they're trying to protect so much against that crime is rampant all over the place. And, you know, the police are incredible and the firemen and everyone else, but they're incredible. These are incredible people and they want to do their job and they're not allowed to do it. Just like the Border Patrol wants to do their job. They're not allowed. They're under orders. You'll lose your house. You'll lose everything you have. You'll lose your family, your wife, family, husband, family. You're going to lose everything if you do it, if you act. When they see people walking out of the stores carrying televisions, don't do it. Don't touch them. Don't do anything. We have to go back to being a country of law and order. Have to do it. And you will have, very seldom, but you will have the rogue, we call it the rogue cop, the bad apple. And perhaps you'll have that also with president. But there's nothing you can do about that. You're going to have to give the president, you're going to have to allow a president, any president, to have immunity so that that president can act and do what he feels and what his group of advisors feel is the absolute right thing. Otherwise, you're going to have presidents that are totally impotent, and we've had enough of them already. We've had enough of them already. So having immunity is so important, and I hope the Supreme Court has the courage to do that, because otherwise you're just not going to be in a very strong position very long. It'll totally change our country, in my opinion. That's how bad it would be. Upon taking office, I will terminate every open border policy that Biden and the Biden administration put on and begin the largest deportation operation in American history. To stop the deadly drugs that are poisoning and pouring into our country, poisoning our people, I will deploy the U.S. Navy. We are going to impose, and we had this, you know, we were at a 38-year low for drugs coming in too, not just people coming in for drugs. And now we're 9 times more. Drugs are just pouring in. We fought that hard. We spent millions of dollars on equipment that could detect. You know what the best detection, though, is? A certain type of German Shepherd. You can spend millions of dollars on drug detecting equipment, and it's not as good as a great certain type of German Shepherd. Like, they're flawless. Can you imagine dogs? We all love dogs, right? It's a great thing. But the Navy's going to impose a full fentanyl blockade on the waters of our region because it comes from every different way. And I had to deal with President Xi of China. And when the election turned out the way it turned out, we got more votes than any sitting president in history, and we lost by a whisker. Bullshit, okay? Bullshit. You know, we got more votes. We got more votes, Henry, than any president in the history of our country. Any president. And bad things happen. But President Xi and I had an agreement. He was going to give the maximum penalty to anybody making fentanyl in China and sending it over here. That means the death penalty, because they have the death penalty. That's why they don't have any drug problem. In China, they have the death penalty. Singapore, other places. Where you have the death penalty, you have no drug problem. It's a very simple thing. So I don't know that our country is ready for it. But each drug dealer kills on average 500 people during his or her lifetime. And I know what it is because I have so many friends. And even if you lose somebody without that, just lose somebody. We had it this last week. I lost my mother-in-law, and she passed away, peacefully passed away. It's a very hard thing to take. But think of what happens when you lose a child or anybody to fentanyl. It's a horrible thing. And we had it just about set. And when that was going to go into existence, and then when these guys came, they didn't care about that. They didn't know about it. They didn't want to bother with it. That would have been one of the most important things we did. I'll get it done again. President Xi will do it again. I guarantee you that. The drug cartels are waging war on America, and we will destroy those cartels. We have to destroy. You know, it's war. I believe we're losing 300,000. Not, you know, they say 91,000. That's not 91,000. 300,000 people a year, I believe, are lost to drugs pouring into our country. That's worse than a war, okay? That's worse than a war. So we have a war going on. And I will use Title 42, which I had. In fact, the judge in that case was fantastic. He said they wanted to terminate it early. The judge wouldn't let him do it. He said, no, wait a minute. Do you know what's going to happen to our country if we do that? Title 42. And he said, no, but it expires. You can wait. But if you don't extend it, it would be terrible. But I'm not going to give you the right to terminate it. He was fantastic, actually. He understood. But Title 42 to end the child trafficking crisis by returning all trafficked children to their families and their home countries immediately. Nikki Haley will never secure the border or stop the fentanyl that is killing thousands and thousands of New Hampshire citizens. You know, I took tours with your police force and your fire force. And a big part of what they do in New Hampshire, I don't know what it is with New Hampshire, but you probably have per capita the worst drug situation in the entire country. Why don't you try getting a new governor? That would help, okay? But you have the worst. I believe it's the worst. Per capita, I believe it's the worst, and it's not even close. But I went around with the firemen, the job they do, the policemen, the job of keeping people alive. But sometimes they'll have to do it 4 or 5 times with the same person, and oftentimes that person doesn't make it eventually. Nikki Haley opposed my border wall very strongly. She condemned my strong border policies, and they really worked. They really worked. I mean, I put in policies. I didn't want people coming in from countries that hate us, that want to blow up our shopping centers and kill our people. And so we didn't let them come in, and we had you know, I wanted to talk about it so badly during that 4-year period. 2.5, 3 years went up. I said, I want to talk, but I don't want to mention it, because if I mention it the next day, they'll have a problem and they'll say, see, but we went, now I can talk about it with great pride. We went 4 years without any terrorist problem because we kept them out. We kept them out. And remember, Iran was broke under the Trump administration. Iran was broke. I said to China, if you buy 1 barrel of oil from Iran, you're not going to do any business in the U.S., and we're going to put 100% tariff on everything you have. They said, like we said, we're not going to buy any oil. But I did that with many countries, and they were absolutely broke. If you remember back, you go back 3.5 years ago, you will see that there were reports, actually, even from the fake news, that Hamas, Hezbollah. They didn't have any money because Iran had no money to give them. They wanted to survive. And I didn't want to be bad to her. I just didn't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I said, we're going to make a great deal. Everybody's going to be happy. You're going to be rich as hell again. Everything's going to be great. But you cannot have a nuclear weapon. Now they're 31 days away from having a nuclear weapon. These numbskulls have done nothing. It would have been such an easy deal. They wanted to make a deal. And then because of the results of the election, they said, let's wait it out. Nobody ever contacted them. They're going to have a nuclear weapon in 31 days, the likes of which the power of nuclear weaponry is not describable. Actually, it's not describable. And that's where we are right now. This country has regressed to a point that it's so embarrassing to even talk about when you look at what's happened. Just 3 years, a little more than 3 years. What's happened to our country is so sad to see. Nikki stabbed the Republican Party in the back by siding with Barack Hussein Obama against the Trump travel ban, which kept us safe. That travel ban was a gift from God. It kept us safe as a country. We didn't have the problems that other countries had. Biden and his thugs are desperate to stop us because they know that we are the only ones who can stop them. We're the only ones that can stop them. This is the greatest movement in the history of the United States. There's never been a movement like this. Never been a movement like this. Never. In an interview yesterday, very sad interview actually, Attorney General Merrick Garland, head of crooked Joe Biden's Department of Injustice, actually stated that he wanted to speed up the so-called election integrity witch hunt against President Trump. And I say, if he wanted to do that, why didn't they file the lawsuit 3 years earlier? Because they wanted to have it right smack in the middle of the election. When it comes to, they want to start the trial. And I think it's going to be delayed very substantially because of all the things you see happening, including what's happening in Georgia with the horrible case of Fani Willis. It's actually pronounced Fani. It's F-A-N-I, but you pronounce it Fani, a little French accent there. Fani. But that's a terrible thing. But so Merrick Garland, I didn't think he'd be like this because I understood it. Looked at him. To me, he was a very respected judge, very respected for a long time. I never thought this would happen with him. He was liberal, but he was a respected guy, and I never thought this would happen, but he wants to speed it up. But I say they want to speed it up. They could have started it 3 years ago. 3 years ago. This would have been over 2 years. And now they want to speed it up. You know why they want to speed it up? Because I'm leading in the election. This is election interference at a level that nobody has ever seen before. It's because they know that I did nothing wrong and they want to get going. And it's, by the way, what the hell ever happened to the Biden boxes deal? What's with Biden boxes? Where did that ever go? They kept saying Trump, they raided Mar-a-Lago. You remember they raided my home. How would you like to have your home raided? Nice home. They raided my home. Whatever happened? Remember he kept classified documents under the wheels of his Corvette. He loves that Corvette. In an open garage with no security. Whatever happened? Let's check that. Whatever happened to Biden, the Biden boxes? He had massive numbers. He was taking stuff when he was a senator, which that you're not allowed to do. I was protected by the Presidential Records Act, by the way. But whatever happened to that boxes deal with Joe Biden? And why isn't Garland going after the ones who rigged the 2020 election? Why is he always going after the ones who are complaining about the rigging? They only go after the ones complaining. Now we have to have honest elections in all these cases. Biden and Garland were weaponizing law enforcement for really high-level election interference. That's what they're doing now. He's got nothing he can run on. He always says, Donald Trump is a threat. He's a threat to democracy. That's right. That's right. MAGA. We've got to stop MAGA. What does MAGA mean, Joe? Make America great again. We got to stop Make America Great. Think of it. We've got to stop Make America Great again. But I don't do too much imitation of him because every time I do it, every single time, they have it on television. like fake NBC, fake CBS, fake ABC. Not to mention CNN, MSDNC, and Fox. But every time I do it, if I imitate them, they show me Donald Trump spoke poorly last night. He could hardly say a word. So it's very dangerous. You know, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I hardly do it anymore. Maybe I'll do it for New Hampshire. I'm desperate to get you a vote. I'm desperate to get your vote. Maybe I'll do it. But I don't do it because what they do is, if I'm sarcastic or a lot of times I'll say, and President Obama is doing a lousy job, meaning that Obama's running the show. They'll say, Donald Trump doesn't know who our president is. No. Because cognitively, you know, I don't know if you saw, but a few months ago, I took a cognitive test. My doctor gave me. I said, give me a cognitive test just so we can, you know, because you know what the standards were. And I aced it. I also took one when I was in the White House. No, I'll let you know when I go bad. I really think I'll be able to tell you, because someday we go bad. But, you know, I've had, and they always say, like Haley, she talks about, yeah, we don't need 80-year-old. Well, I don't mind being 80, but I'm 77. That's a big difference. But I have one friend who became a very rich man, became a billionaire. His whole life, he didn't do well. He was in a certain business, didn't do well. He turned 80. He made $1 billion between the age of 80 and 90. He made all his money from 80 to 90. They always like to mention age. It's not age. Different people, different strokes, right? But what it is think of that. He made all of his money. I know people that are 90. I know one person, 94 years old, a phenomenal. His mind is as sharp as it's ever been. I feel my mind is stronger now than it was 25 years ago. Is that possible? I really do. Now, Biden can't say that. Look, you know he can't say that. You know he can't say that. You know there's something going on. But when I imitated, so a few weeks ago, I imitated, because as you know, he can never find the stairs. You know how many stairs? 1, 2. We have 2 on the side. 3, 4, and there's one back here, and then there's an emergency. So you get like 6 or 7. This is not a big platform. So I imitated it, and everybody had a great time. You know the way he finishes the speech? The speeches usually last about 2 minutes, yeah? That's right. Thank you. 2 or 3 minutes. They're not long. This is not Winston Churchill. He used to speak for never have so few done so much for so many. You know what that was about? The Spitfire. He was a slightly good speaker. But this isn't Winston Churchill. But they last very, very short periods of time because the energy runs low. You know, it's got there's something going on there. The key with him is to get him going for a long period of time. Let's see how it looks. But when he leaves, you ever notice he always points? He goes, thank you. He always goes, like the Heisman Trophy. And then, but he leaves. And so they had a wall. We'll pretend that's a wall back there, but they had a wall. I don't think there's a stair in the back, so he would find that area instead of. But you know what? So there's a wall. And I imitated him going to the wall. And everybody cracked up. We were all having a good time. And the fake news said Donald Trump was embarrassed tonight. He couldn't find his way off the stage. Can you believe? No. They are the most dishonest people. You know the thing where we talked about a dictator. Donald Trump wants to be a dictator. So Sean Hannity, who's a fantastic guy, by the way. Sean Hannity, I did a town hall with him 2 weeks ago. And he said, all right, let's put this to rest. He thought he was doing me a favor. And I wanted to be cute. I always got to be cute. He said, you don't want to be a dictator or anything, do you? I said, Sean, I only want to be a dictator for one day. And I'm going to be a dictator, Sean, for one day. And I'm going to close up the border and I'm going to drill, baby, drill. And after that, I'm not going to become a dictator. Right? So here's what the fake news does. It's so horrible. So I said, I want to be a dictator for one day. And then if you go on just like 10 seconds, it says the 2 things, right? We're going to have a great border. We're going to drill, baby, drill, those 2 things. We're going to have energy. We're going to make so much money. We're not going to have to worry about your Social Security. So I said those two things. I said, I'm going to be a dictator, and they cut it. So all over television said, Donald Trump wants to be a dictator. Listen to it. I'm going to be a dictator, cut. Now that's really, and it said for one day, and I did also finish and said, and then after that, I'm not going to be a dictator ever again. So we were having fun. And they've got me saying I want to be a dictator. These are sick people, I'm telling you. We have to straighten out our free press. But Joe Biden is a threat to democracy for a number of reasons. Take a look at what he's doing with weaponization. What he's doing with the weaponization that we just discussed is terrible. But he's a threat for another reason, very big. He's grossly incompetent. That's the biggest threat that we have to democracy. We're going to end up in World War III with this guy running things. And you know, it's interesting. Until I got indicted, I never talked this way about him. You probably know. Until I got, who is this? Is he a friend? You can get him out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Go ahead, you can throw him out. Well, now we know that politics is getting serious. So now we know we're getting serious. Now, he's just a disturbed person. Remember that used to happen all the time? People used to call for it. Where is that? We want it back. But no, probably we're really now into political season, and that is happening. It's happening. And the people in this room know what, and he probably knows too. And a lot of those guys, by the way, are paid by Soros and these people. You know that. They're troublemakers. A lot of those people are paid. They go outside. In fact, they're MAGA people, but they can't help it. They say, look, he gave me, I said, do what you're doing. This is only happening, all of this, because all of the weaponization, because we're leading so much in the polls, especially if you look, we're leading her by a lot. Ron is probably finished. He's probably finished, sad. May he rest in peace. In the new Redfield-Wilton poll, just came out a little while ago, it's Trump 72%, Haley 9%, and DeSanctimonious 9%. But that's why you have to get out and vote, though. We have to keep those margins. In Nevada, we're going to be there next week. You know what we're going to get in Nevada? 100% of the vote. 100. You know why? They looked at the polls and they decided we're not going to play there. So next week is Nevada, a great state, and DeSanctimonious just announced he's pulling out of Nevada. In South Carolina, you just saw all of the leaders, just about everybody. We have almost everybody. Respected pollster, very respected guy, Tony Fabrizio. Have you ever heard of him? He's Italian by persuasion, I think. But you know, he's a great pollster. John McLaughlin, great pollster. He has some great pollsters. Tony Fabrizio has it here. 64, think of it. Trump at 64%, Haley at 25%, Ron DeSantis. What the hell happened to him? 8%. We're leading in New Hampshire, but take nothing for granted because polls only matter if you get out and vote. You have to get out and vote. The polls can be so destructive. You know, I used to get polls like in Wisconsin. They said Trump is down 19 points. Washington Post, ABC, Washington Post, ABC Fake News, Washington Post. And they used to go, and they had me down, actually 18 points. Trump is down 8. I said, it can't be. Wisconsin's a great state. I just gave a speech. We had 38,000 people. There's no way I'm down 18 points. And our polls said we were doing well there. I ended up winning that state. And I went to John McLaughlin, the great pollster. I said, how can they say I'm down 18 and I end up winning in the election, winning it? I said, why don't they say 5 or 4 or 3? He said, because at 3 or 4 or 5, you go out and the people say, I'm going to go and vote. At 19 or 18 or 17, they say, darling, let's stay home. And who can blame them? They don't want to go out and vote. But when you're down like anything below 5, and he taught me this, I didn't realize it. So they'd rather ruin their reputation. They'd be down 18 points, something like that. So they'd rather ruin their reputation for the next cycle than say he's down 2% or he's up 1% or whatever it is. I ended up winning. But I said to him, what does that mean? He said, you would have won by much more, because many people, when they saw 18%, they stayed home. The pollsters are just as dishonest as these people back here, which is saying a lot. We're also dominating crooked Joe Biden in the general election. We're up 8 points over Biden in the new Rasmussen poll that just came out, while Nikki Haley is getting clobbered in that poll. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election of 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. Because it's so true. It's so true. These people, what they do, it's really backfired on them, I guess. Because I'm being indicted for you, and never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom, because I will never let them take away your freedom. I will never let that happen. They want to silence me, because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. I just happen to be standing in the way. I am in the way. I always will be. We're delighted to be joined tonight by Hillsborough County Attorney John Coughlin, Belknap County Sheriff Bill Wright, RNC National Committeeman Bill O'Brien, Congressman, he's a very low-key individual, Congressman Matt Gaetz. Hello, Congressman. Where's Matt Gaetz? Hello, Matt. I didn't know you were going to be here, Matt. Wow. Hi, Matt. And a man who is the greatest mayor in the history of New York City with great courage, Rudy Giuliani. He's a popular guy. I'll tell you, he was the greatest mayor, not even close. From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden and his band of radical left lunatics, I believe we are going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. We had the greatest economy in history. Think of all the things we did. Rebuilt the military, biggest tax cuts ever, biggest regulation cuts ever. The next Trump economic boom will begin on November 5th, 2024. That's what's going to happen. And we're going to bring America together through unprecedented success. You know, when we were just prior to COVID coming in, and we did a great job, we got credit for economy, we got credit for military, we got credit for foreign policy, never got the credit that we deserve. We had this horrible scourge coming into our country, all over the world, people dying all over the world. We never got the credit. We did a great job with the ventilators and all of the things we did, but we never got it, and it's just incredible. But 4 incredible years under my leadership, we built the single greatest economy, think of it, in the history of the world. Our country has never been so successful, especially in that period, that long period of time before the China virus came to our shores, with record low unemployment rates for African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, veterans, young people, old people, people with diplomas, people without diplomas, people that went to MIT, like my uncle, who was there for 40 years as a professor, the longest serving professor. Rudy, did you know that? My uncle was at MIT, Dr. John Trump, for 40 years. He's the longest serving professor in the history of him. He had 3 degrees. 1 wasn't good enough for him, but he was great. He was great. My father's brother. Think of it, we had gas prices at $1.87 a gallon, and there was no inflation. We had no inflation. Energy caused inflation. Energy caused inflation. Together, we ended the NAFTA disaster, the worst trade deal ever made, and we replaced it with the brand new USMCA, the best trade deal ever made. And, you know, they're trying to renegotiate that now. Canada and Mexico, they want to renegotiate because it's a lousy deal for them. I could have told them that. I did that one myself. I took on communist China like no administration in history, bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars, pouring right into our treasury, when no other president in all of these years had ever gotten 10 cents, not 10 cents came into our country from China. And I took out of those hundreds of billions, I took $28 billion out. I gave it to the farmers and to New England lobstermen who are under siege by Biden. Lobstermen and fishermen. Do we have any lobstermen and fishermen here? Lobstermen and fishermen. Yeah, that's interesting. And I will fight for the fishermen like never before with 4 more years as President of the United States. You know, they want to put fees on the fishermen. Every day they want $700. I don't know anything about the industry other than I protect the industry. But $700 is a lot of money for a fisherman to go out fishing. What happens if you don't catch any fish? That happens. As soon as I get back in the White House, I will quickly end Joe Biden's inflation catastrophe. We will terminate the Green New Scam, and we will drill, baby, drill. We will drill, baby, drill. Right? We'll quickly cut New Hampshire energy prices in half. You have the highest energy prices in the entire world. Think of it. I just got finished saying you have the worst drug problem in the whole country per capita by far. But you also have the highest energy. Those are 2 bad statistics. Those are 2 bad statistics, Sununu. Those are 2 very bad, and it shouldn't be that way. You have the highest energy prices in the entire country by a lot. I will cut them in half within my first year in office because we have plenty of energy. It's right there. On day 1, I will end crooked Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate. This week, 17 retired military officials stated that Biden's electric vehicle lunacy is a threat to national security. And by the way, they don't work well in cold weather. And they don't go far. That's true. They don't go far. But it's certainly not great for your climb, they call it climate. While Biden is pushing the largest tax hike in American history, I will make the Trump tax cuts, the biggest tax cuts ever, bigger than Reagan. I will make them permanent. We're going to make them permanent. You know, they expire in a year. They expire in a year. We have to make them permanent. The Democrats will fight. If they're not made permanent, it's a tremendous tax increase, and we're not going to let that happen. And I will once again cut a record number of job-killing regulations. You know, some people, I went to some of my friends or people, in some cases they're not my friends, they're my enemies. I hate them. But they're big business. I said, what was more important for you, the tax cuts or the regulation cuts? Every single one of them said the regulation cuts. Can you believe it? I was surprised, actually. But we cut regulations at levels that nobody's ever seen. We cut more regulations than any president in history before, by far. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, we win all together. We're going to win. We will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled before I take office. President-elect, I'll get it settled. I know Putin. Get along with him. I know Zelensky, get along with him. We're going to settle it. That's a tremendous problem that would have never, think of it, the sad, would have never happened. You know, it's one thing you settle. You can never make a settlement like you could. If we could have done settlement, we didn't even have to do, Putin would have never done it. We didn't even have to do a settlement, but we could have made a settlement. All those cities would be thriving now. The beautiful golden domes that are ripped down, 1,000-year-old buildings that are ripped down. You can never replace it. All those lives that are lost. The lives that are lost are so much greater than what you're being told. The lives are, it's just tremendous. I'll get it solved. I'll get it solved before I even get into office. We will restore peace through strength, and they understand that. There's a great man, a great leader in Europe, Viktor Orban. He's the prime minister of Hungary. He's a very great leader, very strong man. Some people don't like him because he's too strong. It's nice to have a strong man running your country, but he He was being interviewed a month ago. It was an incredible statement. In fact, I should use it in an ad, but we don't take ads. So far, we haven't needed them because we're doing well. But we should use it. But Viktor Orban, one of the most respected, one of the toughest leaders, one of the most respected, they said, what's going on? The whole world is burning. He said, what's going on is Trump is no longer in office. When he was in office, China was afraid of him. He used the word afraid. I'd rather say respect. But he said China was afraid of him. Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Russian pipeline. Remember? That was the biggest thing they ever did. I ended it. It was dead. And then Biden came along, and the first week he approved it, going all over Europe. But he said when Trump was president, they said, what would you do? He said, I would do whatever is possible to get Trump elected president again, and everything will stop. So I was very honored by it. Right? Can I ask a group of ladies, they follow me all over, I don't know what the hell's with their social life or their husbands. They come from North Carolina. There's like 100 of them. They're represented tonight by probably 30, and they always seem to have good seats. You know, they get good seats. Somewhere along the line, they know people in my campaign. I always notice, but could you stand up? This is their 117th rally. So beautiful. They're so beautiful. I don't know if their husbands are exactly thrilled by this, but this is number 117. Can you believe that? And then, of course, we have front row Joes. They follow me all over the place. I can't get rid of these guys. Thank you, fellas. Thank you very much. So honored. So honored. Are your marriages still good? Probably better, right? That's great. Thank you very much. That really is an honor. 117. I'm the only candidate who can make this promise to you, and I will make it, and I will keep it. I will prevent World War III. We've never been so close. You just have to check out your news. And we will build an Iron Dome over our country, a state-of-the-art missile defense shield made in the USA. We do it for other countries, and we don't do it for ourselves. We do it for other countries, all made in the USA. I will also defend our great veterans. Al is around here someplace. Where is Al? Al, the king of the veterans, I call him. Al, have I been good to the veterans? I've done a great job. Okay. Well, we're going to do it, Al. He said, well, the veterans say I was the greatest president for veterans, you know. We had a tremendous problem where the veterans weren't being taken care of, and I gave them immediate service. If they weren't able to see a doctor, you know, a lot of them couldn't see. They would be waiting, for 2-3 months even to just get an appointment. Anybody that couldn't get to see, and I got this approved by Congress, anybody couldn't see a doctor, you go immediately out. We have a whole group of doctors surrounding all of the hospitals. We have deals negotiated with them. You get taken care of by those doctors. It worked out so incredibly well, so unbelievably well. We also had something, you know, we have a lot of sadists that used to work, horrible people, thieves, sadists who used to work. We couldn't get them out because of civil service laws. I got it done, passed in Congress, not easy. They've been trying to get it done for 58 years. And the other with the veterans, they were trying to get that for 52 years. I got them both done. We fired 8,000 people that were sadists and thieves and crooks. We had one case in Arizona where people got caught stealing $400,000 and they couldn't fire them. They weren't allowed to fire them. They got caught stealing $400,000 and you couldn't fire them. And they got fired very quickly and then some. I will ask Congress to build the full-service VA hospital, Al, right here in New Hampshire. You know, you're the only state in the union. Do you know that? You're the only state in the union that doesn't have a full-service VA hospital, and we have had such an incredible relationship with your state. We are going to build a hospital for our veterans right here in New Hampshire. You just have to give me the location, give me the best location. I will direct a completely overhauled DOJ to investigate every radical, out-of-control prosecutor in America for their illegal, racist, in-reverse enforcement of the law. And I am also going to indemnify all police officers and law enforcement, every police officer and all law enforcement all throughout the United States to protect them. It's called indemnification. I'm going to indemnify them from being destroyed by the radical left for taking strong action on crime. They're told not to touch it, not to stop it. We're going to, and they're afraid to do it. They lose everything. We're going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than they've ever been before. We're going to stop crime in our cities. We're going to stop it through strong law enforcement. You can't walk down the street of these cities nowadays without being shot or mugged or beat up or pushed into a subway train. We will take over the horribly run capital of our nation in Washington, D.C., and clean it up, renovate it, rebuild it. It'll be a capital like no other. Right now, you walk down the streets of the Capitol. Last night, 3 people shot. Every day, people are shot. Our capital is a disgrace. I was there for one of these fake trials the other day, a couple of weeks ago, and I'm driving down a major thoroughfare. Let's not even mention it. And there was so much garbage that we're literally driving over cartons and boxes and cans and beer. I say, what a disgrace. The median in between lanes, the median was all falling down, that crappy steel median that they use in this country for some reason. Somebody does a very good job with getting that contract. Because have you ever seen these things? You put them up and the sun bends it. They look like hell after like 2 weeks. What kind of crap is that? But they're all over the place. And they all know what I'm talking about, too. Somebody did a great job of selling. Whoever the hell it is, they're rich as hell. But we're going to straighten out our cities. We're going to straighten out our cities, and we're going to take over the capital of the United States, and we're going to run it in the federal government. It's going to be run properly and safely. Nobody's going to get shot. And if they do, those people are in big trouble that did it. It'll become, again, the most beautiful capital and the safest capital anywhere in the world. No, but can you imagine you're a foreign dignity and you're coming into the United States and you're driving over garbage and you see the medians falling and you see asphalt that has potholes all over the place. What a scene. And I'm telling you, 4 years ago when I was here, I used to go crazy with that. Get that street clean. It wasn't my job. You have a mayor, right? But you have a mayor. And they're supposed to do it, but we're going to take it over. We're going to federalize it, and we're going to run it in the federal government. It's going to be run properly, really properly and safely. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto our children to destroy their lives. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And it's hard to believe that we have to even say this. It's so ridiculous. I will keep men out of women's sports. Totally done. And as I did for 4 years, perfectly, I will fully uphold our great Second Amendment. We have to. We have no choice. And I will never allow the creation of a central bank digital currency. Do you know what that means? It's a big deal. We will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech again in our country. I will secure our elections, and as I said, our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots and voter ID. But until then, Republicans must win. We have to win. You have to get out and vote on Tuesday. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration has done. If you look at what they've done on our border, what they've done to our military, what they've done to everything, look at interest rates. We used to have the lowest interest rates ever. Now we have the highest. Nobody can buy houses. What they've done to this country is incredible, and especially having to do with crime and other such things. The border is one of the great catastrophes, I think, in the world. The border is one of the greatest catastrophes that have ever happened, and embarrassments. And then you go back again to Afghanistan. I defeat ISIS totally. They said you couldn't do it. It would take 4 or 5 years. They did it in 3 months, right? General Raisin Cain, right? Do you ever hear that, sir? Good general. We have some great generals, I'll tell you. You don't see them on television, though. So if you want to save America, then this Tuesday, January 23rd, you must vote for a man named Trump. Did you ever hear of him? And as I said earlier, the details, and just take it down just in case you want some, but we have to get everybody. nh.donaldjtrump.com. So in conclusion, who the hell wants this to end? I don't want it to end. I had a friend, he wanted to become a politician. He's a very successful guy, one of the most successful people. I don't want to get him embarrassed, and he wants to be a politician. I said, what's the problem? Why don't you do it? Just go ahead and do it. You'd be good. You have a lot of money. You've done that. He said, I have one problem. What? He has stage fright. I said, stage fright. That doesn't sound good. If you have stage fright, I told him, if you have stage fright, this is the wrong business for you. But we feel comfortable together, right? People say, how do you do that? You go up for 2 hours and you talk, and I would say 80% without these crazy things, right? But how do you do that? And I say, there's such love in the room. I really mean this. It's easy because there's such love in the room. It's like not that hard to do, believe it or not. I don't know. Thank you. It's true. There's so much love. Together, we're taking on some of the most menacing forces and vicious opponents our people have ever seen. We've never seen anything like it. But no matter how hateful and corrupt the communists and criminals we are fighting against may be, you must never forget this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. This nation belongs to you. This is your home. This is your heritage. And our American liberty is your God-given right. This is your God-given right. From Concord to Conway, from Plymouth to Portsmouth, and from Meredith to Manchester, you inherit the legacy of red-blooded New Hampshire patriots who live by that immortal motto, live free or die. Have you heard of that before? We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the ocean, settled a continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up the greatest skyscrapers in the world, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America the single greatest nation in the history of the world. But now we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has the highest inflation in 50 years, where banks are collapsing and interest rates are skyrocketing. Likewise, we are a nation where energy costs have reached the highest levels in our history, where we are no longer energy independent or energy dominant, as we were just a few short years ago. We are a nation that is begging Venezuela and others for oil. Please, please, please help us, Joe Biden says. Yet we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country anywhere in the world. We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will be reducing their oil production while at the same time substantially increasing the price. And we met that threat by announcing that we will no longer be drilling for oil in large areas of Alaska or elsewhere on our land. We are a nation that is consumed by the radical left's Green New Deal, yet everyone knows that the Green New scam is fake and will lead to our destruction. We are a nation whose leaders are demanding all electric cars despite the fact that they don't go far. So sad. They also cost too much, and whose batteries are produced in China with materials only available in China, when an unlimited amount of gasoline is available inexpensively in the United States, but not available in China. And now we are a nation that wants to make our revered and very powerful Army tanks the best anywhere in the world, all electric, so that despite the fact that they are also not able to go far, fewer pollutants will be released into the air as we blast through enemy territory in an environmentally friendly way. And they also want to make our jet fighters with a green stamp of energy savings, though losing 15% efficiency, but allowing us to keep our enemy's atmosphere clean of emissions as we viciously and unceremoniously attack them at levels never seen before. Who are these people that would do this to us? Who are these people who would ruin our country? We are a nation that ended oil exploration and production in the U.S. just as the price of oil reached an all-time high. What other country would do such a foolish, foolish thing? So self-destructive it is. Can we be energy independent? And again, can we be even energy dominant? Yes, oh yes, and very quickly, says President Trump. We are a nation that surrendered in Afghanistan, leaving dead soldiers, American citizens, and $85 billion worth of the finest military equipment in the world, and also abandoning Bagram, one of the biggest military air bases anywhere in the world, and only 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. Think of that. And we are a nation that allowed Russia and Ukraine to fight, killing hundreds of thousands of people, and it will only get worse. It would never have happened with me as your president, and for 4 straight years, it didn't happen. Likewise, the horrifying attack on Israel would never have happened. They wouldn't have even thought of doing such a thing if President Trump was in the Oval Office. Iran was broke under President Trump. They didn't have the money to fund Hamas or Hezbollah and all of the other instruments of terror that were funded. Were going without any funds at all. But those sanctions were lifted by a very corrupt Biden administration, and now Iran is a rich country with $200 billion and another $6 billion for hostages and $10 billion for electricity to Iraq. All compliments of the incompetent Biden administration. And China, with Taiwan, is next. We are a nation that allows radical left terrorists to violently attack our cities, leaving behind massive destruction and death. And nothing happens to the criminals that do these terrible things. There is no punishment, but when people who love our country protest on January 6th, in Washington, D.C., they become hostages unfairly imprisoned for long, long periods of time. We are a third world nation that has weaponized its law enforcement against the opposing political party like never, ever before. We've got a Federal Bureau of Investigation that won't allow bad election-changing facts to be presented to the public, and which offers $1 million to a writer of fiction about Donald J. Trump to lie and say it was fact. Where Hunter Biden's laptop from hell was Russian disinformation and the FBI knew it wasn't, but 51 intelligence agents said it was. And the Department of Justice that refuses to investigate egregious acts of voting irregularities and fraud. And we have a man who is totally corrupt and the worst president in the history of our country, who is cognitively impaired and in no condition to lead, and is now in charge of dealing with Russia and possible nuclear war, which would be World War III and far more devastating than any of the previous world wars, because the weaponry that no one has even thought about is so devastating, so far beyond anything ever thought before. We are a nation that no longer has a free and fair press. Fake news is all you get. And they are indeed the enemy of the people. They refuse to discuss the Biden crime family, but enjoy covering the false indictments of Donald J. Trump, who has done nothing wrong except win an election that wasn't anticipated by them. We are a nation where free speech is no longer allowed, where crime is rampant and out of control like never before. And we are a nation that is allowing Iran to build a massive nuclear weapon and China to use the trillions and trillions of dollars it has taken from us to build a military to rival our own. And less than 3 years ago, we had Iran, China, Russia, North Korea, and Czech. They respected us. They were afraid of us. They weren't going to do a thing against us, and everyone knows it. And now Russia and China are holding summits to carve up the rest of the world. And perhaps most importantly, we are a nation that is no longer admired, respected, or listened to on the world stage. We are a nation that in many ways has become a joke. And we are a nation that is hostile to liberty, freedom, faith, and even God. We are a nation whose economy is collapsing into a cesspool of ruin, whose supply chain is broken, whose stores are not stocked, whose deliveries are not coming, and whose educational system is ranked at the bottom of every single list. We are a nation that just sold a once great company, United States Steel, to Japan. We are a nation whose stock market continued success is totally contingent on MAGA winning the next election. We are a nation where large packs of sadistic criminals and thieves are allowed to go into stores and openly rob them, beat up and kill their workers and customers, and leave with armloads of goods, but with no retribution, where the authority of our great police has been taken, where their families and pensions have been threatened, and their lives would be destroyed for the mere mention of the words law enforcement. We are a nation where fentanyl and other forms of illegal drugs are easier to get than groceries to feed our beautiful families. We have become a drug-infested, crime-ridden nation, which is incapable of solving even the simplest of problems. We will institute the powerful death penalty for drug dealers, where each dealer is responsible for the death during their lives of over 500 people or more. Mothers will never again be forced to watch their children overdosing and hopelessly dying in the arms of screaming, "What can I do? What can I do? I want my child back." We are a nation whose once revered airports are dirty, crowded mess. You sit and wait for hours and then are notified that the planes won't leave. They have no idea when they will. Where ticket prices have tripled, they don't have the pilots to fly the planes, they don't have the qualified air traffic controllers, and they just don't know what the hell they're doing. We are a nation that screens its citizens viciously at all ports, every single port. But if you're an illegal alien, you're allowed to flow through all gates by the millions and millions and millions. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, its willpower, and its strength. We are a nation that has lost its way, but we are not going to allow this horror to continue. 3 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country, and it's hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before. 2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media. We will drain the swamp. And we will liberate our country from these tyrants and villains once and for all. We will be a liberated country again. Like those patriots before us, we will not bend, we will not break, we will not yield. We will never give in, we will never give up, and we will never, ever back down. With your support, we will go on to victory, the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on Election Day 2024. The great silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, New Hampshire. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you.
I gotta learn that dance, y'all. Okay, so, man, there you have it. Oh man, I ain't got the lights on here. Okay, so we're gonna close it out, man. I want to thank everybody for coming out. Shout out to Cali. Oh, Cali Unknown. What's going on, man? Shout out to Cali Unknown. Shout out to Underrated Darkness, Carolyn Network, MD, yes, he's in the house. Twin, Deacon, of course. Tequila Annette. Let's see. Oh, Kelly Ray. And let's see who else we got here. Oh, Avery Cooper. We know who Avery Cooper is. I know who Avery Cooper is. When you use, Avery Cooper, you can hide under like different accounts, different avatars, but one thing you can't hide is your grammar. You can't hide your grammar. You cannot hide bad grammar. When you're talking about like, let's go back to this famous quote of the night. You Trump supporters is crazy. We know who talks like that, right? Like I said, you can hide under Cooper, you can hide your gender, you can hide your avatar, but you can't hide your fucked up grammar. And everybody in Atlanta doesn't say is. There's people in Atlanta that talk with very good grammar. It's just the ignorant ones who choose to goddamn talk that dead language that dead language called Ebonics. And your parents did not teach you to talk like that. Trump supporters is crazy. Nobody told you to, your parents didn't damn send you to school to talk bad grammar like that. You chose that bad grammar. So these Negroes out here talking about, yeah, use. Yeah, they use. That's called willful ignorance. Okay. So we're not doing that. So let's see. Oh, we got a new comment. Is or maybe right. That's right, Kelly. Oh shit. Sorry, I fell asleep. Oh, no problem. No problem. I'm worse out. Did I miss anything important? What did Trump do? He kicked out a heckler. That was fun. And then he showed that in South Carolina, he had a whole row of people who endorsed him. So yeah, Nikki Haley is going to crash and burn in her own state. Now, Governor Sununu, who is the governor, he endorsed Nikki Trump, but the lieutenant governor endorsed Trump, and everybody, he had like a whole row of people. So that was very good. What else did he have tonight? So he had a heckler he kicked out, stage full of people who endorsed him in South Carolina. And I think, pretty much the same. You know, like I said, I show these rallies to reinforce his policies. And then, you know, you never know what surprise is going to catch so bad. But what I'm going to start doing, like I said, if I do a show and there's a rally, I'm going to start doing a show before then. Now, if the show gets crunk, we'll just go on with the show. Because after New Hampshire, it's over with for Nikki Haley. It's over with. So these rallies, I mean, I enjoy Trump rallies, but and I'm not saying don't watch Trump rallies or don't support Trump rallies. You know, I'm a 100% supporter. But after he crushes Nikki Haley, it's time for damn Trump to face Biden. You know, Haley is no longer a threat, man. Haley needs to address these two men that signed these affidavits. That's what Haley needs to do. She needs to address these two men that signed these affidavits. And yeah, she needs to deal with that. Now, as far as okay. And now, as far as her winning in New Hampshire, yeah, she's not going to win at all. Let's see. What do you think of the Tim Scott thing? Actually think it's a great idea for a collab. I like Tim Scott. Yeah, Tim Scott. He I watched him not only during the Trump rally. I watched him on another show. It's called the Benny. What's his name? Benny. It's another talk show that he was on, and Benny interviewed him, and it was good, man. Tim Scott, he's got a lot of charisma too, man. So, will Tim Scott, because I know Tim Scott, I think he would make a good vice president. I mean, there's a lot of, man, Trump has a lot of good options for VP. He has a very that's why I was saying, I made that other video the other day. Don't worry about Vivek Swamy. Vivek Swamy, Trump already chose his VP long before Trump and Vivek Swamy squashed the beef, or, you know, alleged beef. So let's see. Haley and DeSavage are gonna fall off like bad dope. Yeah. I mean, you know, Kelly, you do know that DeSantis, he just threw his hands up with New Hampshire. He's not even campaigning in New Hampshire. He just gave up. He saw the poll numbers and he just threw his arms up. Which I'm like, if you're going to do that, you just might as well just drop out. You might as well just drop out. But he wanted to go straight to South Carolina, to Nikki's home state, and I guess I don't know. He gonna pick me for VP. That's right, Josh. That's right. Hey, I love it. Josh for VP for Trump 2024. I'm all with it. I'm all with it, man. Shout out to Josh. let's see, Tim Scott is more educated on the disenfranchised inner cities. I love it. That will hit a base that Trump isn't too familiar with. I agree. I totally agree with that. I agree with that. Yeah, because Tim, you know, Tim Scott. Yeah, when I see his interviews, man, he's definitely in tune with a lot of stuff in the urban areas. So yeah, I think he'll be a good pick. I don't object to Tim Scott being VP for Trump. I don't object to that. You know what I'm saying? Again, because I know a lot of people want Tucker Carlson, but Tucker Carlson said he don't want the position. So I don't know why people are still rooting for Tucker Carlson when Tucker Carlson just said, look, I don't want that position. So to my MAGA supporters, like, y'all have another pick? Because yeah, Tucker Carlson said he don't want it. He's Tucker Carlson is doing good with his show. His goal is to build up his brand. Tucker Carlson is about to take out all the major news medias. He is the dude to go to for your news. So man, yeah, Tucker Carlson got other plans. And I think he would be, yeah, he don't want the position. He don't want VP. He wants to do his thing. And so shout out to Tucker Carlson. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Tucker Carlson. Again, there are so many. There's like a long list of VPs that Trump can pick from. And Trump is not trying to rush it. He's not trying to rush it. You know, he's slow walking that. He's taking his time. For good reasons. Let me send just in case somebody want to join up, because I know I did stream that thing for. We've been on for 5 hours. God damn. So she said, okay, Kelly said, I'm sorry, but Tucker isn't well-rounded enough. His very tunnel vision light. Tucker's cool, just not a B. Yeah, I would agree with that, Kelly. Yeah, I don't think Tucker's really Tucker's good at what he's doing. Tucker's good at what he's doing, which is, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, his ratings, he's going to outdo CNN. He's going to outdo Fox. He's going to outdo he's outdoing them now. He's going to continue to outdo them. He's going to be the go-to platform. So Tucker is good at what he's doing. Why leave that for only like a 4-year position, really a headache, man. I mean, I'm glad that Trump is taking on the position as president, but it look like it's a headache. You know what I'm saying? And especially for Trump. Like if this doesn't show us a headache, they dragging this man in court, even though he's going to beat it. They putting up all these like civil cases, and they throwing everything at Trump, everything in the kitchen sink, man. And it's like, even though Trump is winning, it's like, I know it's a headache, because it's a headache for me. I'm just like, yo, like really? But like I said, I want to thank Jocelyn Wade. She's making it exciting down here in Georgia for us. So as for us Georgians, we're gonna have a good time, especially in Georgia, with the whole Fannie Willis and what's Mr. Wade. Yeah, we're gonna have fun in Georgia. Yeah, I'm sure y'all gonna have fun too, but we in Georgia, we're gonna have a lot of fun. We are going to have a lot of fun. And I'm going to stream it on my channel. So if they're not, I think they're gonna air everything. I don't know if they're gonna, like, when they unseal it, I don't know if that's going to be broadcasted nationwide, but whatever they broadcast here in Georgia, I got y'all back. So y'all come to the arena, I got y'all back. If they don't show it nationwide, and if they show it nationwide, then y'all got the hookup. But even if they don't show it nationwide, y'all got the hookup here on the arena. So like I said, on the 30th, I'm going to show like I said, there's 2 cases, and I never did work that out with MD if he actually knew there was 2 cases. So there's a Superior Court in Cobb County, which is a divorce hearing. That's the one they're unsealing. They're going to unseal the records of Nathan Wade, and they're going to see what he's spending money on. And Jocelyn Wade is going to bring all the receipts, meaning all bank records, all credit card records, everything. So yeah, MD did show us tonight that yeah, Nathan Wade did buy Fannie Willis American Airline tickets. So we're going to see more of that, and then we're going to see the private detective or private investigator, private detective, the documentations that he has on Nathan Wade. So yeah, Jocelyn Wade has all the goods, and she's ready to just like the ball is all in her court as far as the divorce case. So we got the unsealing on the 30th. Fulton County, which is not Cobb County, Fulton County Superior Court, which is a whole nother county. So like I said, the divorce is happening in Cobb County. That's where Nathan Wade moved from. In Fulton County, which is where Nathan Wade works, where him and Fannie Willis work. On the February 15th is where they will see if they need to go forward as far as the ethics case. Now, again, ethics in the world of judges, in the world of DAs, they take a ethics oath. And if they break that ethics oath, they could lose. They could be disbarred as lawyers. So that's very crucial for Fannie. Not only crucial for Fannie, but that's crucial for Wade. And one of the things, like as she said, played on earlier on in the video, she said out of her own mouth, if she catches any employees dating any other employees, they're out of here, because she knows the severity of that. You know, she didn't even want to enter practice. That's how serious lawyers take that. Now, to average people like me and MD's like, oh, I don't care about that. Oh, what's the big deal? But no, in their world, it's a big deal. You cannot be sleeping around and then like trying cases. You have to maintain a certain look. In fact, what I will do tomorrow, I will show you how important it is. I'm going to have Kelly Megan break that down. Kelly Megan is going to break that down. See, I don't know how she is with her copyright. Like I said, she has her own YouTube channel and she's trying to, you know, she just started pushing whole podcasts on her channel. So I don't know how she is about playing her material. So I don't want to play her material without her permission, number one, and I don't want to get flagged. So shout out to Kelly Megan. Y'all subscribe to her channel. It's pretty cool. I like it. You know, like I said, she reminds me of Nature Mom a lot. So shout out to Megan Kelly. But yeah, she breaks down the importance of ethics violations for attorneys. Like she breaks it down and she said it's very serious, and Fannie Willis is done. So now there have been mentions saying that worst case scenario, which is actually highly probable, is that they will assign the case to PAC, which they take over cases here in Georgia. It's PAC. They take over the cases. But what I'm betting on, because Fannie Willis was directed straight from the Biden administration and Mr. Wade, that they were handpicked and they were assigned to this case. So when the case is taken out of their hand, it becomes weaker. It becomes weaker because the incentive is no longer there. And the incentive plays a very big part. So when Mr. Wade was making $6,500,000, way more than the other two DAs, they were only making $90,000, $650,000, big difference, right? So they were giving special incentives. And Mr. Wade, he charged 24 hours on the phone call because he felt emboldened. You know, the Biden administration is the one that put the battery in his back. That's why he did the stupid nigga shit that he did. And they put the battery in Fannie Willis is back. And that's why they felt so emboldened to go on the trips because, well, hell, the president of the United States has our back. Not that president, but, you know, the one, the pedophile. The pedophile, Joe Biden, put the battery in their back, so they felt emboldened to go on these lavish trips on the dime of the taxpayers here in Georgia, in the state of Georgia, Fulton County. Well, you know, when you state of Georgia, yeah, everybody in Georgia pays state taxes. So yeah, the state taxpayers here in this state. So yeah, we're going to be very entertained here in Georgia. Now, I'm sure you guys in other states will be entertained too, but we're going to be very, very entertained because yeah, you know, we paid for it. We paid for it. So yeah, we're going to be now, if you guys are entertained by the whole Fannie sex scandal, let's say you guys are at a 9, we're going to be at a 15 here in Georgia. Oh yes, we're going to be thoroughly entertained here in Georgia. So, but we don't mind sharing the enjoyment with y'all in different states. You know, everybody, Kelly, Josh, you know, Josh in Oklahoma, Kelly's up in up north. I'm sorry, I forgot Minnesota. Everybody's in different states. You know, Twin and Deacon from Texas. Underrated from New York. Carolyn, I'm not remember where I think she's in Pennsylvania. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Yessie. I think Yessie's overseas. Miss Annette, don't know where you're from. But yeah, everybody here, we will share the joy. We will share the joy. Okay, so here in Atlanta, we're going to share the joy. Here on the arena, we will share the joy of the news down here in Atlanta. Okay, so with that being said, because we've been on for damn near 5 hours, man. So man, shout out to Donald Trump, man. Shout out to everybody who endorsed him. Shout out to y'all for sticking with me on these things. Like I said, I will do future rallies, but if y'all want to come on, because I saw last night Kelly and now I fell asleep, but Kelly and MD were in the chat, and so if y'all want to come up during it, we can just, you know, we could turn down the volume, we could have a show, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, it's pretty much the same thing. I mean, Trump's gonna win Wisconsin. Okay, my bad, Kelly. Wisconsin. I'm sorry about that. Okay, so what I'll do is you know what I'm saying, if y'all want to jump up, you know, that just because I trade a Trump rally don't mean that I won't, you know, stop the rally and, you know, have a discussion. You know, if y'all want to like cut through it, we could do that because, you know, we pretty much know his policies, right? We do know he want to be a dictator on day one. That's only to close the border and drill. He wants to do those two without any congressional approval. So drilling for oil and closing the border is what he wants to do on day one. Those are his dictatorial policies that he's like, man, shut it down. I'm dictator. We're drilling. We're closing down the border. Now, day two, then we can resume back to normal, being normal America. But day one, y'all going to see Trump dictatorship America. And that's just a drill. And who's against drilling? I know there's some damn Democrats and some environmentalists against drilling. Man, shut up. Shut up. We're going to drill. Okay, we're going to drill. And we're going to shut down the border. Now, who's against that? Oh, that's right. Democrats are against that because they want to redistrict all these different states because they think they're going to get some new voting blocks. Yeah, we're going to shut that down. That's where dictatorial powers are needed to drill and shut down the border. And I'm all for that. So when are you wanting to do this? Y'all pick a good day because I still want to jump on Maurice's panel. You know what I'm saying? Celebrated 70. Now I want to make apologies to Murray. I said when I was in my truck, you know, I'm in the truck, so I'm not. I said he has 7,000. No. Maurice has 70,000. No, he's way past me. Like I don't know why. And I apologize to Maurice. I don't know why I thought he said 7,000. He has 70K. So we still got to do that celebration show for Maurice. But yeah, what we could do, Kelly, we could do a show tomorrow. We can do a show tomorrow because I do want to show the importance of ethics violation. Why it's serious. Again, if you have any attorneys in your family, they'll tell you ethics violations can get you disbarred. So let me explain this to MD, because MD is a trucker like myself. Okay, that's like me, right? Get my wallet out here. That's like me being a truck driver and losing my CDL. See, it says commercial. Anyway, y'all get it. That's like me losing my license. That's like me losing my CDL. And lawyers, that is their bread and butter. They do not want to be disbarred, because being disbarred, they basically are no longer lawyers. They can no longer practice. And so that's what they're going for. They're going for the juggler vein. They're going for the juggler with Fannie Willis. That was a cold move. Yeah, you're going ethics violation. And not only they're going after Fannie's after Fannie, but they're going after Mr. Wade too. So that eliminates Fannie and Mr. Wade. And so yeah, therefore that means somebody else will have to pick up the case. And I'm betting on that. Once they do that, it destroys the whole case, because again, Fannie and Wade were specifically assigned this case by the I'm about to say Obama. I might as well say Obama, right? By the Biden administration. I stand by that. And how do I prove that? I mean, receipts. But they're going to pull more receipts when they unseal the divorce case, because they're going to dig all up in the finances, and it'll back everything that I'm saying. But again, shout out to MD. MD showed us the plane tickets. So, you know, and actually, I think the receipts he dealt with the White House are already out there. They're already out there. So yeah, I mean, the paperwork and receipts are already there. They're already out there. So this confirms it. So we can move forward with the case. Like I said, the Cobb County divorce case, it just solidifies what needs to be done in Fulton County Superior Court, which is move ahead with the ethics case. And like I said, all they got to do is show the evidence from, see, what Fulton County is going to do is request the evidence from Cobb County. And once Cobb County shows that, the receipts and all that, because it's court documentation, it's over for Fannie. Just for the simple fact that Wade bought her an airplane ticket, they're going to explanation. Well, it says here that there was a trip to Miami and you went on a trip. You know, you can do that, Mr. Wade, but why did Fannie Willis go with you? Was it a business trip? Because if it was a business trip, we're going to hit their explanation. Now, I'm just imitating them. I know what time it is, and y'all know what time it is. My viewers, y'all all know what time it is, but let's just play dumb. Let's just play naive, right? So the courts are going to say, well, you know, Mr. Wade, you bought Fannie Willis a plane ticket to Miami and also to Norwegian Cruise Lines and Caribbean and all this. And, oh, you guys went to Napa Valley. Oh, you went on business. Okay, well, what business? These are the questions the judge is going to ask. Well, okay, they were business because you know when Mr. Wade's going to go. I'm assuming, y'all. I'm assuming that he's going to say, "Well, Your Honor, it was a business. It was all business." They're like, okay, because if I'm not mistaken, when you do these business trips, you got to show receipts, right? You got to show receipts. And on this business trip, Mr. Wade, did you and Fannie have separate hotel rooms? Well, Your Honor, yes, we did. Well, can you show us the receipts? Well, actually, the receipt says here it was one room rented. One room rented with one king-size bed. Where's the other room at? What type of business did y'all have going to Napa Valley? Napa Valley? Norwegian cruise line? What kind of business did y'all have going on there? See, this is where we need MD, because you know MD, he can make up all type of, you know, MD should have been a damn attorney, boy, because MD be dancing, he be doing a 3-card money. See, MD will come up here and make up all kind of excuses. But MD, he done gave the receipt, so we can't talk bad about MD because MD gave the receipts tonight. But we gotta, so yeah, Mr. Wade got a lot of explaining to do. Got a lot of explaining to do. Like, okay, if these are business trips, let's just say hypothetically, he gonna say, oh, they're business trips, Your Honor. He's got to explain because they're gonna do an audit and they're gonna do a breakdown. And in an ethics case, even if it looks bad, it's not good for Nathan Wade and Fannie Willis. All right, y'all. I want to thank y'all again for coming out. I'm going to close it on out so I can save these lights because I'm going to do another show. I've got to get some more batteries for that back there. So when I do night shows, it's like, bling! I'm going to do the Hollywood lights on that right there. So again, man, shout out to y'all, man. Thank y'all for the numbers. And with that being said, we are out. We are closing out and see y'all tomorrow around it'll be either around noon or afternoon. Because for some, you know, when it's cold weather, I wake up late when it's cold. I wake up really late when it's cold. Like even when I set the alarm, when it's so cold, I go into a coma. And it's funny because in the summertime, I can stay up all night. When it's warmer, I can like get 2 hours of sleep and still be good. But during the winter, I can still go to bed and damn sleep, like wake up and it's like 10 o'clock. And I'm like, damn. So yeah, the winter is really weird. Winter's hard on me, you know. And yeah. All right, y'all. We are out. See y'all mañana por mañana, amigos.